Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods U.S. Open presented by Fixie Wheels. This weekend, we're kicking things off at the beautiful NOLA Motorsports Park here in Avondale, Louisiana. On the grid now and taking on to the track. There you see them, live images of our Senior Max Grid, brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. They're being led out onto the track right now. Florida Winter Tour wrapped up just a month ago, and we're now here ready to roll into the spring and the summer with a bunch of great racing on the schedule. Max Speed's sophomore season at promoting the U.S. Open. First year saw a trip to the Dallas Karting Complex. Then we went to Grand Junction, Colorado, and crowned our champions at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. This year, we will travel here to Avondale, Louisiana at NOLA Motorsports Park. In June, we will visit the Utah Motorsports Campus in Tooele, Utah. And once again, we'll return to Las Vegas to crown our champions in late October. We welcome all of you for tuning in, and we sure appreciate it. We hope you're having a great weekend wherever you are, whatever you're doing. Send us an email and let us know that you're watching and how your weekend is going. There you see a live look at our grid. Let's meet the drivers that will fill out our Senior Max competition. Starting on the outside in the 16th position will be the 345 Darren Keene. This is our second heat race of the weekend. Darren qualified up towards the front. He was taken out in an incident at the start of yesterday's first heat race. That's why he will be coming from the back. Linus Lindgren lines up alongside in the 15th position. The 321 of Ellis Musso starts 14th with Colorado's Charlie Craig in 13th. Utah's Walker Hess rolls off from 12th on the grid aboard the 318, and then it's Logan McDonough starting 11th. Austin Garrison was also involved in the incident with Darren Keene in Turn 1 at the start of yesterday's heat race. He will roll off 10th after continuing, while Darren Keene did not. Brett Mitchell starts alongside in row number 5 in 9th. Zach Holden out of Cooney, USA rolls off 8th with Kellen Ritter from Rollison Performance Group in 7th. Matthew Pasech and Renus von Comptout make up row number 3. Dallas Karting Complex, Jake French going from the stock moto earlier this season to the Senior Max entry. He'll roll off 4th, and then it's PSL Karting's Gianfranco Mazzafaro starting in 3rd. The front row made up by a rookie and a veteran in the Senior Max category. Your Junior Max champion from 2015 in the inaugural U.S. Open, the 300 of Trent Nestup rolls off 2nd, and on pole, the 380 of Oliver Askew, your reigning class champion. One round of heats yesterday. We got 3 more scheduled for today to set the grid for our main events tomorrow. Our first heat race finds their way into the tram lines. Folks, we're getting ready to go racing here in New Orleans. Green flag flies, and they're off. The inside line gets a good shove as Mazzafaro pushes Askew out front to the lead. They're all through Turn 1 cleanly, no incidences. Keep an eye on Darren Keene as he has already picked up 2 positions. They fan out as they roll through Turn 3 over the dogleg in 4. They'll now head for the infield section. Kellen Ritter also looks to be on the move as they hit the left-handers 6, now 7. They'll aim for the double right-handers 8 and 9. There you see Askew smooth. Mazzafaro right behind him in 2nd as they make their way over the curbing, the rumble strips, then dive back down for the right-hander turn number 9. You'll see him head into 10. It's a tight kink that brings them back towards the front straightaway. Then the S's, 11, 12, and the left-hander, 13. Askew will bring them up to the elbow, turn number 14, before making the 90-degree right-hander, 15, and then it's a long trip down the back straightaway. Askew ducks his head, trying to get as much of an aero advantage as possible. They'll get on the brakes hard as they turn into 16, a left-hander, and then the final corner, turn number 17, one lap in the books here for our senior max leaders. There's Askew, Mazzafaro, one driver, that's Jake French, runs a little wide on the exit of turn 17, kicks up a little bit of dust, but he's able to keep it under control. Mazzafaro runs second, your off-pole starter, Trent Estep, slips to third off the start. Kellen Ritter all the way up to fourth, good start for him, and then Von Comptown was scored fifth at the line. Brett Mitchell, Jake French, Lindgren, Hess, and Garrison, your top 10. So we're off and rolling. It's a quick 10-lap heat race for our drivers here in Senior Max. Coming up next will be Micro Max. Those drivers need to be down on the grid. Let's take a look at this field a few positions back. You know, we talked about Kellen Ritter racing out of the RPG tent with Chris Black engines. On that 399, Regis Von Comptown out of Kuna, USA runs fifth. Brett Mitchell is sixth. Jake French seventh. Lindgren, Hess, and Garrison are your top 10. And after only one lap, Darren Keene has picked up 5 positions and is running in that 11th spot. Don't expect him to stay back there for long. It was just a crazy shakeup at the start of our first heat race yesterday that knocked him out of the line and in to the way of Austin Garrison. Darren Keene popped the chain off the back of the cart and was not able to continue. Garrison was knocked around sideways but was able to refire and rejoin the race. There you see Oliver Askew. He ran the DD2 category at the Florida Winter Tour's first 2 rounds and then pulled double duty at Palm Beach in round number 3 where he ran the DD2 and a Senior Max. He's back in the Senior Max cart after a few short months off. And he says it's really noticeable when you spend just a little bit of time out of the kart, but obviously he hasn't missed too much of a beat. Mazzafaro, his PSL karting teammate, doing whatever he can to stick with Askew. Of course, the big news out of the last 7 days has been Askew's former teammate from the Ocala Grand Prix, Kyle Kirkwood, making the switch from OGP to PSL karting. Kirkwood is here this weekend walking around in the red and white colors of PSL. The deal was done just too soon. They weren't able to get a package ready for him this weekend, but he will be on track next weekend in Phoenix, and then we'll see him the rest of the U.S. Open. That's what the press release says anyway. Good shot of your top 5 right there. It's Askew, Mazzafaro, Gianfranco running in that second spot. Trent Estep in third, Von Comptown and Ritter, your top 5. Good run going here for Kellen Ritter. It looks like Darren Keene is caught up to Walker Hess. That's going to be the battle for the 8th position. They come out of turn 3, heading to 4. Darren Keene, the man on the move. When does he pull the trigger here on Walker Hess? Hess coming to us out of Park City, Utah. Longtime racer at what most of you will remember is Miller Motorsports Park, now being named the Utah Motorsports Campus after the Miller family relinquished control of the lease on that land out in Tooele. Walker has run about as many laps as you can run on all those different configurations at Miller Motorsports Park, and that sets him up well for a track like NOLA. A very fast, a very flat layout here. It's very long here at NOLA as well. We won't even see lap times taking this long when we go to Utah come June for the second round of the U.S. Open. Darren Keene's finally going to pull the trigger down the back straightaway and gets around Walker Hess. That's going to be for the 8th position, so move Keene up another spot, starting this race in 16th. That is 8 positions gained for him so far. Walker's going to try and settle in and just stick to Darren Keene's back bumper. Walker looks really good on the exit of turn number 1. I think Walker knows he's going to be smart just to stay glued to Darren Keene's back bumper and try to chase down the guys in front of him. Up ahead of Darren Keene and Walker as you got Jake French in 7th, Brett Mitchell in 6th. Up front, we rejoin our leaders. There you see him, Oliver Askew and Mazzafaro waving the PSL flag pretty proudly right now here in our first heat races. They are just cruising. As we near the halfway point, they'll see the cross flags when they get to the starter stand next time by. And Askew's just out there rolling right now. Mazzafaro's done a good job. In fact, he just went purple. Minute 3.473 last time by. Askew was a minute 3.688. So Mazzafaro trying to cut the lead down. It's 0.3 of a second. We'll see what he can do here at the line. Lap 5 in the books. They'll see the cross flags. What does Mazzafaro do? The gap shrinks to 0.2 of a second because Mazzafaro is on the wheel. Another purple lap, a minute 3.334. So Oliver Askew, maybe that time out of the Senior Max kart hurt him a little bit more than he wants to let on because Mazzafaro is chasing him down right now. There you see on your screen the 2 leaders. They're into the infield now. Out of 6th, they'll head for the late break left-hander, turn number 7. They'll make their way to the double right-handers, turns 8. There you see them right there. They'll run wide off the rumble strips and then into 9. Mazzaferro back-to-back purple laps. He's 0.2 of a second off Askew as they'll aim through the S's and set up for that long run down the back straightaway. Mazzaferro can do some serious damage under braking if he wants to really reel in Oliver. They're only at the halfway point now, still 4 to go when they get to the line. Let's see what happens next. One driver off, looks like a Fernando Alonso kart. Not sure who that is in the infield. We'll try and get a number to you. Let's see, can Mazzaferro do anything here? No, Askew improves and the gap stays right at 0.2 of a second. Oliver last time by a minute 3.38. Mazzaferro a minute 3.34. So if Mazzaferro was still actually quicker than Oliver that time by, but the gap stays right at 0.2 of a second. That steps in third. Von Kamptown and Ritter, your top 5. Let's check in on Darren Keene. He should be reeling in. Jake French. As those drivers are making their way through the infield, yep, and that's exactly what's happened. Jake French now has Darren Keene about a 2 kart length gap behind as they make their way through turns 10, 11, 12, and 13 right now. Up front, Askew just wants to pull back away from his teammate, Mazzaferro. The gap, 0.248 last time by. We'll see if Oliver can stretch it out at all here. Hard on the brakes. Mazzaferro doesn't miss a beat coming around to see 3 to go. What's the gap going to be at the line? 0.2 of a second. Last time it shrinks nearly 1/10 of a second because Mazzaferro just went purple again. A minute 3.184 to Askew's minute 3.225. So not only is Mazzaferro laying down smoking laps, Askew's not exactly picking up the pace. Mazzaferro has closed into about 2 kart lengths, I'll say, on Askew as they make their way out of 7. They head to 8 and 9. This is the race for the lead and, more importantly, the race for the pole position in our next heat race coming up following lunch. They make their way around 10, into the S's now, 11, 12, 13. They'll head up the hill towards the back straightaway. We're in New Orleans. There are no hills. It's a figure of speech. They'll make the right-hander. Turn 15, down the back straightaway they go. Mazzaferro has been eating away at the lead each and every lap. They're going to see the sticks. 2 to go when they get to the line. What does Mazzaferro have? It's Askew's race to give away at the stripe. Let's see what the numbers look like. You see them both ducking, reeling in. Now it's down to 1/10 of a second. Askew went a minute 3.28. Mazzaferro a minute 3.27. Mazzaferro has consistently been the quicker driver on track out of these two each and every lap. We're going to stay with our leaders. Darren Keene has gotten around Jake French for the 6th position. So heck of a race here for Darren Keene, making up for lost time in heat number 1. He may crack the top 5. Trying to see where Kellen Ritter is. I don't know if Keene's going to have enough time yet. Keene's not going to be able to reel in Kellen Ritter. Ritter's just now coming out at 9, and Keene's just getting into 9 now. So the race for the top 5 looks like it's out of reach for Darren Keene right now, but boy, is he going to be in a good position when we go racing here in round number 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. Down the back straightaway, there you see him, the 2 Burrells. PSL Karting's pride and joy. Oliver Askew, but can Mazzaferro unseat the king? We're about to find out. White flag in the air. 1 to go. The gap last time by 1/10 of a second. It shrinks by 1/100th. It's not a lot, but it's still good. Mazzaferro trying to reel in. Teammate and senior veteran Oliver Askew. He is right there as they come into the infield. Through 6, they'll aim for 7. Mazzaferro's got to make a pass under braking if this is going to work. It's not going to be a drag race out of one of the tight corners. Mazzaferro has got to make it an entry pass. Get into one of these corners here. Down the back straightaway into 16 can work, but through these S's is another good opportunity. The kart length gap right at about 1.5, 2 lengths between Askew and Mazzaferro. The lead only shrank by 1/100th of a second last time by. This is it. If Mazzaferro has anything down the back straightaway, this is where he's going to have to prove it. The gap grows to about 4 kart lengths. Now, on the brakes, Mazzaferro cuts it to 2/10. They're going to come into 16. Out of 70, Mazzaferro is going to be close, but not close enough. Askew wins it in Senior Max. Great run by the teammate, Gianfranco Mazzaferro. The gap as small as it's been all race, 1/10 of a second. 0.13 of a second to be exact. Minute 3.291 for Mazzaferro at the checkered. Minute 3.346 for Askew. Mazzaferro really got up on the wheel in that race. Phenomenal effort by the two PSL karting drivers. Trent Estep comes home third. Von Comptown fourth. Kellen Ritter rounds out the top five. Darren Keene advances 10 positions over 10 laps. That's almost a position per lap, folks. Great run by Darren Keene. Jake French ends up 7th. Walker Hess, a solid run in 8th. Brett Mitchell 9th. And Passesh 10th. Charlie Craig was 11th. Musso 12th. Lindgren comes across the line in 13th. And then it looks like we lost Logan McDonough and Austin Garrison early and got no lap times from Zach Holt. But it's all Askew here in Senior Max. Great race. And it's only going to get better. On the grid now, there's a live look at our Micromax drivers. Hey, there's Charlie Swain. He's standing down there on the fence, hanging out, enjoying the view. He's got a couple drivers in this Micromax race. Charlie's cool, though, man. He's not even going to acknowledge. AM Racing Engines bringing you live coverage of our Micromax drivers. When we come back, we'll have the grid and race number 2 for our Micromax drivers getting ready to roll out next. So now we get ready for our second heat race of round number 2. I think that's what you'd call an onomatopoeia. I'm not 100% positive. It is the AM Racing Engines Micromax heat race number 2. They're looking at me in the tower saying that's not what an onomatopoeia is. Enzo Swain starts 17th. I believe that's Enzo Swan. I apologize. Enzo Swan starting 17th. Santiago Trisney in the number 43 rolls off 16th with Jazz Hands Josh Pearson back there in the 15th position. So not 100% positive why Josh is back there, but he's going to be just like Darren Keene. Keene advanced 10 positions in his first heat race this morning. It just came off the track. Keep an eye on Josh Pearson to do the same. Jacob Kittleson in the 14 cart rolls off 14th. The number 8 of Danny Dyslexy starts 13th, and it's Jack Jeffers rolling off 12th with the 49 of Noah Baker in 11th. Nikita Johnson kicks things off inside the top 10 for us, starting with the Fernando Alonso kart from 7th on the grid. And then it's Jeremy Fletcher, the one and only Jeremy Fletcher, in the number 22. He starts 9th. Miss Paige Crawford from Long Island, New York, rolls off in the 8th position. And I know we have some fans of hers tuning in live. Shout out to Shane and Ashley on Long Island from Paige. Got some cousins cheering Paige on back home, so we sure appreciate you guys tuning in. Enzo Schianti lines up alongside Paige in the 7th position. Aiden Rudolph rolls off 6th, and it's James Agozi in the number 48 starting 5th. Ashton Torgerson from Medford, Oregon rolls off in the 02. Ashton Racing from BBR Karting. That is the team that Ashton is working with this weekend, this season. And then it's going to be Brandon Tyner starting 3rd. Diego LaRock on the off pole. And after a dramatic last lap pass in yesterday's first heat race, the number 88 of Carson Morgan will lead them down for the start. They're in between turns 16 and 17. We're getting ready to go green flag racing in our 7-lap heat race number 2 in the AM Racing Engines Micromax category. Carson Morgan on the outside. Diego LaRock getting ready. Green flag flies, and we're racing. Morgan gets a good shove. LaRock's going to get pushed back to maybe. Wow, they're 3 wide as they exit turn 1. LaRock's going to settle in probably to 3rd when everything shakes out. Is he going to try and make something happen for 2nd? Yes, he does. So LaRock gets shuffled back in turn 1, but doesn't waste much time. He gets back on the inside of Tyner in turn number 3, and LaRock gets back up to 2nd. Carson Morgan leads them through the infield section into 7. They'll set up the double right-handers, 8 and 9. There you see Carson Morgan, your leader. LaRock in that all-white helmet running 2nd. Brandon Tyner runs 3rd. That should be Torgerson in 4th, and it's the Bennett cart, number 48, of James Agozi in the 5th position. They'll come through turn number 10 and head through the S's before making the run down. On the back bumper of Carson Morgan, the 2 Bennett drivers working together, but it was Morgan who made an incredible last lap, last quarter pass for the win on LaRock yesterday. You see him sucked up right to each other's front and rear bumpers going down the back straightaway. These Micromax with a spec gear, you always see a lot of pack-style racing because the kids' engines are so equal, especially down long back straightaways like the one we have here at NOLA. 1 lap in the books. And the tuners are already telling these kids to get it on. Nikita Johnson gives Paige Crawford a bump. That's going to help Paige advance 1 position. Nikita comes along through as well in turn number 1. Morgan leads LaRock over the hump in 3 and 4. They'll now head back into the infield section. It's very tight, very tactical. It's all about what the chassis can do right here. And, man, it's been tough to beat the Bennett carts here in Micromax competition in the last year and a half or so. Ben and Nick, man, they really know what they're doing in the development and the production of that chassis line. And these Micromax and Minimax kids have run phenomenally, at least in the 2 years I've been watching them here race at Rotax. Those Bennett carts are going to be tough to beat. Carson Morgan and Diego LaRock up at the front right now. LaRock just went purple with a minute 11.632. He is trying to run down leader Carson Morgan. If he goes much faster, he's going to be right alongside him. They head down the back straightaway. Then behind them, it's a 4-cart train. LaRock stays in line. We might have a pass for 3rd underway. No. Everybody stays grouped up, single file, as they come into turn 16. There you see that big 4-cart pack behind our leaders. Brandon Tyner, Ashton Torgerson, James Agozi all in that pack. It's Agozi leading the train in 3rd. Tyner scored in the 4th position. Torgerson in 5th, and then Aiden Rudolph running 6th. Let's look down a little bit farther for Josh Pearson, number 41. He's still scored in that 14th spot. He's working on Jack Jeffers for 13th. Then you have Nikita Johnson in 12th. Paige Crawford running 11th. Trisney is inside the top 10. Then it's Schianti, Enzo Schianti, your quickest driver on track, a minute 10.724. Fletcher's up to 8th. Noah Baker 7th. Aiden Rudolph 6th. Torgerson, Tyner, Agozi, LaRock, and Morgan as they run from 7th on up the leaderboard. Diego LaRock doing a good job at shoving Carson Morgan around the track right now. James Agozi also starting to pull away from the pack behind him, so it's an all-Bennett top 3 right now. And then Brandon Tyner running 4th, and I'll tell you what, I have to check. It's showing me on Race Monitor that Torgerson's on a PDP chassis. They spent a little bit of time on the Tony kart and the Bennett as well. And like I said, man, the Bennett has just been a very well-developed chassis over the last couple of years here in Micromax competition, man. Those guys know how to get the little kids up front. As they currently hold the top 3 positions right now. Agozi goes purple, a minute 10.139 for the number 48. The gap from LaRock back to Agozi, about 0.7 of a second. Agozi keeps laying down laps like that, though, and it's going to be less. And we're nearing the end of this one. 3 to go when they get to the line. And LaRock's going to get racy here before too long. I think he'll wait till they see the 2 to go sign. But either way, the point is, when LaRock decides to pull out and start getting aggressive with Carson Morgan, that's going to allow Agozi to suck right up and make this 2-kart battle a 3-kart fight for the lead. And Agozi's already doing that on his own. He's not needing LaRock and Morgan to get side by side with each other. Agozi's laying down really solid laps, a minute 10.1 last time by, a minute 10.4 for LaRock, a minute 10.4 for Morgan. So they're getting racy, and just like that, Agozi has caught up. It's a 3-kart train for the lead as they come down to see 3 laps to go. Agozi's not going to waste any time. He pulls out to make a pass on Carson Morgan after LaRock has taken the lead. The pass does not stick. So the new top 3 is LaRock, your leader, Carson Morgan in second, and Agozi in third. Agozi pulled out to try and make a pass down in turn 1. The position did not go to him. He could not make the pass stick, but you can be sure he's going to try it again here as they head through the infield. Agozi right on Morgan. Does he take a look in 7? No. Stays in line. They'll head for the double right-handers, 8 and 9. Agozi is there all over Carson Morgan. This is the battle for second position. And remember, where you finish in this heat race is where you will start the next one. I understand points are being earned in each one of these heat races. And when all of our heat races are done this evening, timing and scoring will go to work and calculate the points earned in each heat race, and that will set the starting grid for tomorrow's main events here in round 1 of the Sofina Foods U.S. Open. Down the back straightaway, our leaders run. They'll see the sticks when they get to the other side. 2 to go. Agozi's going to make a move for second place on Morgan. Does he make it stick? No. Agozi does not able to make the position work. That's 2 times in the same lap. He's gone to work on Morgan. 2 laps remaining here. Carson Morgan doing a good job at defending against his Bennett Kart teammate, James Agozi. And while all this goes on, Diego LaRock able to slowly pull away. But don't forget, we have drivers 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. It's a 4-kart train. You see names like Ashton Torgerson, your West Palm Beach winner, Brandon Tyner, Aiden Rudolph, and Enzo Schianti. Schianti's laid down a few purple laps this race already. That 4-kart train full of very fast drivers. Torgerson leads the pack right now. He's in the 4th position. And then it looks like Tyner in 5th. Should be Aiden Rudolph in 6th, Schianti in 7th. Oh, Schianti's going to make a move. Tyner runs wide over in 8. Let's see how they shuffle out when they get to the elbow. The right-hander, turn number 10. That really helped out Torgerson. He was able to pull away. I want to say Tyner slips back to the 6th position. And I think Rudolph got around him. As they head down the back straightaway, the top 3 making the run. There you see how tightly packed up they are. LaRock, your leader. They make the jump over the curbing in 16. Now out of the final corner, 17. White flag's going to fly. 1 to go here. We've got 3 drivers who could win this. Agozi pulls alongside Morgan, but Morgan wants the lead from LaRock. No, they all stay in position. LaRock, your leader. Morgan in 2nd. Agozi in 3rd. Agozi down on the inside in 3. Agozi's there, and he's got it. Morgan tries to cross him over, but he can't carry the momentum out of 3. They head over the dog leg in 4. Now into the infield for the final time. LaRock is loving the racing behind him. The side-by-side allows him to pull away. LaRock with about a kart length lead over the back 2. It's Morgan and Agozi. Agozi up to 2nd after the pass in turn 3. But Agozi's got his sights set on the white helmet of LaRock, the leader. They make the run down the short chute into 10. LaRock still leads them. They'll head for the S's. 11, 12. Now the left-hander, 13. They'll head for the final 2 corners before setting up for the back straightaway. Out of 14. Now the right-handed 90-degree corner, 15. The run down the back straightaway. Agozi's going to have to set him up in 16 to make a pass in 17. No! He gets help from... No, Agozi's not going to get a shove. They try to dance under braking. Agozi can't make it work. Now it's going to be Morgan to the inside for 2nd. Morgan gets 2nd, but it's going to be a drag race. LaRock wins it, and 2nd place is going to go to Agozi, making the same move on Carson Morgan that Morgan made on LaRock in race number 1 yesterday. Micromax drivers never fail to disappoint. LaRock holds him off for the win in Micro race number 2. Agozi ends up 2nd after a battle with Carson Morgan. Ashton Torgerson 4th. Schianti rounds out your top 5. Aiden Rudolph comes home 6th. Brandon Tyner ends up 7th. Jeremy Fletcher 8th. Baker 9th. And Josh Pearson rallies to finish 10th. Trisney comes home 11th. Crawford 12th. Nikita Johnson 13th. Jack Jeffers 14th, Jacob Kittleson 15th, Enzo Swan and Danny Dyslexy complete the field. But it's all Bennett up front. LaRock, your winner. Agozi 2nd and Morgan 3rd. So that'll do it for our Micromax drivers. Coming up next will be Junior Max, a very competitive field as you see Bonner Moulton walking back down the grid with one of the best flat brim hats I've ever seen. We want to ask quickly for the 329 to the steward's office. We need driver the 329 to the steward's office. Hey, right there, that man on camera, for those of you from the good state of Colorado, should recognize that man. Mechanicking on Hannah Greenmeyer's cart, that's Rick Schmidt. Camera moves off of him for a moment as our drivers prepare to get rolling here. But Rick Schmidt down there doing the honors of setting up Hannah Greenmeyer's cart with her dad, Gunner. Hannah ran very well in Mini Max last season at the U.S. Open. And now she's here in Junior Max, ready to race. And with a guy like Rick Schmidt setting the go-kart up, Hannah and her family out of Colorado. Rick works for the family's auto body shops back home in Denver. And Rick has been in karting almost as long as anybody at this track has been involved in the sport. And Rick is a very smart guy. He's helped out a ton of people in their careers in karting. His son, Roman, was a phenomenal driver over the years they spent as a team. And then Rick has mentored and worked with a lot of people in the sport. This time it's Hannah Greenmeyer. Rick's even spent a little bit of time banging his head against the wall working with me. So Rick's here this weekend. I know we got some people back in Colorado watching, and he's working with Hannah Greenmeyer this weekend. So we're getting ready to go with our PSL Karting Junior Max field out on track now. So as drivers finish their out lap and get ready for the formation lap, we'll be looking at another 10-lap race for these kids here in Junior Max. So now you see a live look at our Kuna USA Junior Max field as they make their way around the track. We had Mini Max up there for you for a second, but we're ready to go with Junior Max. Max Hewitt going to kick things off back in 23rd, and Brandon Horwas in the 22nd position with Tyler Bruno in 21st. Cade McKee and Marcelo Garcia line up alongside in 20th and 19th. Nathan Ratton and the rest of the field making their way around. It's going to be Reese Cohen and Nick Bruckner up on that front row with Ryan McDermott and Aiden Keel in 3rd and 4th. Matias Ramirez, Matthew Latifi in 5th and 6th as the drivers make their way into the tram lines. Green flag flies, and that outside line breaks away. 3rd on back. Really gets stacked up down there. One driver goes around. They split. Not sure it was Cosmic Chassis, I do believe. They get fired up and continue. Only one driver goes around in the incident. Now 2 drivers get collected in an incident in turn 3. Yellow flag is waving. So if you're the Cosmic driver that just got turned around in 1, that's not too bad. You already got 2 positions back. Pretty quick pickup right there. Nick Bruckner started on pole. Beautiful camera work right there. Ryan McDermott gets shoehorned out of the way down in 8th. That's Reese Cohen, the driver coming all the way from the other side of the world. Sydney, Australia, where he hangs his hat. And he's dicing it up there right now for the 2nd and 3rd position. But it is an absolute hornet's nest behind Nick Bruckner. Bruckner and Dylan Tavella had a phenomenal race yesterday in race number 1 that came down to a little bit of last lap dramatics over in turn 10 when Bruckner and Tavella made contact, set Bruckner off wide, and Tavella ended up picking up the victory. The rest of the starting grid saw McDermott in 3rd, Aiden Keel 4th, Barrero in 5th, Latifi 6th, Dickinson 7th, Edenholm 8th, Gulick and Greenmeyer, your top 10. Oh, McDermott makes contact with the Fernando Alonso of Matias Ramirez. It lifted the front wheels of McDermott up in the air. But Matias running in that 2nd position, and Ryan McDermott, he got those front wheels kicked up in the air. He's a cowboy, though. He said let her buck. He's going to ride right behind Matias and try to find another way around. We talked about McDermott yesterday. He's been phenomenal so far in 2016. Kicked off the season with a pole position. Back home. Oh, now Cohen gets jacked up by running over the back bumper of McDermott, and that's going to end McDermott's day as Reese Cohen made a pass attempt in between 8 and 9. Well, he made the pass attempt going into 8, slid wide, collected up onto Ryan McDermott's back bumper, slid up. He had both front wheels off the air, and McDermott comes to a stop on the entry to turn number 9. Oh, you hate to see that. McDermott was in the hunt right there. Things were getting very physical, but I think he must have thrown a chain. I think the pipe got knocked off possibly because he's doing work on the left rear of the go-kart, so I think the pipe must have gotten knocked off possibly. Not sure what the issue is, but he's going to get put a lap down here probably the next 30 seconds, which will keep him from rejoining the race. No, he's done. They're going to definitely want him to move that cart away from the entry to turn number 9. But McDermott's race is over. Let's check back in here on the monitor. There you see Matias Ramirez. He runs second. Aiden Keel from Anderson Racing runs third here in our Junior Max Heat Race, brought to you by Kuna USA. It's the Orsalon Racing driver, though, Nick Bruckner out of Hockley, Texas, running away with it. The lead last time by 1 second flat. There you see that. Looks like Hannah Greenemeyer going to work on Matt Latifi. Yes, it is. Greenemeyer trying to make something happen for the 4th position. We talked about it. She ran so well in 2015 in the Mini-Max category. Her first year in Junior Max, no one really knew what to expect unless you talked to her tuner, Rick Schmidt. He knew what to expect. They're out there racing for every position they can get, and that's exactly what Hannah's doing. She goes to work on Matthew Latifi. There's your leader, Bruckner. Then it's Ramirez, Aiden Keel, Latifi, and Greenemeyer. Your top 5. They go down into 5. Greenemeyer pulls the trigger, and she's through. Latifi crosses her back over, though. Great defense by Matthew Latifi as he holds on to the 4th position. Greenemeyer, though, can smell blood in the water as she's in the 5th position. Zoe Edenholm, a Kuna USA driver, running in 6th. And it's Riley Dickinson in 7th. Reese Cohen back to 8th after the contact with McDermott. Golick 9th, and Dylan Tavella rounds out your top 10 this Junior Max race, folks. You cannot blink an eye. Every time I look down at race monitor, I'm going to miss passes. It's just inevitable. These kids are so competitive out there right now. Looks like Greenemeyer may have gotten past. She's lost a position. That would be Zoe Edenholm that's gotten around Greenemeyer. We'll find out. That would put the Kuna USA driver into the top 5, making Edenholm, I believe, the highest running Kuna driver in the class they sponsor. Let's see. Yeah, it's Greenemeyer and Zoe Edenholm going back and forth. And now I think there's another driver up in the mix as well. Yeah, Greenemeyer's on the downslide right now as Dylan Tavella's going to try and make the pass in 3. He doesn't have a clean shot yet. You can tell it's Dylan Tavella because he sits lower in his seat than any other driver on the track. Dylan's a little guy, but man, has he been impressive in Junior Max so far this season. And Dylan's also going to get around Hannah Greenemeyer, so Greenemeyer showed some pretty good speed here early on, but now they need to find out a way to stop the bleeding as she is getting passed up by quite a few drivers over the last 2 laps. Aiden Keel goes purple. The Anderson Racing driver lays down a minute 3.960. Up front, not much going on as Nick Bruckner heads to see the crossed flags when they get to the starter stand. 5 down, 5 to go at the line. And watch out, Matias Ramirez, because Aiden Keel is on his horse and coming fast. We'll see what the gap is this time by between Ramirez and Keel. It goes from 0.2 of a second to 0.0 of a second as Keel is through in turn 1. Aiden Keel got a great run out of turn 17. Set him up for a good run down the front straightaway, and then he was able to pull out and make the pass on Matias Ramirez on the entry into turn number 1. So Aiden Keel, he was phenomenal, always in the top 5 back at West Palm Beach, the final round of the Florida Winter Tour. No surprise, the speed has carried through here to NOLA. The opening round of the U.S. Open looking pretty solid for Aiden Keel as we've just passed the halfway point. Now new driver, quickest on track. It's the Iron Rock Motorsports, 214, Dylan Tavella. Tavella back with his old friend Charlie Swain under the Iron Rock Motorsports tent. Dylan on a Cosmic chassis. I believe he's still sporting the Tony Kart suit, and Phil is pacing. Dylan's running well, Phil. There's the Aiden Keel running second, Matias Ramirez in third. And how about a nod to Matt Latifi in the 218. He's running very well. Zoe Edenholm up to 5th. Great run going for her as well. Tavilla's up to 6th. Let's see where they are on track. Dylan is going to go and set his sights on Zoe Edenholm to try and crack the top 5. Dylan started this race from all the way back in the 15th position on row number 8. And he's all the way. There he goes. He makes the move for the pass on Edenholm for P5, and he's going to bring Reese Cohen with him. Cohen makes a bit of contact with Edenholm. No harm, no foul, I don't think. Nobody runs wide, at least not out into the grass, but Tavella should have brought Cohen with him, I believe. So move Tavella from the 15th starting spot into the top 5. Phil Tavella's going to wear out a pair of shoes, I'll tell you that much right now. Dylan Tavella up 10 spots. How about it? A great run. Oh, and Mike Jones is on a cool bike down on the grid. That thing is awesome. Bruckner comes across the line. Aiden Keel in second. Ramirez third. Latifi fourth. And Tavella hard on the brakes. Right on Latifi's back bumper. There's going to be a drag race coming out of 3. And it's going to go to Tavella. Tavella now to the 4th position. That's 11 spots for the driver from New York. Does he have enough time to reel in the top 3? I'm not sure. Ramirez quite a ways ahead of Tavella. I think Dylan's hit his cap as he runs in the 4th position right now. I don't think he's going to have enough time as we're seeing 2 to go when they get to the line. Lead pack making their way out of the S. They'll head up to 14. There you see Dylan Tavella, Reese Cohen, Matt Latifi, one driver, a little bit of contact coming out at 12 and 13. He's going to run wide and park it in the grass. Not sure who that driver was. Aiden Keel stolen in second. Matias Ramirez trying to find a way around, but it's going to be easier said than done. There goes Bruckner, your leader. Keel in second, Ramirez third, Tavella fourth, Cohen fifth, Latifi sixth. Then it's Waithman in 7th, Riley Dickinson 8th, Durant up to 9th, Golick 10th, Peyton Durant, another big mover in this one. He started the race back in 13th. He's all the way up to 9th here with 2 to go. So we check in with our lead pack one more time here. If they hit the S's, the left-hander 11, the right-hander 12, back to the left-hander 13. Ramirez is all over Aiden Keel. Let's tell you about the lap times really quick here. Last time by, it's going to be Aiden Keel with a minute 3.700. Ramirez went his best lap, though, too, and it was quicker, a minute 3.631. Then there is 4th, 5th, and 6th. Tavella, Cohen, and Latifi as they come out of the final corner to see the white flag waving. Lap times once again. Now purple lap goes to Cohen, a minute 3.393. The Australian driver. Man, throw another shrimp on the Barbie for Reese Cohen. What do you say? As he is laying down fantastic lap times right now. He wants a shot at Dylan Tavella. Cohen's right behind him as they head into the infield for the final time. Down hard on the brakes into 7. Cohen has got a legitimate shot at Tavella here, and he takes it down in 8. Cohen is through. What does Tavella do to answer back? He's going to lose another spot to Latifi. Latifi gets through after Cohen opens up the floodgates. So Cohen is going to pick up the 4th position. Latifi picks up 5th, and Tavella's going to slide back to 6th, but it's not over yet. Tavella goes back to work on Latifi as they come out of 14, off of 15, down the back straightaway. Up front, not much going on. Ramirez is going to take a look on Keel into 16. Ramirez is there. Ramirez is through. Does Keel answer back in 17? No. The win is going to go to Nick Bruckner. 2nd is going to go to Ramirez. Keel comes home 3rd. Cohen 4th. And Tavella gets Latifi at the line for 5th. How about it, folks? That Junior Max race, pretty good show. Latifi ends up 6th. Waithman 7th. Dickinson 8th. Durant 9th. And Zoe Edenholm 10th. Nick Bruckner's your winner, but Dylan Tavella, the big story, going from 15th on the grid to finish 5th in the race, running as high as 4th. That's a 10-position gain for Dylan Tavella, just like Darren Keene did in Senior Max. What does that tell you, folks? NOLA Motorsports Park has plenty of opportunities to pass. Don't listen to your mom, kids. It is plenty flat passing opportunities out there. We're going to see a lot more great racing as the day goes on. Folks, we want to remind you to email us at maxspeedentertainment@gmail.com. So again, email us maxspeedentertainment@gmail.com. Let us know what you're doing this afternoon, where you're watching the broadcast from, who you're cheering on, if you have any shout-outs to your favorite team, your favorite driver, your favorite mechanic, whatever. I know Austin Elliott is always getting inundated with emails and people shouting him out and wanting to know where he is and what he's doing. Elliott's here. He's tuning in for Energy Kart USA. We're getting a bunch of emails about him. There you see a live look at the starting grid. In DD2 Masters. Let's meet those drivers really quick while they're down there standing on the grid. It's a combined field, DD2 Masters and DD2 Senior, brought to you by the fine folks at Dallas Karting Complex. There's Tom Owens. Mustache looks good. Tom, the camera's behind you. Keep turning. All right, he's got a driver to set up. Let's meet the grid. Luis Zerbagon is going to roll off in row number 7, all alone in that 13th position. And then in row 6, you'll see Nicholas Pellerin starting 12th with Conrad Park in 11th. 5th row sees McKenna Carey out of Colorado starting 10th. And George Zaragoida in the 9th position. I'm sure I'm saying that name wrong. Joseph Licardi starts 8th with Lawson Nagel in the 7th position. Moises de Oliveira will roll off 6th with Rhett Thomas in the 5th position. Nathan Mall making the move up to DD2 Masters over the offseason. He's running very well. He'll start in the 4th position, first overall in DD2 Masters. And then Dev Gore rolls off 3rd with Michael McCarthy starting 2nd, and the young Canadian Jeff Kingsley on the pole position. There you see them. Some of them got their helmets on, some of them don't. As we're waiting on a few retrievals around the track, we're going to step aside for just a moment here as our DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers get ready to head out on track for their first heat race of the day, second of the weekend. As we get ready to roll here with our DD2 and DD2 Masters race, you see the one and only Jonathan Koitek on your monitor right there, standing down on the grid. Working on Michael McCarthy's car, it looks like, starting on the outside of row number 1. Koitek, you can find him on Twitter. Let's tell you about that really quick. He's got a pretty strong Twitter presence. If you're not following him, you're making a mistake. NOLA Motorsports Park even retweeted Jonathan Koitek. You can find him, it's easy, at Jonathan Koitek. And if you're wondering how to spell that last name, it's Kotyk. There's a good shot of Jeff Kingsley. He was here not too long ago at the Grand Finals in 2013, representing Team Canada as our DD2 drivers roll out onto the track. Heat race number 2, getting ready to roll out. There's Jake Motah from Anderson Racing. He's ready. He's got a lot of Pirells in this field ready to go. Pirells and DD2s, they're what keep Jake Motah awake at night. That and good hairdos. But yeah, I definitely implore everybody to make sure you follow Jonathan Koitek on Twitter. You're going to see some really solid stuff on that account. A lot of hair tips and updates on what he's eating for breakfast and all kinds of things. So, like I said, NOLA Motorsports Park retweeted him. And this is a professional racetrack. They don't just retweet anybody. You're going to look for @Jonathan Koytek, Kotyk. You'll actually be helping Jonathan scholastically because the Twitter is a requirement of one of his college professors for what he's studying. So, I mean, you can be able to help the kid graduate college, man. That's awesome. We're making differences in the world here at the U.S. Open. I'll tell you that much right now. Jeff Kingsley starts on pole with Michael McCarthy alongside in second. Dev Gore rolls third with Nathan Mall starting fourth. Rhett Thomas starts fifth with Moises de Oliveira in sixth. And it's Lawson Nagel in seventh. Joseph Licardi eighth. George Zaragoza ninth. And McKenna Carey rounding out the top 10. Conrad Park will start 11th. Nicholas Pellerin 12th. And Luis Zervagon starting 13th. Remember, folks, this is our first combined class of the day. 2 classes, 2 separate races on track at the same time. So there you see our DD2 drivers single file coming into the final corner. So Euro, as they make their way out of the final corner, they will then split up 2 by 2, and they are coming in nice and slow. Kingsley and McCarthy, your front row. Our race director, Chuck Yoder, puts them into the tram lines. Heat race number 2 for the Dallas Karting Complex, DD2 and DD2 Masters Field. Cam Hager, let's go racing. That inside line gets a fantastic start as Dev Gore shoves Jeff Kingsley way out in front. Now Gore wants more as he's going to try and look on the outside. Now down to the inside for the lead. Doesn't make the pass as they follow out of turn number 3. DD2 and DD2 Masters underway here. Kingsley and Gore got a great launch from the inside. And then you see off-pole starter Michael McCarthy running in the 3rd position from Anderson Racing. And then on the comp card, that should be Rhett Thomas in the 4th position. It is. And then running out your top 5 should be the Sody Car DKC driver, Lawson Nagel. McCarthy down to the inside in 10 on Gore. He's through. So McCarthy up a position to the 2nd spot. But up front, Jeff Kingsley, your pole sitter, working on just settling into a good pace here and driving away. They head down the back straightaway here. Conrad Park, Rhett Thomas in that 4th position. Park wants to take a look here. Rhett Thomas as well goes to work on Dev Gore. Not really anything happening. I think Nathan Mall's going to get around Lawson Nagel. Let's take a look as they come across the line. They're having themselves an old-fashioned drag race. And Mall's going to get the position at the line. Lawson Nagel slips now back down to 6th. And 7th is going to be Moises de Oliveira. So like I said, this is a combined class. Let's remind you about who's racing in DD2 Masters. Nathan Mall is scored as the leader in DD2 Masters, and he's right now running 5th on track up around with our DD2 senior drivers. Luis Zervagon all the way up from 17th, or he started in the 7th row, ran in the 13th position. He's up to 2nd in his category. Zaragoza 3rd, Licardi 4th, Park 5th, Pellerin the 6th driver in DD2 Masters. Kingsley comes across as your overall leader, and he gets even quicker, a minute 3.176. McCarthy in 2nd, Gore 3rd, Thomas 4th in class, and it's Lawson Nagel, Moises de Oliveira, and McKenna Carey. Remember, those are how they run in their separate classes. Overall, it looks like this. Kingsley, your leader, McCarthy 2nd, Gore 3rd, Thomas 4th, Nathan Mall 5th, Lawson Nagel 6th. The only big change there, Nathan Mall, who's 5th overall, is actually running in DD2 Masters and is the leader in that category. DD2 on track now. Mini-Max drivers need to make your way onto the grid as you are rolling out next. We need our Mini-Max drivers on the grid. There's a good shot at our battle for position at number 2. Michael McCarthy. Don't call him Mike. He runs in 2nd, but Dev Gore wants the position back. Dev started 3rd and was able to get around McCarthy on the inside of turn number 1 off the green flag. They are flying down that back straightaway. Great camera work here this weekend. It gives you an idea of just how fast these carts are moving down the back straightaway. It's not as relative here on this shot of turn number 1 because they're coming at you, but when the camera tries to keep up, with the leaders going down that back straightaway, you really get an idea of how fast these DD2, these two-speed karts, are flying heading into turn 16 here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Weather is beautiful, as you see a few of our corner workers grabbing a quick drink. Sun is out, not a cloud in the sky this morning. Picture's so clear you can tell that was a Nestle water bottle, I think. But yeah, the weather has been beautiful here today. A little bit of overcast, never really rained on us yesterday, and then practice ended on Thursday evening with some slight showers in the area. But weather looks phenomenal today. Haven't looked at a forecast for tomorrow, but we're hoping to stay clean and clear blue skies. Because, man, when there's a little bit of precipitation looking like it might be coming, it gets humid out here. But right now, no clouds around us, and it is just a beautiful day for racing here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We should be looking at 6 to go at the line here. Kingsley's going to come across to click off lap number 4. Not a lot going on in this one. Kingsley, McCarthy, Gore, Thomas, and Mall still your top 5. And you can tell that not a lot's going on when I start talking about the weather in the middle of a race. Might go out to the tuner stand and start interviewing mechanics. Yellow flag flies down in turn 17. One driver is off the track. May have been De Oliveira, as he's the only driver who has not completed that 4th lap. So it looks like the 481 of Moises De Oliveira out of it. Minimax coming up next. The Torgerson boys have been running pretty well. Micromax and Minimax, Ashton in Micro, Austin in Mini. We'll see what Austin can do here in a little bit in that Minimax race. Those drivers need to be down on the grid. Here you see a shot of Michael McCarthy. He's gotten away from his closest competitor, Dev Gore. They were fighting for second place. Gore has slipped way back now, about 10 car lengths, the gap between the two of them. And then in 4th, it is still Rhett Thomas and Nathan Mall completing your top 5. There's a good shot there for a moment of the 481 of De Oliveira, as his car has come to a stop in the grass over in turn 17. So we will have at least one pickup to go grab over there. The rest of our drivers continue to lap here in heat race number 2. We've just passed the halfway point, folks. Don't forget to email us, maxspeedentertainment@gmail.com. Send us some shout-outs. Let us know what drivers you're cheering on, who you're watching, and all that good stuff as Jeff Kingsley continues to drive away from Michael McCarthy and Dev Gore here in our DD2 and DD2 Masters second heat race of the weekend. So as we near the end of this one, we check in, and it looks like Dev Gore has gotten back and found a lot of speed as he has gotten his way around Michael McCarthy. Dev Gore now runs in the second position, but McCarthy's not done with him, not by a long shot. They'll come down to see 2 to go at the line as they make their way up through the S's, and we'll head down the back straightaway now. Dev Gore, when we paused there for a few moments. It was the halfway mark, and he had about a 10-kart length gap to a race to catch up to Michael McCarthy, and that's exactly what he's done. He reeled McCarthy in, and he passed him, and now they're going to come down to see 2 to go. Kingsley's at the line now, and here come second and third place drivers Gore and McCarthy. They get hard on the brakes. The Burrells start to skate underneath the pressure as they head into turn number 1. And then in fourth place, Rhett Thomas has Nathan Mall starting to come on pretty strong. Mall is your DD2 Masters leader. This position would really mean nothing in the overall championship hunt, but it would help Mall out when it comes to starting order. Mall's running 5th right now. If he stays there, that's an inside row 3 starting spot, which in all honesty would not be too bad the way these races have been going so far. Michael McCarthy just trying to get back around Dev Gore, so he has another shot at Jeff Kingsley when the race goes green in heat number 3 after lunch this afternoon. He's going to have to really get on his game. Whoever is starting in that off-pole position is really going to have to be on their game because Kingsley is not missing a beat out there right now. White flags in the air, 1 to go, 17 corners remaining for Jeff Kingsley. There you see Dev Gore in second. Michael McCarthy is going to go to work as they come out of 1 over the right-hander, then the left-hander, turn number 2, into 3, a long, lazy left-hander, and they get shot over the dog leg. Into 4, they'll head into the infield. 5, the right-hander. 6, the left-hander. Passing for position a little bit farther back. Dev Gore just trying to keep McCarthy behind him. And then what about Rhett Thomas and Nathan Mall? Not much going on there. We stick with the fight for a second. Out of 8, they head to 9. McCarthy's going to try something in 10, maybe. He pulls out, takes a look. Dev Gore's going to run him way down to the inside. They're side by side. Oh, and Gore runs up over McCarthy's front bumper. That sends Gore over a corner. He may be deemed for cutting the track there. Not sure. Rhett Thomas doesn't care. He gets around Gore. Thomas now up to the 3rd position with the comp cart. There's your leader. Jeff Kingsley into 16, out of 17. Checkered flag waves. He's your winner. What about the rest of these positions? Dev Gore's going to fall from 2nd as Rhett Thomas comes home in P2. Nathan Mall also gets around for 3rd place. Gore ends up 4th. Nagel 5th. And Michael McCarthy comes home in the 6th position. So a very wild last lap here in DD2. It's just what they say, folks. It's never over till it's over. Luis Zervigon 7th, Liccardi 8th, Zaragoza 9th, and McKenna Carey lays down her best lap on her last lap in 10th. Conrad Park 11th, Pellerin 12th, and De La Vera 13th. Great run there in DD2 and DD2 Masters as Kingsley is your winner in Senior and Mall is your winner in Masters. That'll do it for our double speed drivers. We will now get ready for our 3rd to last race of the morning session. Mini Max coming up on grid now. Masters Max behind them, and then it will be Shifter Senior and Shifter Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters. So as you see a live look at our grid down there, the 2 gentlemen with their backs to you as we zoom in now on our pole sitter, the 157 Tyler Gonzalez. But we did have Mario and Austin from OGP on camera just a moment ago there. You see them as their drivers pull away from the grid now. They were standing around the 187 of Jeremy Fairbairn. Drivers now make their way completely off the starting grid and onto the racing surface. This Mini-Max class is brought to you by PSL Karting. They just picked up a few impressive victories there in DD2. And now their class, Mini-Max on track. This is the 2nd heat of the weekend. Tyler Gonzalez, your Mini-Max main event race winner from the U.S. Open of Las Vegas last year, will roll off from the pole position. Then it's Medford, Oregon's Austin Torgerson out of the BBR Karting 10. BBR Karting, Blake and Bryce Choker Racing. Don Choker, the team manager over there. I don't know. Blake might fight for title of team manager, but I'll tell you what, I think it's Don Choker who's really doing the hard work and asking those in-depth questions of his drivers over at BBR Karting. And Austin Torgerson driving for them. He's going to roll off in the second position. Jetpack Jack Crawford joining up with Kuna USA this weekend. He starts third with Miss Jade Hubert in the 121, starting fourth. Jeremy Fairbairn from Ocala Grand Prix rolls off fifth with Jesse James Mitchell, a local driver, starting in the sixth position. Yusuf Mula starting seventh, and Thomas Nepview in eighth. Austin and Mario find their position on the mechanic stand to take in what will be a breathtaking Mini Max Heat Race number 2. Ethan Arndt rolls 9th, Arias Duke Medjin 10th, Aiden Fox 11th, Ethan Ho 12th, Elio Giovanni 13th, McDonough 14th, and Cole Killian rolling off in the 15th position. Our drivers making their way around the track. Oh, they were back behind the MG Tires arch. I couldn't find them. This is the best formation lap I think we've seen all day. They are nice and slow, making their way around the S's, 11, 12, and 13. Boy, Gonzalez sure has got him down to a crawl. Making their way. The trip down the back straightaway is going to take quite a while, I think, at this pace. But yeah, Gonzalez has been on a tear here in Minimax racing over the last year or so, picking up that victory in dominant fashion at the U.S. Open of Las Vegas. Yeah, Hannah Greenemeyer and Jeremy Fairbairn complete the podium out there in Las Vegas. Gonzalez, your victor. Torgerson rolls off second here. Jack Crawford third. Jade Hubert fourth. Fairbairn completes the top five. Like I said, Mitchell will end up starting this race in the sixth position. There you see him. Coming down 2 by 2. Another 7-lap race for our Mini-Max drivers, brought to you by PSL Karting. This will be a very competitive category throughout the weekend and throughout the season as drivers make their way over the S right there, turn 16. They'll make the right-hander turn 17, and they'll fall into the tram lanes. Chuck Yoder points them into the lanes as we're going to get ready to see the green flag from our chief starter, Cameron Egger. What do you say? Let's go racing! Green flag flies. And Austin Torgerson trying to hold his own on Crawford, but Crawford's going to get the second spot away and maybe bring Fairbairn. No, Torgerson runs wide. Oh, and Hubert goes for a spin in the middle of the pack. One driver looks like Mitchell into the grass. Everybody keeps rolling, though. Torgerson's going to slip back to third, but it was a great effort on his part. No, Torgerson's going to end up in fourth, I believe, as that should be Fairbairn in the third position, but Torgerson did a great job at carrying a ton of speed out on the high line through turn 1, and I really thought he'd be able to beat Crawford back into the second position, but it was not going to happen. Crawford picks up second spot. He's right behind your leader, Gonzalez, as they come out of 10 into the S's, 11, 12, and 13. So it's going to be Gonzalez, Crawford, Fairbairn, Torgerson, and then fifth just maybe Duke Medjin. I'm not sure. I believe it is Duke Medjin, that fifth position. Torgerson's going to go to work for the third position on Fairbairn down the back straightaway. Does he pull out to try and pass? No. Fairbairn shows him the rear bumper. So coming out of 17 to complete the opening lap, it is going to be Gonzalez, Crawford. Oh, two drivers get together in the back. That's going to be Arndt collected in it. And I'm not sure who the other driver was. That might have been Jade Hubert. It was. No, was that Duke Medjin? I think it was Duke Medjin. That was Duke Medjin. Involved in the incident on the exit of turn 17 with Ethan Arndt. So that's a big blow for the AM Racing team, as that's Duke Medjin and Jade Hubert both involved in lap 1 incident. So that is not good. One driver's slow coming out of turn 13, does a little hop in the seat to get it fired back up and get going. David Pregante puts his cart down on the ground as he'll head out on track in Masters Max. Josh Huff wearing the U.S. Open Las Vegas event shirt that Pregante had printed up. When you finish on the podium in Masters Max, you need T-shirts with your name on them. Up front, though, here in Mini-Max, it's Gonzalez, Crawford, Fairbairn, and Torgerson. Your front four, they come down the long back straightaway here. They'll see 5 to go when they get to the line. A quick 7-lapper here for these young kids. Front four, you all see them hunched up on the steering wheel. Then they back off and get on the brakes coming into the corner turn number 16. Drivers come down the front straightaway. Gonzalez does not have a very big lead over Jack Crawford, and they all need to watch out because Fairbairn, the quickest driver on the track last time by, 1:07.607. Fairbairn down to the inside in turn 3, can't make the pass stick, but Crawford knows Fairbairn's intentions now, and they're not good. Fairbairn wants that position away from Crawford. They head into turn 7. The late braking left-hander. Fairbairn takes a look, can't get the spot. Crawford now playing defensive as they head into the double right-handers. 8 out of 8 into turn 9. Then they'll make the run down the short chute. This could be a really good opportunity for Fairbairn to take a look. Does he? No. Stays in line. Austin Torgerson right there as well as they roll through the S's. 11, 12, and 13. Gonzalez showing the way, trying to pull away as Crawford, Fairbairn, and Torgerson play patty cake for second, third, and fourth. Down the long back straightaway, Crawford gets up on the wheel, tries to close in, and he does more than that. He takes a look to the inside. No. Gonzalez defends. They roll out of 60, now into 17. 4 to go at the line as we're just past halfway. Gonzalez, your leader. Crawford second. Fairbairn third. Torgerson fourth. A little bit farther back, you're going to see Yusuf Mula all the way up into the top 5. Up front, the top 4 continuing to dice it up. Yusuf Mula, great run for him as he's up to 5th. Nepview in 6th. Killian 7th. Jesse James Mitchell 8th. Duke Medja 9th. And Giovanni rounding out your top 10 as the drivers make their way into the double right-handers. That lead pack, they're all about a cart length between each one of them right now. Gonzalez got a really good run out of 16 that last time across. Now he's able to pull out a pretty big lead ahead of Crawford. That leaves Crawford to play complete defense against Fairbairn as they come across the stripe one more time. Nearing the end of this race, they should see 3 to go right there, and they do. Your front 4, that lead pack, the ones we're watching right now. Again, farther back, you see Thomas Nepview now get around Yusuf Mula. Nepview up into the 5th position. Mula back to 6th. And then that should be Duke Medjin trying to climb back up after the lap 1 incident in turn 17, and he's doing very well. Duke Medjin back up to 7th. Mitchell 8th, Killian 9th, Giovanni your top 10. Ethan Ho 11th, Hubert 12th, McDonough, Arndt, and Fox the field as they run right now. So things have not exactly calmed down, but not as close as they were at the start of this one. Masters Max down on the grid, getting ready to go. Mini Max nearing the end of this one. They'll see 2 to go when they get to the line. I'll tell you what, we got the number 600 of Brandon Abaddon making his way into the grid area here, and he has some guests with him down on the grid. The 600 making his way. He'll be starting this race from the 9th position. But he's got himself a posse. I'll tell you that right now. We're getting ready to end this one in Mini-Max, though. Lap and a half left in it. Gonzalez, Crawford, Fairbairn, and Torgerson. Nepview all by himself in 5th place. Mula in 6th. Duke Medjin in 7th. Nobody's really close enough right now inside the top 5. Fairbairn's the only driver who I think has a legitimate shot here at Crawford, the driver next closest to him. As they make their way into the double right-handers, Fairbairn all over Crawford. Crawford at this point has to go straight defense. He really can't worry about running down Tyler Gonzalez here as we are less than 2 laps away from the end of this one. They come into the S's that'll spit him out onto the back straightaway. Gonzalez pulling away. Last time by, the lead from Gonzalez back to Crawford, 0.2 of a second, and it's got to be bigger than that when they get to the line this time to see the white flag flying. Fairbairn, the gap between Crawford and Fairbairn, 0.2 of a second also, but it looks a lot closer than that when they come by here. Out of turn number 17, they're going to see the white flag flying. 1 to go here in Mini-Max. Gonzalez just has to put the thing in cruise control. Fairbairn is the driver who can really make something happen here. Nobody else in our top 10 is close enough to make a pass. As our drivers make their way around the track for the final circuit here. Gonzalez just has to get home in one piece. I'm not sure when Fairbairn is going to pull the trigger here on Crawford. How about there in turn 8? Oh, they make a little bit of contact. Fairbairn put a bumper to Crawford. Crawford defends. They're side by side in 9, and Crawford holds the spot. Great racing there for P2 and P3. They head out at 11, now up into the S's. Gonzalez is gone. Okay, this race is his, but it's the fight for second now. And after the contact between Fairbairn and Jack Crawford, that's allowed Austin Torgerson to reel back in and make this a 3-kart fight for second. Down the back straightaway, there you see your leader, Tyler Gonzalez. He's all alone, and Fairbairn is going to run out of steam and not have enough to challenge Crawford, at least not in heat race number 2. Gonzalez, your winner. Crawford holds on for second. Fairbairn third, Torgerson fourth, and Thomas Nepview aboard the Purell rounds out the top 5. 6th place goes to Duke Medjin, Yusuf Mula 7th, Mitchell 8th, Killian 9th, and Giovanni your top 10. Jade Hubert comes home 11th after being caught up in a turn 1 incident. Ethan Ho 12th, McDonough 13th, Arndt and Fox complete the field. So good run there for Tyler Gonzalez. He is running away with it here in Minimax. 2 races left to go in the morning program. Masters Max down on grid. Shifter Senior and Shifter Elite start getting ready. So we're getting ready. You see a live look at our Masters Max grid. See some pretty serious people down there. Derek Wang starting on the front row with Stepanov and Nikhil. We zoom in right on those knees of his that he cuts off custom on those OTK shorts. You also see Richie Warren down there setting up the cart for Scott Roberts. Some of the Ocala Grand Prix drivers getting ready to do battles. They fire up and drive away. But the man they're all chasing right there, the 625 on your monitor. Yeah, Riley Dickinson's going up in the air, man. He's going to get a good view of this one on the man lift at Orsalon Racing. Oh, yeah, you can go higher than that, man. You're going to want to see this race. Mike Rollison coming out of retirement last season and running the U.S. Open of Las Vegas. Ran very well, ended up scoring the victory, and now he's back at the U.S. Open of New Orleans. He's starting this race on pole alongside Northwest adversary Derek Wang. Boy, as these tuners walk back from the grid, you got Josh Huff with the sleeves rolled. Man, the guns are out today, folks, here in New Orleans. And when the breeze hits Stepanova just the right way, you can see those old pythons out as well. Richie Warren rolls them up. Wes Boswell, he'd roll up his sleeves, but there's always a shadow from his nose on his arm, so there's no point in getting a tan on those. Those tuners, they're going to come up here in a minute and probably break down the door to the scoring tower, and we'll say hi, and we'll talk. Maybe we'll get a live interview with one of these guys as they come up here onto the mechanic stand. Boswell, tell us about your driver's chances. What do you think? How's this one going to go? He's got Derek Wang, who was really fast at the end of the day yesterday.
Yeah, Wang looked like he had some pretty good speed yesterday in the heat race. I think Raleigh's made a couple changes to the cart, so we'll see how it goes today. I'm focusing a lot on Cleveland. We want him to do well. We were looking for a 1-2 for RPG.
Yeah, Billy Cleveland, the other RPG driver. You're up here on the mechanic stand. You've hopped the fence, and you're sitting on the edge with Stepanova and Nikhil. How do you feel? Like, does that make you feel a little bit closer to the action, being on the other side of the fence?
Oh, yeah, especially with the guy that took pants and cut him off into shorts.
Yeah, it's a bold look for Stepanova and Nikhil. This is interesting. Wes Boswell, the tuner for Mike Rawlson, your pole sitter, and Stepanova and Nikhil, the tuner for Derek Wang on the off pole. And they're sitting here like they're old good friends. Josh Huff, how's your driver look?
We're looking good. We're working on getting the thing freed up a little bit and see what we can do here.
David Burgande driving from the setup go-kart of Josh Huff as we're getting ready for our Masters Max race to come in and out of turn 17. I'll be looking for the green flag. A quick 10 laps here. Raleigh on the inside. Wang on the outside. Roberts and Cleveland in row 2. Cam Egger, let's go racing. Green flag flies, and Wang gets the whole shot as he gets shot out of a cannon and gets around. But Billy Cleveland beats him out of turn 1 and grabs the lead. Wang battles back in 3, and he turns Cleveland. Billy Cleveland sitting sideways after Derek Wang gets shot out of a cannon, and that's going to be John Robichaux, I believe, leading him out of turn 6 into 7. So what an opening lap right there. Derek Wang gets shoved from the outside of row number 1 past Rollison, gets the lead heading down into 1, but Billy Cleveland carries all this speed around that we didn't even see him at the start, beats Wang on the exit of 1, They head into 3. Wang forces the issue. Cleveland gets tapped and goes around. Foul play, I'm not sure. That's not my decision. I don't have any input on the matter, really. It was just a really exciting opening few corners. So as they come down, Derek Wang's going to battle Robichaux on the inside in 16. He's going to shove Robichaux wide. Cones fly. This is a wild Masters Max race. For the oldest drivers here this weekend, man, they have just put on the most exciting opening lap. And something tells me it's not over. Bonner Moulton joins Wes Boswell on the tuner stand here, cross-legged, as where did Raleigh get shoved back to after all that? He runs 5th on the track right now. Derek Wang making pretty big waves, stepping over Nikhil. Your driver is being aggressive at the start of this one. That was a wild opening lap. Man, if we had instant replay, we would just replay that entire last lap. So Robichaux now back to 2nd. He's been relegated to the 2nd position. Big thanks to Chris Ritter for the grammar correction on that one. Robichaux's been relegated to the 2nd position, and now he's got Scott Roberts going to work on him for that spot. Roberts in 3rd now. He wants Robichaux's spot of P2, but they got to watch out for the cosmic of Mike Rollison. Raleigh's going to take a look down the back straightaway. He's on the inside. Oh, they almost made it 3 wide, but that is just a few too many go-karts to go through that portion of the track. Roberts gets around Robichaux for the 2nd spot. Robichaux slips back now to 3rd aboard the Esprit chassis. Roberts on the Tony kart in 2nd, and then it's the Fernando Alonso of Derek Wang leading, and then capping off the top 4 is Mike Rollison. The trick, you got to know all 4 of those chassis, they may be different. You got an FA kart leading, a Tony kart in 2nd, an Esprit 3rd, and a Cosmic 4th as Raleigh to the inside. Oh, and Raleigh clips a curb and goes around trying to pass for 3rd place. Rollison out of it. Does he get fired up and continue on? Oh, they put that MG tire arch in the perfect spot for us to not see anything in that section of the track. He's still sitting in the middle of the track. Rollison's race looks to be done early. Oh, heartbreak for Wes Boswell. Both of his drivers involved in early incidences here at the start of our 2nd heat race. This one has been nutty, to say the least. Derek Wang's going to lead him out of 17 to see 7 to go here. Scott Roberts is now in 2nd. It was Raleigh going on the inside of John Robichaux to try and make a pass for 3rd in the late braking left-hander turn number 7. Well, Raleigh got up on the curb, hopped, slid into Robichaux, and there was just not enough room there for 2 go-karts, apparently. Raleigh out of it early on. So what does that mean, folks? That means he's going to be coming from the back of the grid in heat race number 3 coming up later this afternoon after lunch. Our Masters Max drivers out on track brought to you by GP Falcon. Our stock Honda Senior and stock Honda Masters drivers on the grid getting ready to roll out. Nick Neri and Sabre Cook had one heck of a battle in the heat race yesterday. We're looking for more of that, but don't count out Sky Finley in the 327 Sodi kart. There's a lot of big hitters in this one getting ready to roll out next. You check in now with our leaders on track. Derek Wang has Scott Roberts right behind him. Roberts, your reigning U.S. Grand National Champion when we went to Kershaw last year, is not going to let Derek Wang just walk away with this one. Roberts in 2nd. He's right on Wang's back bumper as they come out of 17 down the front straightaway. Does Roberts take a look in 1? Yes, he does take a look, and he takes more than that. He takes the lead, but Wang with a beautiful crossover. Oh, man, everybody Wang Chung as Derek goes back to the lead here in Masters Max. Pulled a great crossover on Roberts. Roberts committed to the pass down in 1. He's going to work, tapping the back of his helmet. Wang is, but something tells me Scott Roberts isn't going to be down to work together. Yeah, there might be another signal being shown right there as Wang and Roberts are having themselves an old-fashioned, what would Chris Wheeler call it, a huckabuck up there at the front as they battle for the lead here. But, man, you just lose a bunch of drivers. Billy Cleveland gets taken out at the start due to contact with Wang over in turn 3. Then Raleigh gets taken out due to contact with Robichaux over in 7 on lap 5. I mean, this race has seen a lot of attrition early on here, and it's been entertaining, that's for sure. But you always have to remember, folks, these races are unofficial. The directors out on track and the stewards in the office will go to work and take a look at these results and look at what brought us to these results. And you always have to remember, the results are unofficial until notified otherwise. And I'm just saying that because we've already had some crazy stuff go on in this one. You never know what can happen 15 or 20 minutes after a race. We check in with our leaders on track now. Wang still showing the way to Scott Roberts as we're going to come down to see 4 to go as we've just passed the halfway point here in Masters Max. There's a good shot of Billy Cleveland. Has he gotten his all the way back up to, let's see, where is Billy Cleveland out on track right now? So timing and scoring showing Billy Cleveland in the 6th position, I believe. He's going with his Christian name this weekend, William Cleveland. It's very sophisticated. It's a good look for Billy. So we're going to refer to him as William Cleveland in the 658 from Rollison Performance Group. First and second, Wang and Roberts. Then in third, that looks like Zach Rouse, Brandon Abaddon in the 600. Start running 4th right now. Let's confirm that when he comes by. Yeah, in 3rd place, it is the 604 of Rouse, and then here comes 4th place. That is Cleveland. So Cleveland, the 658, is actually in 4th place, and then Abaddon is in 5th, Jim Carey 6th, James Dix 7th, Terry, Crease, and Pergande, your top 10, and the 600 of Brandon Abaddon had, like I said, a bit of a posse following him down onto the grid when he brought his cart to staging. They'll be pretty happy. Good run for Brandon. 5th place running right now with 3 to go when we get back to the line. There's Billy Cleveland, and then there you see the driver we're talking about, Abaddon, in the number 600. He's running 5th right now. Right behind him is Jim Carey. No, not the Canadian comedian, a Coloradoan. He runs 6th, and James Dix is 7th. Dix has a good shot at getting around Carey right here as they come into the S's. And boy, look at the lead Derek Wang has pulled on Scott Roberts as they head down the back straightaway. So Roberts with 3 to go when they get to the line. He just went purple last time by. Let's see what the numbers look like here. The lead was 1/10 of a second last time by. It shrinks to 2/10. Or no, it grows to 2/10 of a second. I apologize. So Wang doing a good job at pulling away from Scott Roberts here in the late stages. Rouse still all by himself in 3rd place. Cleveland alone in 4th. Abaddon still in 5th. Carey 6th. And Dix in 7th. Dix trying to find a way around Carey. He got a little sideways on the exit of 1. But he is close as those drivers are continuing to battle for 5th and 6th. That's about the closest race I think we have on track right now. Roberts is right on Derek Wang's back bumper, but it comes and goes in stages, it almost seems like. Let's see what he does here through the S's. Crazy couple of first opening laps here in Masters Max, and then we seem to have lost a little bit of that excitement here towards the end of it. They'll see the sticks, 2 to go. Maybe that's what will pump some action into it. Sean Owens enjoying the action as well. The DKC guys have a new toy. Here they come down the straightaway to see 2 to go. Let's look at the numbers. Roberts stays right at 2/10 of a second behind Derek. Roberts not able to keep the cart planted down to the inside through turn 1 as well as Derek is, and that's what really allows Derek to open up quite a bit of a lead. Now we have a fight for 5th place as Abaddon has Carey down on the inside. Carey gets through in 1. Abaddon tries to cross him over. Contact. Oh, it's a 3-cart jam up right there. Abaddon loses it in the grass. Backs it almost into the barriers. That was like a 30-second wreck right there. That wreck took about half of a lap to happen. What happened was Abaddon opened up the inside. Carey threw it in, got the position, but Abaddon tried to cross him over. And then Carey started to come back. Carey was on the left-hand side of Abaddon. Carey's right rear ran into the left front of Brandon Abaddon. And then while that was happening, James Dix tried to go on the right side. So basically, you've got carts staged, staggered 3 wide. And when Carey kept coming over to his right to set up for the left-hander turn number 3. Oh, boy. Scott Roberts tried to make a move on Derek Wang right there, but basically, the long version of that short story is that Abaddon goes around for a spin in the grass after contact between Jim Carey and James Dick. Abaddon was just the kind of the meat in that sandwich and had nowhere to go, got spun through the grass, and that's going to end his race as he is up and out of the cart over in turn number 3. Derek Wang goes purple as he sees the white flag fly. Minute 4.696. Scott Roberts, I don't know. I think he might end up with a second-place finish here as Raleigh stands in the grass and watches the race that he should have been up there battling for come to an end. Wang driving very well right here. Roberts in second, Rouse third, Cleveland fourth, Carey fifth. Down the back straightaway, Derek Wang looking solid here. He's just got to make these last two corners. Roberts is not going to be close enough to try anything. Checkered flag is going to wave over the Asian occasion. Derek Wang scores the victory. Scott Roberts goes purple on his final lap with a minute 4.375. Good lap for Roberts. Zach Rouse ends up third. Cleveland fourth. Jim Carey fifth. James Dick sixth. Curtis Carey seventh. Crease eighth. Abbott in ninth. And then Pergonde ends up 10th after only completing 4 of the 10 laps. So we're not sure what happened to all of the inquiring viewers back home about David Pergonde. I'm not positive. Josh Huff did just leave the stand. If I get a chance, I'll check in with him. But Pergonde out before the halfway point. Robichaux ends up 11th after only completing 2 laps due to contact with Mike Rollison, who ends up 12th. Good look at our Stock Honda Senior and Stock Honda Masters field as they are gridded up, ready to go. Crazy Masters race, I'll give you that much. You know what? We have a few pickups. I wonder if it'd be worth running down and trying to talk to anybody. Let's go try and talk to Derek Wang and a few of these other drivers up front here in Masters Max. So we're down here in the scale line now as our Masters Max drivers wait on the scale house to open. Derek Wang scoring the victory out of Scott Roberts. Guys, you had a fantastic battle. Derek, tell me about that start. You got shot out of a cannon, beat Raleigh down into turn 1. Just tell me about the start, first of all.
Yeah, the start went pretty well for us. I don't know what Ralston was doing, but we just kind of wet, and it was okay. Then we got into turn 2 a little bit, and I got into Billy just a little bit, so I'm glad he was able to recover. The rest of the race was pretty standard.
You know Roberts was as close as he was. He had a few good shots at you at the end.
Yeah, he passed me actually one time, and then I just passed him back, and we just kind of kept going. It was a heat race, so I figured that we wouldn't be battling too hard and make huge mistakes or anything like that.
Derek Wang, the winner. Congratulations. Scott Roberts, good run. Tell me about it.
Oh, it was fun. We got to get Derek to make some mistakes, and maybe we got a chance at him. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Raleigh and Robichaux. I saw him out there on the side of the track. Tony, I'm sure your announcing, too, was probably amazing. We couldn't hear it, though. We were on track.
My announcing was okay. It wasn't as great as your beard. You look awesome. And then Billy Cleveland over here talking to Derek Wang. I'm going to see if we can get in really quick. Billy, that was a crazy race. Tell me about it.
Well, we got a little ambitious on the start, and, it's go-kart racing. But it was good. I mean, decent recovery, and saw my boss out on the grass there, so I'm not sure what happened there. But had a good time, made good recovery, so we'll see what happens the next heat.
All right, good attitude, Billy Cleveland. Congratulations on the good run. Derek Wang, your winner here in Masters Max. We're getting ready to roll out with our last heat race of the morning. It will be Stock Honda Senior and Stock Honda Masters as our drivers are here in the scale line. We also got Zach Rouse down here coming home third place. Zach, I don't know much about you. Tell me something.
I race go-karts out here at NOLA. My wife let me come out here and play, and just bring it out here on a garden trailer and have fun.
Your wife let you come out and play. That's a nice wife.
Yeah, she's great.
All right, well, congratulations on the third place. We'll see you in the next heat race coming up this afternoon. So that'll do it for Masters Max. There's a couple drivers are coming back on the hook now. Coming up next, Shifter Senior and Shifter Master. So again, big thanks to our Masters Mag drivers who took a few moments and talked to us down there in the scale line. Derek Wang coming away with the victory. It'll be interesting to see what we have a chance to talk to old Raleigh. He told me he wasn't really throwing the move. It'll be interesting to see what happens in our last two heat races coming up this afternoon. We'll break for lunch, and then it'll be time for heats number 3 and number 4, which will set the grid for our main events. On track now, our last heat race of the morning is the Energy Kart USA Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters field. Coming out of Energy Kart USA, the one and only Miss Sabra Cook showing the way in the first heat race yesterday after a very impressive last lap battle with Nick Neri. Neri teaming up with Champion Racing and Intrepid with Rodney Berryhill. Neri going to roll off in the second position after a drag race to the finish line with Sabra in that first heat race yesterday. Sky Finley spent a lot of time on the DR kart. Now he has switched over to the Sodi chassis with Dallas Karting Complex, and boy, has the switch worked out for them pretty well. Finley running very well on the Sodi kart. Then you have Austin Wilkins, another DKC driver in the 329 starting fourth. Chris Jennings is going to roll off fifth, and he is in the Shifter Masters field. Important to remember that. Ryan Kinnear also in row 3, so your third row all Masters drivers. Casey Ross will roll off right behind those guys with Taylor Ross in 8th, Carson Mueller 9th, Stephen Lavana 10th, Brady Ross 11th, Blaine Cabin 12th, Templeman 13th, Lee 14th, Lankenyow 15th, Schermerhorn, Rhodes, the rest of your field. And remember, we are waiting on Harry Gottsacker, who will be here in time for the finals tomorrow afternoon. Folks, it's the last heat race of the morning. It's the Stock Hondas Senior and Masters on the grid, getting ready to go. Cook, can she repeat in victories after yesterday? What about Neri? Can he get out in front and stay there? And what about that DKC row 2, Finley and Wilkins? They cross them up at the back. Cam Hager says, close the visors, boys. We're getting ready to go shifter racing here in New Orleans. Green flag flies, and Kinnear does not get a great start in row 3. He gets swallowed up. Same with him has a very solid start down the inside of row number 1. She's going to get in the lead and hold on to it. Meanwhile, back behind them, they all fan out. Looks like Neri's able to hold on to that second spot, and Sky Finley's involved in a good battle back there for the third position. As drivers make their way down into the infield now. 7, the double right-handers, 8 and 9. Cook, your leader, as they head into 10. Cook backs right up to Neri's back bumper as they roll through 11, 12, and 13. The S is out of 14. They make the right-hander 15 down back straightaway now. Neri all over Cook's back bumper. He doesn't want to waste any time. Neri pulls up along the side, looks at Cook, and gets by her. Oh, and Cook runs wide and catches a whole lot of curbing as they come through the chicane right there. So Neri lets Sabra Cook know that the heat race win yesterday would not come as easily as it did yesterday, not today at least. Neri gets out in front to lead lap number 1. Sabra Cook back in a second. Sky Finley, Austin Wilkins, and Jennings complete your top 5 here. Talking about Ryan Kinnear not getting a great start. He's rebounded okay. He's up to 6th. He started in the position back there in row number 3. So really no harm, no foul, nothing lost, nothing gained for Ryan Kinnear. And then right behind him, it should be the Rosses, Taylor and Brady running 7th and 8th. We'll take a look as they all come around once again here, making their way onto the back straightaway. Yeah, Neri made a heck of a move down there at the end of the back straightaway to force Cook out of the lead. And then she's got the 2 DKC drivers right behind her, Finley and Wilkins. Wilkins trying to make a move on Finley. Man, right now I think they'd be smart to just team up and go run down Sabra Cook for that second position. Oh, Wilkins drops the wheel on the exit of 17. Finley's going to make a move on Cook down in 1. No, not close enough, not yet. So Cook holds on to second. That allows Wilkins to make up. Now he's going to take a look on the inside of Finley in 3. No. Oh, man, Wilkins and Finley just need to pair up and work together and reel in Sabra Cook, and then you could have a pretty solid-looking top 3 here. If those 2 drivers can get around Cook, it could be a totally different race here. She scored that victory in heat race number 1 yesterday. Sabra Cook racing with Energy Kart USA. Now Wilkins down the inside of Finley in 10. He's through. Shock one up for Austin Wilkins as he now moves into the 4th position. He'll take his shot at Sabre Cook. Again, we talk about Sabre Cook a little bit. She is racing Shifter Senior this weekend. Sabre's been involved in the sport for quite a long time, racing with her family's team, Energy Kart USA. Stacy Cook, for quite a while, was the U.S. importer for the CRG chassis line here in the United States. And then last year, things changed in the karting world, as they do quite often, and they moved from the CRG chassis, which Sabre had grown up on nearly her whole life, and they moved to the blue chassis, the Energy Kart, and became the U.S. importer for that chassis. Sabre has made the transition nearly seamlessly as she ran the CRG at the U.S. Open in Colorado at her home track in Grand Junction, and then was on the Energy for the final round of the U.S. Open in Las Vegas. Ran well, and she seems to be doing more of the same here. Cook, out of the Energy Kart USA stable, fighting to hold on to second place right now after an impressive Heat 1 win yesterday. Wilkins takes a look on her in the inside of 10. Not close enough, but they need to get on their horses and ride here because they're about to get caught up by these Masters drivers. Ryan Kinnear and Chris Jennings run 5th and 6th overall. Kinnear leads Masters, and they're starting to catch up to these senior kids. Meanwhile, Nick Neri completely checks out here, as we're not even halfway yet. He has a 2.2 second lead. It's going to be way bigger than that here. Wilkins is going to try something in 1. Let's see if he does. Yes, he pulls out, but not close enough. The lead from Neri back to the second place driver, Sabre Cook, 2.7 seconds. Sabre right now just fighting to stay in that second position, which would give her a front row starting spot when we get to the third heat race later this afternoon. Wilkins taking a look inside, outside of Sabre, just trying to make something happen. He still has his DKC teammate, Sky Finley, right behind him. That's the battle you're watching on your monitor right now. Out of 8 into 9. Cook in second place. Wilkins right there. He can almost reach out and grab second position, but he's just got to get a hair closer if he wants a really good shot down on the inside in one of these corners to get that spot away from Sabre Cook. Nick Neri, we talked about Sabre Cook being in the sport for a long time. Nick Neri's been in it just as long, and it shows, man, with the experience Nick Neri has. 4-time U.S. Grand National Champion in the Rotax categories. Now he's over here racing the stock moto. Certainly not his first time, as Austin Wilkins once again takes another look on Sabre Cook for that second position. But, man, Nick Neri has just raced everything out of the state of Florida. The kid has raced and won nearly everything he drives. So when you have a lot of talent like Sabre Cook, Nick Neri up there at the front, then you have some younger kids like Austin Wilkins, Skylar Finley, it's just going to make for a really solid battle. Ryan Kinnear is right there as well. You can see him aboard the Intrepid. The chassis breakdown right now looks like this. It's Neri going purple with 5 to go. He's the quickest driver on track aboard the Intrepid. Then you have Cook on the Energy, Wilkins and Finley on the Sodies. Kinnear completes your top 5 on an Intrepid. Jennings is driving the DR Court in 6th. Brady Ross, Sodi, Schermerhorn and Burrell, Mueller, Energy, and Rhodes and Energy. So, Energy Kart USA doing a pretty good job at getting some Energy Karts out to the public for 2016 as they are running inside the top 10 pretty well right now. Wilkins is solid out of 17, but just can't get close enough to really challenge Sabre for that second spot. We're working 4 to go right now. Remember, it is Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters, meaning that you have 2 separate classes, 2 separate races. Ryan Kinnear leads the way in Masters. He runs 5th overall, but he is your leader in Masters. And then Sky Finley leads the way. Nick Neri leads the way overall and in Senior. So it's always important to remember that here and in DD2, you have 2 separate classes with 2 very different groups of drivers. Neri is just driving away from everybody in this one right now. He'll see 3 to go when he gets to the line. Sabre Cook is really just fighting right now to make sure the Sodi Kart drivers of Wilkins and Finley do not get around her. Wilkins, is he going to take a look at the end of the back straightaway? No, not close enough. But if he nails 17 like he has been, he could have a good shot as they come down into 1. They cross the line to see 3 to go. Wilkins just not close enough. Let's take a look at the lap times. Cook, a minute 2.058 last time by. Wilkins, a minute 2.085. So the lap times nearly identical. Cook is just barely quicker each lap than Wilkins, and that's what you need to be. If you want to keep someone behind him, outrun him. That's all you have to do, and that is exactly what Sabre Cook is doing right now. I mean, it's simple, but It took me a while to get the logic, but it's true. If you just run quicker than them, they're going to have a hard time passing you. And that's what Saber Cook is trying to do right now. Nick Neri, he's running quicker than everybody. 4.5 seconds the lead from Nick Neri back to Saber Cook. And on a track this long, that is very impressive. He is just driving away right now. Wilkins gets a big run on Cook, gives her a shot as they come down the back straightaway. He just keeps getting closer and closer every lap, but it's got to be agonizing. Now Finley's going to pull out. Wilkins beats him to the punch, though. They're not close enough. This is aggravating if you're a Sody Kart fan right now. This is aggravating if you're a DKC or an Austin Wilkins and Sky Finley fan. They're right there behind Saber Cook. And I'll tell you what, in my opinion, she's not driving defensive. She's not taking a hard line on anything. She's just beating them in and out of the corners by just enough to stay out in front of them. She's doing a great job at holding her position and maintaining solid pace right now. But here goes a pass for the second position. Finley, and is he going to be able to get it? Wilkins gets around Cook. Finley tries to come along for the ride. No, it's only going to be Wilkins. So finally, after about 8 laps of trying, Austin Wilkins finally clears Cook for that second position. She put up a valiant fight, though. Now can Sky Finley follow his DKC teammate through? White flags in the air for Neri. He's a country mile ahead of the rest of this field. Now Wilkins runs in second, Cook third. Finley doesn't try anything in turn 1. He's going to wait for the infield, I think. That's where Wilkins was able to make the pass on Cook heading into 10. Now Finley looks in 3. No, he locks up the brakes and slides. Luckily does not lose much ground on Cook. But Finley going after her now with everything he's got into 6. They'll head for 7. Finley, does he take a look? No, stays in line. I bet he waits for 10, just where he saw Austin Wilkins make the pass. They come out of 8 into the second right-hander 9. They'll make the run down the short chute. Here they go, heading for 10. Does Finley pull out and take a look? No, he's just not close enough. Not yet. They make their way through the S's. 11, 12, now 13. Wilkins using all of the curb to help the Sody chassis rotate through the corner. Down the back straightaway, Nick Neri can put his hand up and coast as he is going to come in and out of the final corner. Neri, your victor here in heat race number 2, and Finley gets Cook in the second to final corner, it looks like. Can she battle back? No. Wilkins ends up second, Finley third, Cook fourth, Kinnear fifth. Phenomenal battle there to end it in the Energy Kart USA Shifter Senior and Shifter Master class. Brady Ross comes home 6th. Ryan Kinnear is your winner in Shifter Senior. A lot of Sweet Tech engines out there running pretty solid right now as the Shifters put on a great show. Brady Ross comes home 6th. Ben Schermerhorn 7th. Jennings 8th, second in class. And then Mueller was 9th with Jerry Rhodes in 10th. Let's give you the breakdown by category. Nick Neri wins it in Shifter Senior. Austin Wilkins in 2nd. Sky Finley 3rd. Saber Cook 4th. Brady Ross 5th. Ben Schermerhorn 6th. And we're going to run downstairs really quick here and try to talk to a few of these drivers in the scale line and see what they have to do, see what they have to say about that race. Let's run downstairs really quick. So we're down here in the scale line with our Shifter Senior field as they make their way into the scale line. Nick Neri scoring an impressive victory. I didn't notice you. You were in an intrepid suit. How is it working with Champion Racing and Rodney and the gang?
So far it's been great. It's been the most fun I've had at a racetrack in years. It's really enjoyable hanging out with Rodney, Jordy, Ryan, all the Champion guys. And the kart's incredible. First time in it, qualifying pole, second and first in heat races so far, so can't complain too much.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you scale the cart. Austin Wilkins with a solid run coming home in second place after a good battle with Sabre Cook. Tell me about that fight, Austin.
Dude, it was incredible. It was so much fun being able to drive with everybody up front, and I mean, she drove a great race. It was just she was making it as hard as possible to get around her, but it was a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it looked like a great race. Congratulations, Sky Finley. You were able to join that battle as well with Sabre and Austin. Tell me about the fight. Just how much fun is it out there? How much fun are you guys having?
It was great. Good competitors. It was awesome driving out there. Very, very well, good drivers, and it was just a fun race. I'm looking forward to the final on Sunday.
All right, you got a few more heat races to go, though, too, so look forward to those. Sky Finley coming on, and then we'll wrap up with Sabre Cook as she gets ready to roll across the scales. Good battle out there, Sabre, after the win yesterday. What do you guys got to do to get back up front in the next heat race?
We took a rest this time and made a change, and didn't work out so well, but I think in the long run, we might be better for the next 2 heat races the rest of the day.
All right, well, sometimes risks pay off, sometimes they don't. I mean, look at me, right? All right, so good job. Sabre Cook, after a heat race 1 win yesterday, comes home in 4th here in heat race number 2, so that'll do it. Ryan Kinnear, hey, you won the Masters race. Tell me about that.
That was a good race. Trying to keep up with the lights there is a little bit difficult, but yeah, no, the Intrepid's flying as always, and the Sweet Tech is crazy fast, and as you can see from Nick, we're both winning our classes, so.
Yeah, Champion Racing doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, it's great outfit, so can't complain.
All right, we'll let you scale get up there. So that's Nick Nary, your winner here in Shifter Masters. And while we're down here, Chris Jennings also came home second in that class. Chris, how you enjoying the U.S. Open?
It's been great. It's a great track, facility. The event's been going really smooth and awesome, and definitely happy to be here. Just got to find a little more speed.
All right, congratulations on the good run. We're getting ready to head into the lunch break now, folks. Thanks so much to everybody for tuning in live to our live coverage of the 2016 U.S. Open here at NOLA Motorsports Park this weekend. We're going to be back in just a little bit for heat races number 3 and 4. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Attention to the pits. We need drivers of the number 195, the 625, and the 688 to please report to the steward's office. Again, I need drivers of carts number 195, 625, and the 688 to please report to the steward's office. Thank you. Once again, Senior Max drivers, we're going to begin our third round of heat races, so I need Senior Max down into the grid, please. We're going to open that gate up in just a moment, and we'll get ready to roll. Senior Max, you are up. So here's the schedule, guys. We're getting ready to roll up with round number 3 of heats, and then we will do the 4th and final round of heats later this afternoon. We had morning warm-ups, round number 2 of heats, lunch, now round 3 and round 4 coming up. 2 sessions on each side of the lunch break. We're getting ready to wrap up lunch and go heat race number 3 racing. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. So once again, Senior Max drivers, if you're not already loaded into the grid, you need to be. We're getting ready to go here in just a few moments. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our live coverage this weekend of the opening round of the 2016 Sofina Foods U.S. Open presented by Fixie Wheels. My name is Tony Laporte, and we're back in the booth here at the beautiful NOLA Motorsports Park down in Avondale, Louisiana. They've played a great host to us so far this weekend. We're trying to return the favor with some awesome racing. This morning saw warm-ups and the second round of heat races on the weekend. Round 1 was run last night following qualifying sessions. Now we're into the afternoon portion of our race weekend here on Saturday. Rounds 3 and 4 of heat races. Progressive heat races, they line you up for the final based on points earned throughout the heats this weekend. On the track now, making their way down the back straightaway into the final 2 corners. It's the Rollison Performance Group Senior Max category. Gianfranco Mazzafaro will start on the outside of the front row. He gave Oliver Askew a good challenge in the heat race earlier this morning. Let's see if his PSL teammate in Mazzafaro has anything for the race win today. Askew, Mazzafaro, your front row into the tram lanes and out because the green flag flies, and Mazzafaro does not get a good start at all. He immediately falls back to third place as that looks like it's going to be Trenton Estep picking up the second spot as they head into turn 1. Mazzafaro tries to take a look down on the inside of Estep as they roll through 3, nothing working though. One Burrell runs wide on the exit. No, that wasn't a Burrell, that was the Sodi cart of Jake French. So Jake French runs a little wide on the exit of turn number 3 and loses 1 or 2 spots. We'll see where he shakes out. He started the race in the 7th position. There you see our lead pack coming out of turn number 8 into turn number 9, and they're led by the heat race number 1, the heat race number 2 winner, Oliver Askew, the Jupiter, Florida driver, leading the way here for the PSL karting team. And then you see Trent Estep running in second. Estep's coming off of a Junior Max Championship in the inaugural season of the U.S. Open last year. He's been bumped up to Senior Max, and he's already impressed, scoring the round 2 victory of the Sofina Foods Florida Winter Tour back in February at the Ocala Grand Prix. Estep was awarded the winner, outrunning the likes of some pretty big names in Senior Max, including Zachary Clayman DeMello. I mean, you had a lot of Austin Garrison, Kyle Kirkwood, a lot of the big hitters in Senior Max were out there in Ocala back in February, and Estep ran phenomenally and scored the victory in that category at the end of the weekend. Then right behind Estep, you're going to see the driver that started in the 2nd position. He runs 3rd now. It's Gianfranco Mazzafaro. And we talked about Mazzafaro earlier in this race, right when they were coming down to the green flag. Mazzafaro ran phenomenally well back in the first heat race earlier this morning. That was round number 2 of the heat. He just kept getting quicker. It was something like laps 4, 5, 6, and 7. He was quicker than Askew every one of those laps. Sometimes it was just by 100th or so of a second. But the point is, he was reeling in Oliver every lap and was doing a very good job. The race ended with a very slim margin, but it still was Askew. So now Mazzafaro makes a challenge on Estep down in the inside of that corner right there, and he's able to get around, so that puts Estep back to 2nd as they roll through the infield coming out of turn number 7. They'll hit 8 and 9 now. Good move by Mazzafaro, as that's going to drop Estep back to his original starting position of P3. And then let's see where the rest of the field is. Reynes von Comptown continues to run 4th, which is exactly where he started this race. He's the quickest driver out on the track, a minute 3.891. So von Comptown is going to start working on his Kuna USA teammate, Trent Estep. And that is a pretty interesting point we need to bring up. You have the PSL karting tandem of Askew and Mazzafaro running 1-2. Then it's Kuna USA with von Comptown and Estep running 3 and 4. And then it's the RPG teammates running 5th and 6th with Kellen Ritter and Walker S. So your front 6 positions are all occupied by teammates running back-to-back. Again, PSL in the top 2 spots, Kuna USA in the 3rd and 4th spots, and then RPG running 5th and 6th. Although Kellen Ritter has caught up to the back bumper of von Comptown, and he is going to go to work on trying to find his way around. But von Comptown is stuck in the middle of 2 pretty big hitters right now. Trent Estep out in front of him, and then Kellen Ritter right behind. So von Comptown has to be careful. He wants to play offense and go after his Kuna USA teammate, but he can't get too aggressive in chasing down the driver in front of him because he's got Kellen Ritter right back there. ready to pounce if anything should happen. Walker Hess is having a phenomenal run as well right there in 6th place, and he's running with the lead pack right now. And I really consider that the lead pack. Oliver's out there all on his own running away. And then your lead pack is Mazzafaro, Estep, Von Comptout, Ritter, and Hess. So Walker really putting the pieces together everywhere this young man goes. Walker Hess, he's fast, and they're always just missing something at the end of the weekend, whether it's in one of the heats that they get put behind the 8-ball in, or something goes crazy in the last couple acts of the final. Watch Walker now for the last year or so, and the kid's always fast everywhere they go, but they're just missing that last little bit, and whatever you want to call it, luck or whatever. That's all they've just been missing so far this season, and right now he's up on the wheel and running very well. He's about to crack the top 5 in an incredibly stout senior max field. Of course, I probably should quit talking about him because that's right about the time bad luck strikes these drivers. But my point is, Walker Hess driving very well right now, the driver out of Park City, Utah. Oliver Askew on your monitor now, driving away from the field. He went purple last time by, meaning he was the quickest driver on the track, a minute 3.587. His lead over Mazzafaro last time at the line, 0.7 of a second. The leaders come down the back straightaway when they get out of 16. Askew's right there, now through 17. Oliver will see the crossed flags from Cameron Egger, our chief starter, letting him know 5 down, 5 to go. The lead goes from 0.7 of a second to a full second. Estep, meanwhile, continues to work on Mazzafaro. He's right there. Last time by Estep laid down his best lap of the race, a minute 3.727. Mazzafaro was a minute 3.887. So Estep not only going his personal best, but he outran Mazzafaro that lap as well. That's the battle for second. You're watching on your monitor right now. And then Von Comptout is kind of faded. He's in the middle of the island right now, really all by himself. And then you got the RPG drivers of Kellen Ritter and Walker Hess still running well in 5th and 6th. Austin Garrison from Ocala Grand Prix runs 7th. Linus Lindgren is 8th. Jake French and Zach Holden round out the top 10. Brett Mitchell is 11th with Charlie Craig on the Praga in 12th. Ellis Musso 13th. Matt Pasesh 14th. And then Logan McDonough seems to have faltered on lap 4. And again, 325, Darren Keene. Heartbreak continues for this guy. He literally goes up and down almost every session. He qualifies very well. I think he was off pole in qualifying, starting 2nd place, goes into turn 1 in the first heat last night and gets pushed from behind, heavy contact made on the back end, throws his chain off, does some damage to the rear end of the cart. He has to start heat number 2 in dead last today, picks up 10 positions and cracks the top 10, runs really well, finishes 5th or something, I believe. And then today, he doesn't even leave the grid due to mechanical issues. So Darren Key not making it easy on himself, but man, if we've seen anything, it's that the guy knows how to pass when he does finally get out on track. So as our leaders make their way in and now out of the infield for the second to last time, when they get to the starter stand, they'll see 2 to go, 8 down in this 10-lap heat race. That's some quick max speed math for you. Micromax drivers are coming up next, so Micromax drivers need to be on the grid. There's that battle for 2nd place. Mazzafaro's done a good job after he got around Trent Nessop at holding on to the position, and he looks to maintain that speed as we near the end of this race. Askew just keeps getting quicker and quicker. Minute 3.290 as you see the driver right there make his way through the S. Is a very fast combination. If you're here for the U.S. Pan Am Games and the Grand Finals back in 2013, you remember a lot of drivers abusing that curbing, getting some pretty good air. Quick lap now goes the driver down in 7th position, the 329 of Austin Garrison. Garrison's been having to play catch-up ever since he was also involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident in yesterday's heat race with Darren Keene. It knocked Darren out of the running. Garrison was able to continue running, but did not finish very well, so he has been climbing the ladder slowly but surely throughout all of these heat races. Once this one's over, he'll have one more shot at it later this afternoon in the 4th and final heat race. Up front, not much going on, though. Oliver Askew continues to drive away the lead, 1.6 seconds. The biggest question right now is, will Oliver Askew make it at least a 2-second margin of victory before this one's all said and done? He's coming down the back straightaway. When he gets to the other side, he'll see the white flag waving here. One more lap to go, and Oliver Askew continues to inch closer and closer to a perfect sweep of the opening weekend here at the U.S. Open. White flag in the air, 1 to go. Askew's lead over Mazzaferro grows to 1.9 seconds, and now Mazzaferro has a lot more to worry about as Trent Estep has caught up to him. Brinus von Kamptown in 4th, Ritter in 5th. Let's see what Mazzaferro does, trying to keep Estep behind him. They come out of 5. The left-hander 6 down the short chute into 7. Does Estep take a look? Oh, he makes a little bit of contact. They're going to run nose to tail through the right-handers, 8 and 9. The right-hander turn 10 at the backside of the track is going to be a great opportunity if Estep can get a good run out of 9 here down the little short chute. No, Mazzaferro gets too good of a run out of the corner. Mazzaferro solid through the Estep. Estep goes to banging away on the curbs. Estep is solid in the S's, you could say. They'll head down the back straightaway for the final time. Trenton's going to really have to set something up in 16 and try to make something stick in 17. Out of the final corner, Estep goes 3 for 3, and Askew scores the win, and Mazzaferro gets Estep in the final 3 corners. So Mazzaferro holds on for 2nd place. Estep ends up 3rd. It's Oliver Askew sweeping the weekend so far here in New Orleans. Oliver Askew, your winner. Mazzaferro 2nd. Estep 3rd. Von Kamptown 4th. Ritter 5th. Hess 6th. So the trend of the team domination continues here. Top 2 goes to PSL. 3rd and 4th goes to Kuna USA. And then 5th and 6th goes to Rollison Performance Group. So pretty interesting trend right there. Garrison 7th, Lindgren 8th, Holden 9th, and Brett Mitchell in 10th. Charlie Craig was 11th, Matthew Passage 12th, Ellis Musso 13th, Jake French 14th, Logan McDonough and Darren Keene complete the order. There's a live look at your Micromax grid down on the down on the grid, getting ready to roll. Everybody always wonders when Senior Max goes out on track, will they have anything for Askew? Well, the question these days is becoming, will anybody have anything in Micromax for the Bennett drivers? James Agosi, Carson Morgan, your front row, the Bennett drivers up front here, and then it's going to be Ashton Torgerson and Schianti rolling off in 3rd and 4th. Aiden Rudolph, son of Alan Rudolph, starts 5th, and then Brandon Tyner rolls off 6th. Jeremy Fletcher will be 7th with Noah Baker in the 8th position. Jazz hands, Josh Pearson rolls off in 9th. You're going to see him right there. The number 41 is tuner Aaron Nelton, making some last-minute adjustments, making sure the GoPro is on. Josh is ready to go. I'm sure Josh's mom, Janelle, is watching live. There's Paige Crawford. Her mom is throwing some debris onto the grid. That's probably worth a penalty or disqualification or something. Yeah, there we go. We zoom back in now on Jen Crawford as she continues to throw debris onto the grid. Yeah, she has no idea. She is on everybody's monitors back at home right now. And, Jen, no matter what you do, everyone, we're keeping a camera on you. She's got some friends back home watching. Her daughter, Paige, wants to send a shout-out to a few people. Let me find the text message here. Nick and Joe back home. So big thanks to Nick and Joe for tuning in and watching Paige Crawford. It's always fun when we have a camera down on the grid and we can catch everybody down there before the races roll up. But again, it's going to be Agosi and Carson Morgan taking them out onto the track. Ashton Torgerson and Enzo Schianti start 3rd and 4th. Aiden Rudolph and Brandon Tyner are 5th and 6th, with Jeremy Fletcher and Noah Baker 7th and 8th. Josh Pearson and Santiago Trissini starting 9th and 10th. Big thanks to Jeremy Fairbairn for correcting my pronunciation of Santiago's last name. Trissini rolls off 10th. Paige Crawford is 11th. Nikita Johnson 12th. Jack Jeffers 13th. Kittleson 14th. Swan, Dyslexy, and LaRock round out your field. So as we get ready to complete our out lap here, I want to send also another shout out to Mr. Michael May, who's watching the coverage live from Dallas. Mike, we sure appreciate you tuning in. Your boys from the Dallas Karting Complex running very well out here this weekend. Jake French just got off track after running in Senior Max, and boy, there's a ton of stock motos out here from the Dallas Karting Complex. Mike, get your stuff in the trailer, man. Come out here and race with us. We'll be in Utah at the end of June. We sure would like to have you on track racing with us. And as well to everybody else tuning in live watching our broadcast. We sure appreciate it. Hope you're having a great weekend. Email us, maxspeedentertainment@gmail.com, I believe is the address. Let us know what you're doing, who you're cheering on, who you're rooting for, who you're rooting against. That's what I really want to know. Who are you rooting against this weekend? Email us at maxspeedentertainment@gmail and let us know. So we get ready to go here. Micro Max drivers making their way on the track as the shout-outs continue to come in. Walker Hess just came off of an impressive sixth-place finish. He wants to send a shout-out to the Schroeder family for coming out and watching. Man, we just got all kinds of people out here supporting the racing down in Louisiana. I like it. We're getting ready to go for the Micro Max's third heat race of the weekend. Up front, couple of Bennecks, James Agosi and Carson Morgan, getting ready to drop the gloves and go racing one more time here in Avondale. Agosi, Morgan, your front row, Torgerson and Scianti, the green flag waves, they break the tramlines, and we're off. Morgan just trying to hang tough on that outside. Oh, a couple carts get together in the middle of the pack, but everybody actually keeps it pointing in the right direction. Two Tony carts hook up side by side, and we finally get rolling. So James Agosi and Carson Morgan had a pretty good start right there. Carson Morgan just tried to hang tough as Ashton Torgerson sort of shoehorned his way into the second position. Agosi leads him through the infield, and then it's Torgerson right there in second. Carson Morgan dropping back to third, and then it should be Brandon Tyner, I want to say. Let's take a look as they make their way through the infield. First, second, third right there. That's Fletcher. That's Fletcher up in P4, I believe. So good start here for Jeremy Fletcher, the number 22. Again, they all fan out here, and after a big, crazy start like that, I want to wait till they get across the loop to confirm names and numbers to you. Josh Pearson going to work on a driver as they head down the backstretch. At least that looks like Josh's bright green helmet on the Tony kart. That's going to be Josh getting around for the 5th position, and they are still jockeying for spots all the way around this track, one lap into it. Agosi, your leader. Morgan back now up to second after clearing Torgerson in the infield. Pearson up to 4th. Fletcher in 5th, but Fletcher's going to make a good run at it on the outside of Pearson as they head to 3. No, Pearson has the spot. Fletcher's got to get out of the gas. And then behind them, you're going to have Brandon Tyner in 6th. LaRock all the way up to 7th. 10 spots in one lap for Diego LaRock, the young man out of Arizona. Saw a little bit of an issue in post-race tech inspection following that heat race this morning. He had to start the race in the back, but you know what? That didn't keep him there for long. 10 spots in one lap. Diego wheeling out here right now. Those Bennett carts, I'm telling you, here in Micro, they're tough to beat. Agosi leads, Morgan 2nd, Torgerson 3rd. Got to talk about the fact that Ashton Torgerson, little brother, big brother Austin, racing alongside Derek Wang out of the BBR pit this weekend. BBR making the trip all the way down from the west coast of Canada. Land I think they call British Columbia, coming all the way down. So running with Chris Black racing engines. Strapped to those carts this weekend, and you can see the speed is definitely there. No, one cone gets clipped right there in 16. Another driver runs right through the gap, so that worked out perfectly. And the coolest part was the cone landed right side up. So maybe they'll leave it there. See if drivers can avoid it. Josh Pearson, now your quickest driver on track. He's in the 4th position. He started this race in 9th after coming from the back in the earlier heat race this morning. Here you see him right there, Pearson, out of Wilsonville, Oregon. White suit, number 41 Tony kart, bright green helmet. Carson Morgan in 2nd right there. So, yeah, you see Morgan with the very similar Kuna USA. That's the Tony Kart graphics kit that you'll usually find aboard a Kuna USA Tony Kart. But as we look at the blue chassis underneath Carson Morgan, that is, in fact, a Bennett frame. The graphics kit can just sometimes throw you a little bit. He's running in second, and they're all chasing leader James Agozi. Now Josh Pearson pulls alongside his fellow Oregonian, Ashton Torgerson. Can he make the pass stick? No, not quite. So Torgerson keeps his foot in the gas and is able to keep Pearson behind him. And Diego Rock up another position to P6. No, now he's into P5. That is 12 positions in 3 laps for Diego Rock. The kid is on the move right now. We'll see if he can get any higher than that. The next driver on his radar is going to be the Tony Kart of Josh Pearson. There you see LaRock enter the frame for just a moment, that pure white helmet. Sometimes it's not trendy to have the all-white helmet, but, man, is it easy to pick out on track. That cue ball that Diego LaRock is sporting, man, you can see that thing from anywhere. So Josh Pearson continues to go to work on Ashton Torgerson as they come out of turn 10 now into the S's 11, 12, and 13. Carson Morgan is sitting aboard that Bennett just trying to hold on and reel back in his leader teammate, but he's also just trying to make sure he continues a good gap ahead of Ashton Torgerson and Josh Pearson. Let's see if Pearson takes another look on Torgerson. Pearson pulls out of the draft right up alongside Torgerson, down into 16. He's got the position. Pearson now into the 3rd spot. He'll close right up on Carson Morgan's back bumper. He's got the momentum on his side. Does he pull out and try to pass on Morgan? Yes, he does. Down in turn 1, Pearson. Let the good times roll. He's through. Pearson now into the 2nd position. Aaron Nelliton, how about it? The driver is up on the wheel in the number 41. So promote Pearson up 2 spots to the 2nd position. He's going to try and bring fellow Oregonian Ashton Torgerson with him. No. Morgan shuts the door as they head into the infield. So Pearson now up to 2nd, Morgan 3rd, Torgerson 4th, and then LaRock up to 5th. 12 positions gained over the race so far for the young Arizona driver. Up front, though, it's still James Agozi. After an impressive 2 passes in back-to-back corners, Josh Pearson now runs 2nd, Carson Morgan 3rd, and Ashton Torgerson 4th. Rest of the field sees LaRock in 5th, Fletcher 6th, Aiden Rudolph 7th, Tyner 8th, Scianti 9th, and Trissini rounds out your top 10. Paige Crawford running well in 11th, Noah Baker 12th, Nikita Johnson 13th, Jeffers and Dyslexy the top 15. Paige Crawford coming out of Long Island, New York. She's run very well on the Rock Cup platform that they run at the Florida Winter Tour during the first weekend of the 2. She's had some very good success aboard that Rock Cup engine. And she's continuing to transition and learn the road tax as best she can underneath the Iron Rock Motorsports pit. And Charlie Swain, they've run very well so far this season. And Paige is nearly cracking the top 10. Again, like I said, the Rock is a very different engine, a little bit better throttle response. It's just a different engine than the Rotax, and Paige has run very well on that Rock, but her transition to the Rotax has been solid, and she's running it here at the U.S. Open. She ran both weekends of the Florida Winter Tour, both Rock and Rotax, and here at the U.S. Open, you can only run Rotax, so she's continuing her education of that Rotax Evo engine package. She's running right now just outside the top 10 in 11th, and she runs her best lap of the race, a minute 10.847 last time across. We're inside of 2 to go now. They'll see the white flag when they get to the end of the back straightaway here. Agozi's lead continues to grow, mostly thanks to the fact he just went purple. A minute 10.573 for Agozi. Now a battle for second, trying to go on here. Carson Morgan wants to get around Pearson. Can't make the pass stick. White flag flies here. 1 lap to go. Agozi, your leader. Pearson in second. Morgan third. Torgerson fourth. LaRock fifth. Diego's going to have to settle for the 5th position. He's not close enough to reel in Torgerson. Not yet this late in the race. But, man, when we drop the flag on heat number 4 later this afternoon, LaRock is going to be a rocket. I guarantee you, starting from the inside of row number 3 in that 5th position, keep an eye on the number 56. And we're keeping our eye on the battle for second place right there. Pearson has the spot. The Wilsonville, Oregon driver has been phenomenal through 2016, scoring the victory throughout the Florida Winter Tour and coming home with the championship at the end of it. In Micromax, Pearson is going to be a tough one to bet against. He got around Carson Morgan for second place down in turn 1 about 3 laps ago, and he hasn't looked back since. James Agozi brings him out at turn 15, down the back straightaway for the final time. We talked about the battle for second. It may still be up for grabs here. Pearson trying to defend against Carson Morgan. Nobody moves low on the racetrack. Morgan's not going to take a look here. Wait for 17. Does he try something? No, not close enough. Your winner is going to be James Agozi here in Micromax, and Josh Pearson holds off Carson Morgan, but it's Morgan who ends the race as the quickest driver on track, minute 10.346 for Carson Morgan. Ashton Torgerson out of Medford comes home fourth, and then it's Diego LaRock coming from dead last on the grid in 17th to pick up 12 spots in the first 4 laps and finish the race in 5th. Aiden Rudolph comes home 6th, and then it's your West Palm Beach winner from the final round of the Florida Winter Tour, Brandon Tyner in 7th, Jeremy Fletcher 8th, Schianti 9th, and Trissini completing the top 10. Miss Paige Crawford brings home an 11th place finish. Noah Baker 12th. Nikita Johnson on the FA cart finishes 13th, while Jack Jeffers comes home 14th, and Danny Dyslexy 15th, with Jacob Kittleson and Enzo Swan completing the field in 16th and 17th. So AM Racing Engines Micro Max is done, which means next we're getting ready for Junior Max. This class brought to you by Kuna USA. We're going to get our Micro Maxes off the track here and bring you the grid for our Junior Max categories. They get ready to roll out on track next. Stick with us, folks. This is live coverage of the 2016 Sofina Foods U.S. Open presented by Fixie Wheels. Our Junior Max drivers fire up, and they're going to be getting ready to head out here in just a moment. Check, check. So we're now back on track here in New Orleans for our next heat race. It will be the Junior Max category, brought to you by USA. The big story is the drivers head out on track. The 258 of Matias Ramirez starting this race in the off-pole position outside row number 1 did not report to grid, I do not believe. So the 258 will not start this race from the off-pole position. On the pole position, however, will be the 274 Nick Bruckner. Starting the race third, as they were scheduled to leave the grid, will be Anderson Racing's Burrell driver, 269 Aiden Keel. Dylan Tavello will start fourth with Matt Latifi, rounding out the top 5. Maxwell Waithman rolls off 6th, with Riley Dickinson starting 7th. Peyton Durant starts 8th with Zoe Edenholm and Manuel Sullivan completing the top 10. Jacob Golick rolls off 11th with Alejandro Jaramillo in 12th. Nathan Ratton and Marcelo Garcia start 13th and 14th. Then it's Reese Cohen rounding out your top 15. So our Junior Max drivers make their way into the tramlines, and it's Dylan Tavella moving up to the off-pole position. Green flag flies, and we're off. Good, nice, slow start as Nick Bruckner brought him down perfectly. Everybody makes it through that turn one cleanly, and that's the cleanest start we've had so far this afternoon, maybe all day, and I'm going to give 100% of the credit right there to all of our drivers making it through the first 3 corners, to Nick Bruckner and how slow he brought them down to the green flag. That was a phenomenal start. Bruckner doing a good job now at defending against Dylan Tavella, the driver from New York, as Tavella was bumped up to the off-pole starting spot after Matias Ramirez did not report to grid. Aiden Keel running very well in third as well, and keep your eye on Matt Latifi. He and his tuner Steve Chapman have been doing a ton of work already early on in 2016, and their labor is starting to bear pretty nice fruit as Matt Latifi has been up in the front throughout the last couple rounds of the Florida Winter Tour, and he's running very well here aboard that Junior Max package at the first weekend of the U.S. Open. Bruckner takes a quick look over his shoulder. He sees Tavella about a half a cart length behind him. Tavella closing, and Tavella gets the lead on the entry into turn number 16. Tavella shot out of a cannon down that back straightaway, and it really wasn't the speed out of the corner. Bruckner's going to have an answer for him down in turn 1. Bruckner throws the slide job on him, brings Keel with him, brings Latifi with him, maybe he's going to bring Moolah with him. No, Tavella finally stops the passing attack as slots back to 4th when it's all said and done. Dylan Tavella had a good run down halfway to the back straightaway, and then past halfway, that motor just continued to kick. And, boy, Bruckner had nothing to do but just watch him go by. Bruckner gets him back down there in turn number 1. He regains the lead. Aiden Keel up to 2nd. As Dylan Tavella not wasting any time getting after it here. It's saying 10 laps. It's a short race here. You can't waste any time, really. But you also have to be careful because too early of a move can come back to bite you. Tavella was scored as the leader and the quickest driver on track that time by 1:06.584. But there is a live look at your 2 leaders, Nick Bruckner and Aiden Keel. Keel takes a look over his shoulder and sees that Dylan Tavella has gotten back around Matt Latifi to put himself back into the 3rd position. So all of our drivers come off of turn 17. Bruckner has almost no space between he and Aiden Keel in 2nd place. And then it's Tavella in 3rd, Latifi 4th, Solomon in 5th. There's a good shot of our 6th, 7th, and 8th place drivers, Manuel Solomon, Riley Dickinson, Waithman, and Edenholm. Meanwhile, it's the 294 Sydney, Australia's Reese Cohen out of the RPG 10, quickest driver on track at the end of lap number 2, 1:04.829. Bruckner brings them through the infield, out of 8, into 9. You see the smoke over there in the distance. NOLA Motorsports Park hosting a drift event this weekend here at Skid Pad. And all you have to do is step out of the scoring tower here, and you hear screeching tires all day, and you can smell the smoke. It's a pretty cool deal, the complex here at NOLA. You've got the big road course that IndyCar comes and visits once a year. You've got the back here. They've got a performance skid pad. NOLA has a ton of fun things to do here at their track, and they're combining a few of them here this weekend. Coming out to complete another lap, Bruckner shows the way to Keel. Dylan Tavella has gained what he lost at the start of this race. Now Keel's going to make a look down on the inside of the lead. Keel is there, and he's through. The Anderson Racing driver of Aiden Keel leads for the first time today, but Bruckner's going to try him right back in 3. Bruckner forces the issue. He's through, but Keel crosses him back over. Crisscross, don't stop till you get enough. Aiden Keel out in front, Bruckner in 2nd, Tavella in 3rd, Latifi 4th. Good front 4 pack right here. And then right there in 5th place, Manuel Solomon. There you see Keel, your leader on the Burrell. Bruckner in 2nd. Latifi now up to 3rd as he shows the way to the pack behind him. Now Bruckner pulls out of the pack down on the inside of 10. Bruckner's there, and he's through. Keel cannot cross him back over into the S's. 11, 12, and now 13. Bruckner does a good job at answering back to Keel, not getting frustrated, staying calm, and realizing when he had the right opportunity. They enter the back straightaway and go down to turn 16. Keel looks good and poised to take another move. No, backs out at the last moment. So Bruckner should lead this lap, where we saw a total of 4 lead changes. At the line, Bruckner's going to be your leader. Does Keel try something again in 1? No, he stays right on Bruckner's back bumper as Nick went down about a half a lane to defend on the entry to turn number 1. Turn 3, another good passing opportunity. Bruckner holds the pace at this point. In 3rd place that time at the line, Manuel Solomon has worked his way up to the 3rd position, the Mexico driver on the Cosmic. There you see him right there. Solomon last time by was 1:04.795, and due to all the racing back and forth, Bruckner and Keel were in the 1:05 second lap times. So Solomon has closed the gap to a minute 4.795. And then behind him in fourth place is Dylan Tavella. Matt Latifi rounds out your top 5. Don't reference race monitor, folks. The positions are changing constantly here in Junior Max. They're coming down to see the halfway mark this time by here in Junior Max, which means we need DD2 and DD2 Masters on the grid. Tavella closes right up on third place driver Solomon, but not close enough, not yet, to make a move. Bruckner starting to pull away from Keel slightly. The lead from Bruckner back to Aiden that time by was 0.2 of a second. Biggest lead we've seen in quite a few laps now. Good racing farther back down. Let's take a look at the running order as they are right now. There you see Bruckner, your leader, in the 274. Right behind him, the 269 of Aiden Keel. Then in third, it's Dylan Ella, who has gotten back around Manuel Solomon. Solomon on the Cosmic runs fourth. We're going to pick them up if we can here. There you see the battle for third and fourth. We stick with our leaders for a moment. Our leaders enter the back straightaway and make the long run down to turns 16 and 17, where they will be greeted with 4 laps to go. Continuing to look down the field, you'll see race monitor refresh right here. Bruckner, your leader. Aiden Keel in second. Tavella third. Solomon fourth. Fifth is Latifi. But Latifi's got Reese Cohen giving him a good run at it right now. Cohen to crack the top 5 here. He's on the inside in turn 3, and he does. And Cohen's going to bring along another driver. That should be Maxwell Waithman. So Latifi drops from 5th to 7th when it's all said and done. Cohen out to P5, Waithman to 6th. And then in 8th place, Riley Dickinson, Durant 9th, and Zoe Edenholm in 10th. Hannah Greenmeyer scored 11th, Jacob Golick 12th, Malozzi, Garcia, and Bruno, your top 15 here with less than 4 to go in Junior Max. Here comes Dylan Tavella as he is starting to reel in Aiden Keel for that second position. And not too far ahead of Aiden Keel is Nick Bruckner, your lead. Front 3 make the trip down the back straightaway once again. Tavella's going to pull out to pass Aiden Keel. This is the fight for second. Not much of a fight at all. Tavella now to P2. Manuel Solomon wants to come along. Does not make it work. They see 3 to go here. Tavella goes purple. That time by no. Cohen bests him. Cohen with a minute 3.938. Folks, the battle for the lead and the battle for the win is on. Bruckner leads them, but he's got Dylan Tavella hot on his heels at the line. Bruckner had run his best lap of the race, a minute 4.324, but Tavella was a minute 4 flat, nearly 0.3 of a second quicker than leader Nick Bruckner at the line that time by. We're working 2.5 laps to go now, out of 8 into 9, off the rumble strips. They'll head over the left-hander. They'll make their way to the right-hander, turn number 10. Bruckner just trying to make sure he stays smooth and hits his marks right now. It's in Dylan Tavella's hands to go up and take the lead. Aiden Keel right there in third in the bright orange helmet. And then in fourth, still the Cosmic of Manuel Solomon. Like we said, Cohen was the driver on track last time by. He has scored in the 5th position, a minute 3.938 down the back straightaway. Through the S's, they'll hit turn 17 and see the sticks here. 2 to go. Still a lot of racing left, folks. Does Tavella try something in 1? He gives Bruckner a shot, lets him know he's back there. The gap next to nothing, 0.065. The gap 0.06 of a second from Bruckner back to Tavella. They head into the infield. Tavella continues to just beat the bumpers off of Nick Bruckner's rear bumper. When Tavella wants to make a move, you'll know it. He's going to pull out of the draft. He thinks back straightaway. That's where he made the pass on Keel last time by. He's going to have a lap and a half to go when they get there. The front 4 all over each other here in June. They come out at 10. They'll hit the S's. 11, 12, now 13 up to the elbow. Turn number 14. And Bruckner with about a cart length of a lead, if that. He does a good job out of 14. Now 15. This is where Tavella has been strong. Right there at the halfway point, the motor just continues to kick. He closes all the way up to Bruckner, maybe a cart length, if that. Out of the final corner. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. You're in Junior Max. Bruckner, your leader. But for how much longer does Tavella have anything for him? He stays in line through turn number 1. They come back. They go over the dog leg. Turn number 2 into the left-hander. Early apex. Turn number 3. Bruckner's cart bounces a little bit. Under braking. Tavella, though, rock solid aboard the Cosmic. Keel is right there. Keel wants to force the issue with Tavella, but Tavella has got his sights set on Bruckner and the lead. The front 6 are all jammed up. It's Bruckner, Tavella, Keel. Looks like Sullivan, Cohen, and that should be Max Waithman. He's the quickest driver on track. They come down the short chute into the right-hander. Turn number 10, the front 6 stacked up all over each other. Sullivan makes the move on Keel. He's into third. Tavella stays in second. Bruckner trying to pull away here. Out of 14, they hit the right-hander 15. One more time. Down the back straightaway they go. Bruckner has a big cart-length lead over Tavella. They make their way into the brakes into turn 16. Tavella's not going to have enough time. Bruckner's going to come out of 17. Bruckner, your winner here in heat race number 3. Good run there for the Hockley, Texas driver. Tavella pulls out to pass heading into turn 1, but it's just a bit late as Bruckner scores the victory here in Junior Max. Tavella comes home second. Reese Cohen third. Aiden Keel fourth. Manuel Sullivan ends up fifth. Great run by the Australian Reese Cohen to come home third place. Sullivan ends up fifth. Waithman sixth. Latifi seventh. Dickinson eighth. Zoe Edenholm ninth. Hannah Greenemeyer 10th, with Jacob Gulick in 11th. Peyton Durant 12th. Stephen Malozzi, Ryan McDermott, and Marcelo Garcia, your top 15. Nathan Ratton comes home 16th. Bruno 17th. Warvas 18th. Boada and McKee, your top 20 here in Junior Max. Phenomenal race right there, folks. More of that to come as you take a live look at our starting grid for DD2 and DD2 Masters. They are coming up next. right, we're getting ready to go now with our DD2 Masters combined race. Let's take a look at that starting grid. A little bit out of breath, but I do have to say the bathrooms here at NOLA Motorsports Park are fantastic and accommodating. Thankfully, they're conveniently located right beneath the scoring tower, but still within a bit of a run. Green flag flies, and Jeff Kingsley brings them out. Great start for Kingsley as he leads them through here. Kingsley made his trip to NOLA for the first time back in 2013 at the Grand Finals, where he represented Team Canada. And I'll tell you what, whatever he learned back then in 2013, he's used pretty well here to start things off. As he keeps getting out in front and driving away. He dominated Heat 2 earlier this morning. And you know what? He's trying to do a little bit more of the same here in Heat number 3. Rhett Thomas started outside of row number 1 alongside Jeff Kingsley. Nathan Mull rolls off third. He was the leader and the pole sitter in DD2 Masters. And you have Dev Gore right there in fourth as our leaders make their way out of 14 and 15. They make their way down the back straightaway for the first time. So as Jeff Kingsley completes that opening lap as the quickest driver on the track, a minute 4.503, we do want to remind everybody during this very opportune time that there will be another tire changing competition, Mojo Tire Changing Championships. I believe it's an hour after the completion of the last heat race today. I do also understand there is another golden stopwatch, Alfano stopwatch, a golden Unipro stopwatch up for grabs. So to all of you tuners and mechanics and guys that think you can change a tire as fast as me, good luck. And if you want to try your hand at it, we did it in West Palm Beach at the end of the Florida Winter Tour. It was a pretty good success, and we'll do it again today. So an hour after our last heat race is completed, we will have another Mojo Tire Changing Championship. Quite a bit is being told that the big news, Wesley Boswell is not entering. He's been banned from tire-changing competitions here in the United States. That's not true. He hasn't been banned, but he's not allowed to. Is like banned, I feel like. I'm no wordsmith, but he'll be there to support the competitors. So Wes Boswell will not be competing. If you think you can change tires as quick as he, don't worry. He won't be there. So come out and try it. They are going to be putting up another gold Unipro stopwatch for grabs. We saw that thing out in West Palm Beach, and it was fantastic. It's a very beautiful piece, and if you'd like a shot at winning it, we invite everybody to come out. It's going to be an hour after our last heat race is completed. That's the Mojo Tire Changing Championship. Let's check now back in on the track with what is going on here. Dev Gore is up to second place, with Michael McCarthy in third, Lawson Nagel fourth, McKenna Carey fifth, Rhett Thomas in sixth. Moises de la Vera. There's a bit of changing going on right there. I want to remind everybody of that competition one more time. It is the Fixie Wheels Tire Changing Championships. So thanks to Fixie Wheels, our official presenting sponsor here at all Max Speed Promoted events. So it's the Fixie Wheels Tire Changing Championship. And that will be an hour after the last heat race. Okay, I'm done talking about it. I promise. Kingsley continues to run away from him here in DD2 Senior, and then Nathan Mall holds a very impressive 4.5-second lead over next closest DD2 Masters driver, Luis Zervigon. Zervigon told me that he had a phenomenal start in the heat race earlier today. I was just not able to catch that. He's out there driving with a really cool helmet. Got the Mardi Gras colors, green, gold, and black. New Orleans is his hometown, and he loves to represent the city and its colors on that helmet, man. It's great. Dom Favalora shaking his head. All right, so we're out here during our DD2 Masters race. Another local, Dom Favalora, correcting me really quick here on the colors of Mardi Gras. Dom, where was I wrong in that?
You said black, and it's purple, green, and gold, sir. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend the community here. So the official colors of Mardi Gras, green, gold, and purple.
Purple, green, and gold is how it's supposed to be said.
I'm so sorry. Okay, so Zervagon is out there with a purple, green, and gold helmet to represent Mardi Gras.
Yes, he is. He's a fantastic addition to this Mardi Gras. This whole theme he's got going on is great.
All right, Dom, thanks so much for correcting me on the colors and the order in which they should be said on Luis Zervagon's helmet. How's your driver doing out there right now?
He's doing the best he can at the moment.
So as we watch Dev Gore and Michael McCarthy continue to battle it out for what's really second place right now, but the lead position in the pack. Got a few emails coming into us here. Shout out to, well, thanks so much, Shirley Tavella. Your boy's running pretty well, so I want to thank Shirley for sending us an email. Thanks for tuning in and watching the broadcast. We really enjoy it. We got a few more emails here. Dishelski. All right. Dishelski, not dyslexia. Okay, so I appreciate it. Danny Dishelski, someone emailed us that, so we appreciate the email. We'll see if we can remember that for the Micromax race later today. So keep sending in emails, folks, to maxspeedentertainment@gmail.com. Dev Gore's going to take a look down the inside of Michael McCarthy in turn one, and he is through. With 4 laps to go, Dev Gore gets out in front of McCarthy and picks up that second spot, looking for Nathan Mull. He's not too far behind. He's in the 4th position right there aboard that Burrell out of the PSL tent. He runs 4th and leads the way here in DD2 Masters. So as the ideas of competition cautions get discussed up here in the timing and scoring tower, this DD2 and DD2 Masters barn burner nears its end as Jeff Kingsley continues to roll on him out here. Dev Gore and Michael McCarthy had a good battle going for a while as we are just at about 2 laps remaining. They should see it. Kingsley goes purple that time by minute 3.214. And there you see just how big the gap is. The driver ducking, putting his head down way out in front of the pack here. And then you have Dev Gore right there who slipped out in front. Wondering what happened to Michael McCarthy as Nathan Mull has been promoted up to 3rd and McCarthy Right behind him in fourth, white flag flies in the air here, 1 lap to go. So Nathan Mall in the Burrell running third. He's leading in DD2 Masters. Rest of the field sees Lawson Nagel in fifth, De Lovera in sixth, Zervigon seventh, Rhett Thomas eighth, Lacardi ninth, and Azera Goida in 10th. So as the checkered flag flies here, Jeff Kingsley scores a pretty one-sided victory. Dev Gore ends up coming home second, and Michael McCarthy ends up getting around Nathan Mall at the very end there for third place. Mall scores the victory in DD2 Masters, comes home fourth overall. Lawson Nagel was fifth with De La Vera sixth, Rhett Thomas seventh, Zervigon comes home second in class, eighth overall, Lacardi and Zeragaida, your top 10s. That'll do it for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Mini-Max drivers are down on the grid as their third heat race of the weekend is getting ready to roll out next. Mini-Max drivers on the grid. So good. Where we go, getting back ready for our Mini-Max race. And it'll roll out next year. It's on track as they make their way through the infield. Mini-Max brought to you by PSL Karting. Tyler Gonzalez held him off here in heat race number 2. Jetpack Jack Crawford from Houston, Texas is going to roll off in the second position. Jeremy Fairbairn will start third with Austin Torgerson alongside in fourth. Thomas Nepview drove all the way up to fifth place. Good run for him in that second heat race. And Arias Duke Medjin had some troubles at the end of lap 1. He will start this race in sixth. Yusuf Mula rolls off seventh with Jesse James Mitchell in eighth. Elio Giovanni starts ninth, and Miss Jade Huber completes the top 10. Starting 11th, Ethan Ho, Cole Killian 12th, Peyton McDonough 13th, Ethan Arndt 14th, and Aiden Fox rounding out the field in the 15th position. Good group of Mini-Max drivers here getting ready to throw down for one more heat race. This is heat number 3. They will have one more shot at it later this afternoon in their fourth and final heat. Gonzalez, can he stay on top, or what does Crawford, Fairbairn, and Torgerson have for him? That and many more questions are about to be answered here in heat race number 3. Into the tram lanes, Gonzalez and Crawford. No, they don't like the start, and it's our first wave off of the entire weekend here at the U.S. Open. So not bad, honestly, if we've made it through. If we've made it through 3 rounds of heat races nearly completely, and it's our first wave off of the day, that's a pretty good number, if you ask me. So Crawford and Gonzalez will bring them around one more time here, and we'll turn them out and try to get a green next trip around. So our Mini-Max drivers are going to try their second attempt here at the start. It's usually common practice that the front row gets 2 shots at it here, and if it doesn't work this time around, we should be seeing a swap in the front row. I don't expect that to happen. This is usually common protocol. So our drivers make their way down the back straightaway once more. Tyler Gonzalez on the inside of that front row, and Jack Crawford on the outside. Crawford's going to do everything he can here off the start to not let Fairbairn shuffle him out and back into the third position. But, man, that turn 1, it's an early apex, and if you get to that apex first, it's a long way around till the exit of that corner. And if you get hung out to dry, it can definitely result in 2 or 3 lost positions. So here we go. We're going to try it one more time here. Gonzalez and Crawford, we're good and we're green. Up in the air, they're racing. Fairbairn gets a good start. Oh, Crawford gets a better one. Hole shot right out of the gate, and he's got a mile lead on him coming out of turn number 2. What happened there? Crawford has a phenomenal start, and it's the 2 OGP drivers left to try and chase him down. Folks, I have no idea how Jetpack Jack Crawford got that good of a start. It must be how he got his name. That was a phenomenal timing of the start. He rolls away, and he's already got a 10-car length lead over him as they come out of turn number 9 and run to turn number 10. What a monster start right there by Jetpack Jack Crawford. So that definitely changes things here in this first race. They make their way through the infield. They'll make the corner in turn 15 and run down the backstretch here. Crawford nails the flag. You have your pole sitter. Gonzalez in second. Jeremy Fairbairn in third. Torgerson in fourth. Duke Medjin up to fifth. They make their way into 16 and 17. Lap 1 in the books here. Crawford, your leader, after a great start at the flag. Gonzalez and Fairbairn working together. Not for very long, though. Fairbairn takes a look on the inside, and he's through. Fairbairn trying to bring Torgerson with him. No, Gonzalez slots right back into third. Torgerson wants to take a look down the inside in turn number 3. Can't get it done. So move Fairbairn up a spot from P3 to P2. Heck of an opening few laps here as Crawford goes purple that time by a minute 8.770. Gonzalez slips from second back to third. Our Masters Max drivers making their way onto the grid there. Scott Roberts racing with a beard this weekend. Not one to normally sport the facial hair. pretty clean-cut guy. We're going to see if the beard can promote him. It's kind of like a playoff beard, I think, is what Roberts' mentality is. We're going to see how it plays out here over the span of the rest of the weekend. Pregante sets his cart down as well. Our Masters Max drivers making their way onto the grid for their third heat race of the weekend. Together, the OGP drivers can bump draft their way back up to Jack Crawford by working together. But that's just a big momentum swing right there. That's a big attitude. That's a big that's a big everything for Crawford to get out in front like that and score the whole shot from the outside of row number 1. That does a lot to Fairbairn and Gonzalez. If you ask me, they're going to remember that the rest of this race. They're going to remember that in the final heat today, and they're going to remember that in the final. No matter where they're starting, they're going to know that Crawford is, capable of doing something like that. It's a big momentum swing right there, if you ask me. So now Arias Duke Medgen, the driver, on the move as he gets around Fairbairn down on turn number 16. And is Gonzalez be able to come along? Yes, he does. So move Duke Medgen all the way up to second, Gonzalez to third, Fairbairn to fourth, Torgerson in fifth. Nephew looks like he's running right there in sixth. So quite a bit of shakeups going on right here, right now. Boy, Duke Medgen doing really well. He's coming from a little bit ways back on the grid here. He started this race in sixth. He's all the way up to second, so good little four-position swing for him. He'll set his sights on leader Jack Crawford. Crawford just laid down his best lap of the race so far, a minute 7:9.58, but it was Jade Hubert, Duke Medgen's teammate, who goes purple. She's the quickest on the track overall, a minute 7.762. So Hubert trying to climb into the top 5 here. She is now the quickest driver on the track. And look out, Jack Crawford. As Arias Duke Medgen has clawed his way to second, he is now slowly reeling in Crawford. They make the run down the back straightaway here. We'll see what Duke Medgen decides to do. Torgerson working on the inside of Fairbairn. That's me for fourth place. He's got him. So Torgerson up to the fourth position. Gonzalez still third. Duke Medgen right behind Crawford into one. Decides to stay in line. Does not pull out to pass. So Crawford holds the lead. Duke Medgen is all over Jetpack Jack Crawford, though, and with good reason. He's the quickest driver on the track. Duke Medgen just posted a minute 7.479. Crawford was a minute 7.888. So Duke Medgen wheeling and dealing right now here in the late stages of our Mini-Max race. They'll see 2 to go when they get to the line. Masters Max drivers are filling into the grid now. That will be another very good race. The drivers come out of turn 9 and head up to turn number 10. They'll come back towards the front straightaway here, and Crawford knows Duke Medgen is all over his back bumper. Duke Medgen is just sitting and waiting. He's been very good at this in the past. We've seen him hold his water until he has the right opportunity to go for the pass. I think that's exactly what you're going to see him do right here. Don't expect anything this time by. They'll wait to see the sticks. I might even say don't wait till the white flag is what Duke Medgen is going to do. He may just sit and wait till he sees that white flag fly. We'll see what happens next. 2 laps to go. He doesn't waste much time. He makes me look like I have no idea what I'm talking about as he pulls out and passes for the lead down in turn number 1. Gonzalez is going to come along as well. Can he get through in turn 3? No. Gonzalez ends up falling back to third. Crawford holds on to second. Crawford's going to try and make a look on the inside of 5. No. Crawford continues to hold the position. Duke Medgen, your leader, as they come into 7. So Duke Medgen takes 8 laps to do it, or I'm sorry, 5 laps to do it in this 7-lap race, and finally gets around for the lead after coming from 6th on the grid. It's a 5-position gain for him here. He goes from 6th to 1st in 5 laps. They'll complete lap number 6 and see the white flag flying when they get to the other side of the back straightaway here. Duke Medgen, your leader. Crawford back to 2nd. And then it's going to be Gonzalez 3rd, Torgerson 4th, Fairbairn 5th. Should be Nepview in 6th, Hubert 7th, Moolah, Mitchell, and Ho. Your top 10 as they fly down the back straightaway hard on the brakes. Duke Medgen just wants to get to that white flag. and try to put as much of a gap between he and Crawford as he can at the line. The difference, 1/10 of a second. Crawford fans out wide. Oh, and Gonzalez gets a little crossed up. No harm, no foul. Gonzalez keeps his foot in it, stays in third place, but it was Crawford who pulled out to take a look on Duke Medjin, and at the same time, Gonzalez pulled out to take a look on Crawford. Crawford doesn't get in 5. No! Crawford shuts the door on him. Gonzalez has nowhere to go, and this stacks him up. Fairbairn closes in. Second, third, and fourth all over each other. They come out of 7 down into 8 and 9. Gonzalez gets around Fairbairn. He's still right there in third. Crawford holding them all up in second place, doing exactly what he has to do. They're trying to close up to leader, but it's not going to happen. Dude, imagine it's just driving away here. Jack Crawford, Tyler Gonzalez, Austin Torgerson, they're all over each other. Now it's Gonzalez in second position, with Crawford in third, Fairbairn fourth, Torgerson rounding out your top 5. Down the back straightaway, Duke Medjin a mile ahead of him. He's going to clear him with no problem. Checkered flag waves, but the final second still going here. Crawford dive bombs Gonzalez in 17, but Gonzalez beats him to the line. Gonzalez, with a drag race, gets Crawford in the final 300 feet and scores the second position over Jack Crawford. So Crawford got him going into 17, threw a dive bomb on him, but Gonzalez did exactly what he had to do, stayed calm, stayed patient, foot in the gas, and drove to finish in that second position. So very good race there in Minimax. Duke Medjin's your winner. Gonzalez holds off Crawford for P2. Then it's Jack in third, Fairbairn fourth, Torgerson in fifth. Nepview comes home 6th, Jade Hubert 7th, Yusuf Mula 8th, Mitchell and Ho your top 10. Art comes home 11th, Killian 12th, Fox 13th, Giovanni and McDonough your top 15. So good run there in Minimax. Duke Medjin drives away to another impressive victory. Now out on the track for their third heat race of the weekend. It's the GP Falcone Masters Max category. In this race, saw some pretty dramatic action back in heat race number 2. Max speed, we know drama, and we saw a lot of it in that first race earlier this morning. Derek Wang got the whole shot down in turn 1 over pole sitter Mike Rollison, and then in turn 3 on that opening lap, we saw Derek Wang get into Rollison's teammate, Billy Cleveland. Here's how they'll line up for heat race number 3. Scott Roberts will be your pole sitter after Derek Wang apparently being assessed a penalty for the contact with Cleveland. Zach Rouse, who finished third, gets bumped up to the second position. Then you see Billy Cleveland lining up alongside Derek Wang in row number 2. It's Colorado's Jim Carey starting 5th with James Dix in 6th. Curtis Terry starts 7th with James Crease in 8th. Brandon Abbott has got his own posse every time he comes to the grid. He starts 9th with David Pergande trying to rally back after a flat tire in the last heat race. He'll start 10th. And it's John Robichaux and Mike Rollison right there at the back of the grid. Keep your eye on the 625, folks, because Raleigh is going to be a man on a mission here in this next heat race. We're getting ready to go racing here. Green flags in the air, and and Masters Max are off. Wang already gets a good launch off the start. He's going to clear Rouse down into turn number 1. That puts Wang up to the 3rd position. He'll set his sights on Cleveland as Roberts does not get the best start. Cleveland right behind Roberts as they roll into 3. They spread out now a little bit on the exit of turn 3. Wang wants to waste no time getting out front, and if I were him, that is exactly what I do, because Mike Rollison has already passed 3 go-karts in 5 corners. Wang running 3rd, and then you got Cleveland in 2nd. Roberts, your defending U.S. Grand National champion. When we visited Carolina Motorsports Park last August in Kershaw, South Carolina, Roberts was the first man across the finish in Masters Max, and he's trying to do the same here at the opening round of the U.S. Open in New Orleans. He brings them out of 13. They make the elbow in 14, and they'll make the 90-degree right-hander in 15. First trip down the back straightaway. It's a 10-lap heat race, and we're underway. Cleveland gets a big run of steam down the back straightaway. Takes a look on the inside of Roberts. Not close enough. Scott holds on to the top spot, and he will lead the opening lap here in our 10-lap heat race. Now Derek pulls out. Let's take a look on the inside of Cleveland for 2nd place. Does Derek force the issue? No. He doesn't have the top end. Cleveland gaps him as they head to the end of the straightaway. Wang stays in 3rd, and then it's Rouse in 4th. Jim Carey 5th. Abaddon in the 606th. James Dix 7th. Raleigh's up to 8th. Terry and Robichaux, your top 10. Good right there of our leader as he comes through into the infield section for the first time. Roberts, your leader, just working on that Tony kart. And then Cleveland in 2nd. Wang doing everything he can to reel in Cleveland right there to see if he makes a move down in 10. Wang not close enough to make anything happen yet. So again, you remember that first heat race earlier this morning, round number 2, Wang was a bit of a bumper car, got out in front of Raleigh at the start of it, and then was able to, unfortunately, was not able to avoid contact with Cleveland as he works on Cleveland here for the 2nd position. Boy, they all stack up right there coming through 16 and out of 17. Roberts, your leader. Cleveland in 2nd. Wang 3rd. Nobody's going to pull out. Nobody's close enough yet to make an attempt down there in turn 1. You still have Rouse. That thing's really sliding a bit on him on corner entry down there in turn number 1. Derek Wang, I think he's got a little bit more than he's showing us right now. Meanwhile, the driver who started in the dead last position. Oh, no, it's the 600 of Abaddon. His posse is not out there to help him, unfortunately. He goes around all by himself. So he'll fire it up and keep going. The yellow flag will be pulled down in turn number 1. But as I was saying, I don't think Derek Wang is showing us everything he's got right now. Billy Cleveland shows us everything he's got as he goes purple. A minute 5.182 for the Cosmic driver right there in 2nd place. It's a Tony kart up front, the Cosmic in 2nd, and the Fernando Alonso in 3rd. Remember, all those OTK products, they sure run well on that hard Mojo tire out here in the Rotax Max Challenge classes. And the Tony karts, man, it's tough to beat them on a Mojo tire. Wang wants to take a look on Cleveland still. Can't make it work. Whoa, he gets crossed up big time over the S's in 16. Derek Wang doing a little bit of dirt track, and he had the elbows up. Now Cleveland wants to go over the lead. He puts the slide job on Roberts, but Roberts crosses him back over. Roberts back on the exit 1, and we have seen that happen so many times in that corner. You try to carry a bunch of speed into that one. Early apex, you slide out early. Wang puts his nose on the inside of Cleveland in 5. Can't make it work. Oh, but he gets a big run as Cleveland gets crossed up on the exit of 6. Wang gets around for 2nd place. Derek gets around, and he will hold the position as they come out of turn number 8. But you carry a lot of speed into that turn number 1. It's an early apex, and then you continue to slide the rest of the way out of that corner. And if you carry too much speed in there, you slide out a lot farther than the rest of the drivers, and that is exactly how Roberts and Cleveland have been running that corner. Roberts able to pull away a little bit, while Cleveland was able to cross Derek back over right there. So good racing here in the top 3, but unfortunately it spread them all out now. Roberts with about a 3 or 4 kart length lead over Wang. Wang's got about a 5 kart length lead over Cleveland, and it's Rouse running in 4th. And the man who started this race in the 12th position out of 12 go-karts, Mike Rollison, he's already into the top 5. Raleigh has gone from 12th to 5th in laps. You cannot argue that NOLA Motorsports Park does not have plenty of passing opportunities. That is an argument no one here is probably trying to make, and if you did, you would lose. We have seen phenomenal passing in almost all the corners here this weekend at NOLA. And Raleigh is doing it right now himself, as 4 laps has allowed him to get around 11th, 10th. I mean, he's gotten around a lot of drivers. He got around 4 karts in the first 3 corners, and he's just been working on them ever since then. He's plenty of time still to crack the top 3 here. There you see Wang reeling in Scott Roberts as they roll through the S's, 11, 12, and 13. The lap times go in favor of Mike Rollison. No big surprise there. Raleigh clicks off a minute 4.807. Your leader, Roberts, was a minute 5. Wang, a minute 5. Cleveland, a minute 5. Rouse, a minute 5. Raleigh's the only driver in that minute 4 second bracket. Let's see what he can do here. Last time by the gap, 1.7 seconds from 4th back to 5th. Raleigh cuts it down to 1.1 seconds and goes purple once again. A minute 4.581. Raleigh is dealing out there right now. Has Rouse in his sights. 5 laps to go. I think he's going to have plenty of time to reel him, especially if he keeps putting up the lap times that he is. Up front, Derek Wang continues to try and find the best way to get around Scott Roberts. Roberts on the Tony kart from Ocala Grand Prix. Derek Wang racing on the Fernando Alonso out of BBR Karting from British Columbia. And then in 3rd place, you got Cleveland from Rollison Performance Group. Now Derek Wang makes a pass on Roberts down in turn number 16, and it's going to stick. Yes, it will. New leader this time by Derek Wang clears Scott Roberts for the lead as we have less than 4 to go. Raleigh throws it deep down on 4th place driver Zach Rouse, and it works. Raleigh continues to deal here in the Masters Max 3rd heat race of the week, and Cleveland can smell blood in the water. He sees Roberts. He knows he's vulnerable to go after Scott Roberts here. Does he try anything down in 7? No, not close enough. Not yet. They duck behind the MG Tires arch. They'll head into the double right-handers. 8 and 9. Wang makes the move down in 16 a lap ago, and it sticks perfectly. Wang, your new leader, as he gets around Scott Roberts. Roberts back to 2nd now. You have Billy Cleveland in 3rd, Mike Rollison up to 4th. So the RPG teammates running 3rd and 4th on the track right now. They'll come down to see 3 to go at the line. Raleigh's gap from Cleveland is at least 1.5 seconds. We'll see what it is here at the line when they get 3 to go. Cleveland doing a good job closing up on Roberts under braking. If Roberts and Cleveland start racing here, that's going to allow Raleigh to close right in on those guys, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Cleveland on the inside in turn number 1, and he's through. Roberts is going to cross him back over, though, and that is exactly what Raleigh needs right now. The gap from Cleveland back to Raleigh, 2nd flat at the line. It's going to be about 1/2 second when they get back to the stripe, when they get 2 to go. Meanwhile, up front, Derek Wang continues to drive away. Roberts in 2nd, and he knows what Cleveland's game plan is. Turn 1, it's where he's going to make his money. All Roberts has to do is just run his line through that corner, and he should be okay. They head through the double right. Pretty big lead this late in the race here at Masters Max. We haven't seen a gap that big between the leader and 2nd place all weekend here in the GP Falcone Masters class. Cleveland might have a bit of a problem as he was way off pace coming out of that corner, stumbles. And that's good for Raleigh, bad for Cleveland. What's Raleigh going to do here as they come down to see the sticks from Cam Egger, our chief starter, letting him know 8 down, 2 to go. Raleigh can now reach out and nearly touch his driver, Billy Cleveland. Cleveland calls Rollison the boss as Cleveland is receiving plenty of driving instruction and tuning help from Raleigh and the rest of the team underneath the RPG tent. What does Raleigh do here? Does he try and shove Cleveland back up to get into a dogfight with Roberts, or is Raleigh going to try and clear his driver? They head into the infield through 7. They'll hit the double right-handers 8 and 9. Derek Wang, 0.6 of a second last time, right now 0.7 of a second at the line with 2 to go. Roberts in 2nd, Cleveland 3rd, Raleigh 4th. What does Raleigh do in terms of Cleveland? Cleveland's paying a pretty penny. Does Raleigh shove him back up into a fight with Roberts, or will Raleigh dispose of Cleveland here and try to start this next heat race in the 3rd position? Remember, it's progressive, where you finish these heats or where you finish the next one. So if Cleveland can end up 3rd in this one, that's a good inside row 2 starting spot when we get to the final heat later this afternoon. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Derek Wang brings him down for the final time. The lead now 0.6 of a second. Roberts in second, and then it's the RPG drivers, Cleveland and Rollison, running third and fourth. Rouse continues to hold station in fifth, with Robichaux in sixth. Burgonde rebounding after a flat tire in the last heat race. He's up to seventh. Jim Carey runs eighth. James Dix and Terry complete the top 10. Our leaders head through the infield for the final time. Out of 7, they hit the right-handers. 8, now 9. Wang looks solid. Is Rollison going to try and get around his teammate here in the last half of a lap? I have no idea what Raleigh's strategy is in regards to this one. Cleveland's sitting in a really good spot. If he can end this race in third, that's an inside row 2 starting spot when we get to our last heat race today, and that could be a very beneficial position to start that race in. Out of 15, down the back straightaway for the final time. Wang takes a look over his shoulder. Cleveland stumbles once again out of that final corner, and Raleigh is going to hold his water and not push the issue. Out of the corner, it's the Asian occasion. Derek Wang scoring the victory here in Masters Max. Once again, Scott Roberts holds on for second, and then it's going to be Billy Cleveland coming home third, and Mike Rollison driving from 12th on the grid to finish the race in fourth. Zach Rouse ends up fifth with John Robichaux sixth, Burgonde seventh, Carey, Dix, and Terry, your top 10. So that'll do it in GP Falcone Masters Max. They have one more race coming up today, and we have one more heat race in this rotation. It's Shifter Senior and Shifter Master stepping over Nikhil. Good job by your driver as he scores an impressive victory in Masters Max. Coming up next, Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters. So as we bring you a live look at our Shifter Senior and Shifter Master grade brought to you by Energy Kart USA. It's our last run in heat number 3 here. Everybody will get one more shot at it this afternoon. But let's meet your drivers here in Shifter Senior and Shifter Elite. Jerry Rhodes from Houston, Texas rolls off in the 18th position, while Steven LaManna will start 15th. Casey Ross rolls off alongside him in the 16th position. Starting 14th will be the 333 of Taylor Ross and the 600 of Hugh Templeman. Ryan Lankiao and Jeremy Lee make up row number 6, a couple of Energy Kart USA drivers alongside each other. Blaine Cavan rolls off 10th with Carson Mueller in the 9th position. Chris Jennings will start 8th with Ben Schermerhorn in the 7th position. Brady Ross and Ryan Kinnear make up row number 3. And then it's Sabra Cook, winner of heat race number 1 yesterday afternoon. She'll start this race in 4th. Sky Finley in the 327 Sodi Kart starts 3rd. And on the front row, starting off pole in the number 329 Dallas Karting Complex Sodi Kart, Austin Wilkins. And on pole, winner of the last heat race, driver of the number 367 Champion Racing Intrepid. It's the one, it's the only, Nick Neri, bringing him down. Starting this race from the pole position. Neri drove away to an impressive win. Big lead, something like 4.5, 5 seconds when it was all said and done. And that was mostly Austin Wilkins, Skylar Finley, and Sabre Cook were all caught in a three-way fight for second place in the last half of round number 2 heat race earlier this morning. So we're getting ready to send our last heat race here of round number 3, green. They're making their way around the track. They'll slow down, grid up, do a practice start, put a little bit of heat in the clutch, get on the brakes, and put them into the boxes 2 by 2. Chuck Yoder will line them up, and we will get ready to go. Green flag racing. A quick 10-lapper here for our third heat of the day, final heat race of the round, and then we will go take a short break and be back for round 4 of our heat races. Our stock moto drivers make their way through the turn 16 chicane, and it's Nick Neri bringing him to an early stop. Fires it up one more time, puts a little bit of heat in the clutch, stands on the brakes. Austin Wilkins will start on the off-pole position, and then it's going to be Sky Finley, Sabre Cook, Ryan Kinnear, Brady Ross, Ben Schermerhorn, Chris Jennings, Carson Mueller, Blaine Cabin, Jeremy Lee, Ryan Lang, top 12. As our few drivers have a small issue towards the back. I want to say that's the 305. That's Brady Ross, the Sodi cart, having it out of the cart and push it back. He's going to try and refire it, I imagine. Not sure what happened. He's discussing it back there with race director Chuck Yoder. I'm not sure they're going to continue to push it back and refire here. They may send him around. They're going to let him start from a push start at the back of the grid. So Neri is ready. Wilkins on the outside. Cam Egger raises the green flag. Let's go racing. Green flag drops, and it's Ross pushing his cart to fire it up at the back of the grid. Sabre Cook is going to try and come along in second place, but Wilkins hangs tough on the outside. So a pretty crazy start there. First time I've ever seen a driver be allowed to push start from the back of the grid, but he fires up and takes off. Cook goes to work on Wilkins in for that second spot, not able to make anything happen yet. Nick Neri, all he wants to do in this race is get out, lead this opening lap, and check out on the field here. This is Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters, brought to you by Energy Kart USA. Sabre Cook waving the Energy Kart USA banner in the third position right now. Up front, it's Neri on the Champion Racing Intrepid, teaming up with Rodney Berryhill. Neri says he hasn't had this much fun at a racetrack in a few years, and he's loving the time he's getting with Champion Racing right now. Then you have Austin Wilkins, the Dallas Karting Complex driver out of Caddo Mills, Texas. Sabre Cook from Grand Junction, Colorado, runs third, and then we'll see how they run the rest of the way down the top 10 as they complete the opening lap here in Shifter Senior. A couple drivers getting crossed up as they roll that turn 16 chicane. So it's Neri going purple at opening lap. Minute 3.380, Wilkins second, Cook third, Jennings all the way up to fourth, and Sky Finley fifth. So the big deal about that is Chris Jennings is a 40-something-year-old who owns a couple Jimmy Johns, and he's running in Shifter Masters, but he's up there dicing it with the Shifter Seniors. Ben Schermerhorn runs sixth. Ryan Kinnear won the last heat race in Shifter Masters. He's seventh. Mueller eighth. Jeremy Lee ninth, and Blaine Cabin in 10th. Lap number 2 in the books here. Neri continuing to drive away here. He goes purple once again. Minute 1.536. Wilkins right there in second. Cook, Finley, and Shermore falling out of the top 5. I don't know if he's freaky fast anymore, but he's doing his best. Back in the pack here, it looks like Lankiao and the Ross is having a pretty good battle towards the back part of the grid. I'm not sure who that was exactly. A Sodi cart and a couple energies spreading out wide coming through turn number 1. Let's tell you about Nick Neri's lead after 2 laps. We're working lap number 3. Neri holds a 7/10 of a second advantage over P2. Austin Wilkins right there, the green and orange helmet aboard the DKC Sodi cart. Wilkins going to do whatever he can to just hit his marks. And I'll be honest with you, Nick Neri is solid. And Wilkins, a relative rookie here in the stock moto category in the senior ranks. Neri's been doing this for a really long time. The race isn't over till it's over, but honestly, if I'm Austin Wilkins, I'm just going to work, hitting my marks, doing as best I can, and trying to drive away from Sabre Cook, because it's going to be very hard to catch the Intrepid of Nick Neary. I'm just being honest. That's going to be a very tough task, and Wilkins has a great shot at beating Sabre Cook and the rest of his teammates, but he's got to hit his marks and not drive over his head right now. That would be a great way to throw a solid second place away. Neary continues to get quicker and quicker. A minute 1.411. Wilkins goes quicker. Cook goes quicker. Finley, Schoenhorn, Kinnear, Jennings, Mueller. The entire top 10. Heck, I think the whole field gets quicker each lap they've been out there. No surprise. We'll see if the trend continues past halfway. They'll see 6 to go when they get to the line. As we're watching that second, third, and fourth pack right there. Wilkins in second, Cook in third, and fourth place still belongs to Sky Finley. Those are the drivers you're watching on your monitor right now. So just now at the halfway point of our Shifter Senior and Shifter Master race, not much changing. Wilkins just laid down his best lap of the race, a minute 1.560. Cook is about 0.2 of a second out in front of fourth place driver Sky Finley. Let's tell you about the Shifter Masters drivers because those guys don't get enough love. Ryan Kinnear leading the way out in front of Chris Jennings by about 0.6 of a second. Kinnear has been solid in Shifter Masters. He picked up the championship in the category last season in the inaugural U.S. Open back in 2015. He scored the victory in the overall championship. Jennings is running second. Jerry Rhodes is third. And then you have Hugh Templeman in the fourth position out on track right now. Kinnear with Rodney Burial, Jordy Vorath. That operation has been solid this week, and no doubt about that. As we're getting ready to move into our next round of heat races, Senior Max drivers should be on the grid as they're getting ready to roll out for their final heat race coming up next. You check in right here on our battle for third place. Sabre Cook right there in P3, and Sky Finley doing everything he can to try and close up and challenge her for that position. We're working 4 to go right now as our drivers roll through the infield. Cook in third, Finley in fourth, trying to steal the position away here. They come out at 10, through the S's, 11, 12, and now 13. Last time by, Cook laid down her best lap of the race, 1.769, but Finley was quicker with a minute 1.70. And every time, even if Cook's laying down her best laps, Finley's still just a little bit ahead of the curve. So let's see what the numbers look like here. Cook over Finley last time by 0.2 of a second. It's going to be less than that here as Finley's now going to pull out, trying to take a look on the inside in one. No, not close enough. You can't just point and shoot like that. Finley's going to have to set her up a little bit more. Cook goes a minute 1.79, Finley a minute 1.70. So still, Finley just hundredths of a second quicker than Cook, and that's enough to catch up to her, but it's not enough to pass her. Finley needs to dig down and find just a little bit more speed. As Cook is out in front right now. They've just seen 3 to go. Wilkins goes purple, a minute 1.254. Neary and Wilkins are solid. They're out in front. Not much is changing in that one. Okay, the race that's up for grabs right now is third spot. And I know I talk about it all the time, but that's that inside row 2 starting spot. And it actually hasn't been so bad if you're on the outside here at NOLA. You can make that corner work if you carry a ton of speed. Down the back straightaway, Finley doesn't care, though. He wants to start in the third position as he gets around Cook heading into turn 16. So Sky Finley puts the Sodi car out in front of Sabra. That pushes her back to the fourth position. So as I was saying here at NOLA, it's not a death sentence, maybe like it is at some other tracks if you're on the outside row off the green flag. We've seen drivers work it. Heck, we just saw Jack Crawford grab the whole shot and lead the first 6 laps from the outside row number 1. So it's certainly not a nail in your coffin like it is maybe at Homestead down in South Florida or other tracks. You don't have to be on the inside. It helps, believe me, but it's not necessarily required. We need driver of the 214 to the steward's office as soon as possible, and driver of the 214 to the steward's office. As we near the end of this one, they will see the white flag when they get to the other side here. They come down the back straightaway. Neri over Wilkins, that time by the lead, 0.8 of a second. Should be a near full second here. Well, Wilkins is doing a good job not letting Neri drive away. It is about 1.0 seconds right now. The white flag's in the air. This one a lap away from being over. And not much going on. Jennings and Kinnear are running close, not close enough for anything to happen. Kinnear's 6th overall on the track. Jennings is 7th. And remember, they are 1st and 2nd in the stock Honda Masters category. And Ryan's looking to stay out in front of Jennings here for the next corners and drive to another victory. Remember, this will bring round number 3 to a close here. Our leaders come out of turn number 10. They'll hit the S's one more time. Down the back straightaway for the final time. It's going to be back-to-back jacks for Champion Racing and Ryan Kinnear and Nick Neri, as Neri's going to score the victory in senior, and Kinnear should hold off Jennings for the win in Masters, and he does. So 2 wins in 1 race for Rodney Berryhill and Champion Racing. That's a pretty good day at the office, if you ask me. So good job to Champion Racing and Intrepid as they score 2 wins in 2 races, and it's back-to-back wins also for Neri and Kinnear as they scored the Heat 2 wins earlier this morning. So it's going to be Neri scoring first blood in Shifter Senior. Wilkins comes home 2nd. Finley beats Cook to the line for 3rd. Sabra's 4th. Schermerhorn 5th. Ryan Kinnear scores the win in Masters. Jennings comes home 2nd. And then it's Casey Ross, Carson Mueller, and Jerry Rhodes, your top 10 overall between Shifter Masters and Senior. We'll now head into our final round of heat races here this afternoon, folks. Stick with us for more live coverage of the opening weekend of the U.S. Open here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Senior Max coming up next. And the hits just keep on coming here at NOLA Motorsports Park. It's time for our final round of heat races. If you thought that last round of heat races was good, well, folks, get ready, because it's about to get a lot better. They're fixing to be having a good time down here in NOLA. I got to find the local jargon. As I try to find out the local jargon, I know not to get the colors of Mardi Gras mixed up. And I've already forgot them, so I'm not going to recite them. Here we go. Senior Max, one more trip around the sun here in New Orleans for the afternoon. It's going to be Senior Max brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Darren Keene starts this race in the 16th position. He drove very well in the first heat race. They had to start back in the back. He got wrecked out in the first heat race, came from the very back in heat 2, drove up to the top 5 in that second heat race. Logan McDonough starts 15th. Jake French rolls 14th with Ellis Musso on the inside of row number 7. Matthew Passech starts 12th with Charlie Craig on the Praga in 11th. Brett Mitchell will roll off 10th with Zach Holden from Cooney USA in 9th. Linus Lindgren and Austin Garrison start 8th and 7th. And then it's the RPG teammates, Walker Hess and Kellen Ritter in 6th and 5th. It's the Cooney USA teammates in row 2, Von Comptown and Estep, and it's the PSL teammates, Mazzafaro and Askew on the front row. Folks, it's the last time for each one of our classes. Senior Max drivers file into the lanes. PSL front row, Kuno row 2, and RPG row 3. Cam Ager, let's go racing. Green flag flies, and it's going to be Estep trying to shove Askew past his teammate. Oh, Estep gets up on the curb, does a little bit of damage. Is able to slot in that second position. That's going to shove Mazzafaro back to 3rd. Von Comptown's trying not to get hung out to dry. Walker Hess is getting knocked around like a ping pong ball, but he's able to keep it on the track, and he's going to slot probably in the 8th position up front. Askew leads him into the infield through 7. They'll hit the double right-handers 8 and 9. You're going to see Askew leader. Estep 2nd should be Mazzafaro 3rd. Von Comptown 4th. See Ritter up into the 5th position. They come out of 10. They'll hit the S's for the first time. 10 laps on the docket for our Senior Max drivers. This is the last chance they get to earn points to determine where they will start in tomorrow's main event. Out of 15, Askew's going to make the run down the back straightaway for the first time this race. He's up on the steering wheel trying to get a bit of a good aero advantage as they make that long stretch down the back straightaway. Over the curbing in 16. The right-hander 17. 1 lap down here. 9 to go. Askew, your leader. Estep 2nd. Mazzafaro 3rd. Von Comptown 4th. Garrison on the inside of Ritter. Little bit of wheel-to-wheel. He's through. Garrison hip checks Ritter as he gets the position 5th place in turn number 1. So Garrison, who was involved in that lap 1, turn 1 incident with Darren Keene yesterday afternoon in the race. Keene was not able to continue due to a thrown chain. Garrison got knocked around sideways but was able to rejoin the field. He's just been slowly climbing the ladder all weekend, and now he's back into the top 5 for the first time since that first heat race yesterday. Garrison around for 5th place on Kellen Ritter down in turn number 1. Askew continues to lead. Mazzafaro had a pretty good shot at his teammate in heat race number 2 earlier this morning. Now it's going to be the Cooney USA driver, Trent Estep's turn, to try and run down Oliver Askew. That is much easier said than done, as Askew has been on fire. He swept the U.S. Open of Colorado back in Grand Junction last summer, dominating qualifying, driving away in the heats, and scoring the main event victory. He's got a different helmet, but he's got that same swagger here in NOLA as he is driving away from Estep in 2nd. Mazzafaro back in 3rd. Von Comptown is trying to make something happen back there for P3. Garrison rounds out your top 5. Let's tell you how the rest of the field looks here. Linus Lindgren 6th, Walker Hess 7th, Zach Holden 8th, Passech 9th. Ritter has slipped all the way back to 10th. His dad, Chris, won't be happy about that. Jake French 11th. Darren Keene up to 12th after starting the race in 16th. And then you've got McDonough 13th, Mitchell 14th, and Craig Praga in 15th. Out of the infield, the drivers will start to make their way back towards the long back straightaway. Micromax drivers should be entering the grid now as your 4th and final heat race is getting ready to roll next. Micromaxes are up. Askew goes purple last time by a minute 3.865. And you just saw a good shot of 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, but we didn't even have Askew in the frame. Watch out now, because Garrison has 3 go-karts in front of him. Von Comptown down to the inside in 1 on Mazzafaro. He gets the spot, but Mazzafaro crosses him back over. Garrison knocks Von Comptown's head back in the seat after he gives him a shot on the exit of turn number 1, and Garrison drives underneath him on the exit of 3. Garrison's through for 4th place. Great run right there by Austin Garrison as he picks up another one. He'll set his sights now on the PSL karting driver, Gianfranco Mazzafaro. Mazzafaro runs in 3rd. S-Step 2nd. Askew, your leader. So now Austin Garrison right behind Mazzafaro down the back straightaway. Garrison pulls up alongside, says hi, then says bye. Garrison now into the 3rd position as he gets around Mazzafaro. Garrison is just picking him up, putting him down out there on track. He is up to the 3rd position after starting this race back in P7 on the inside of row number 4. So a phenomenal run right here for the driver from Florida and Ocala Grand Prix, Austin Garrison, going to work. We're going to be to halfway next time by. I think he's got plenty of time to go up there and race Trent Estep for 2nd place. Of course, Oliver Askew, that's a completely different story. Askew's driving away from him, the lead last time by 0.8 of a second. Kudos to Estep for keeping the lead honest. It isn't to a full-blown 2nd yet here. We'll see what it is at the line when we get 5 to go. But yeah, Garrison has got plenty of time, in my opinion, to go up there and give Estep a run for his money in that 2nd position. The bad news is Estep has had really good finishes. Garrison, on the other hand, has not. And even if he gets a good 2nd place finisher, he's going to be starting the main event probably outside of the first 2 rows. There's no way Garrison's going to be able to start that race up front after the poor finish in Heat 1. Coming around in Heat 2. Heat 3 was a 7th place finish, and now he's looking at the 3rd place finish in Heat 4, 2nd place if he can reel in Estep. Not good news for Garrison, as Askew, Estep, who are out in front of him, just laid down their best laps of the race. Mazzafaro, Von Comptown, Lindgren, and Hess all laid down their best laps as well, and they're behind Garrison. In other words, Garrison's the only driver not to lay down a green lap time that last circuit around the track. The distance between Estep and Garrison, 2nd and 3rd place, is 0.6 of a second at the line last time by. We'll see what Garrison can do here as they make their way around the track and aim for the back straightaway. 4 to go when they get to the stripe. So Garrison's been able to eat into Trent Estep's gap. It's 0.4 of a second. It was 0.6 of a second last time by. They come down to see 3 to go, and Garrison is slowly reeling in. Now it's down to 0.3 of a second. Meanwhile, Oliver Askew goes purple. Minute 3.274. So great lap out of Oliver Askew. Look farther back. Let's see this big gaggle of karts. That's going to be Kellen Ritter leading the pack in 9th, and then Darren Keene has slipped back ahead of those guys. Kellen Ritter's in 9th. Behind Ritter is Pasesh, Zach Holden, Jake French, and Brett Mitchell. Those drivers are running 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th on the track right now. Ritter, the highest running of them, leading the pack in 9th. Darren Keene coming from, once again, the back of the pack. Started this race in 16th. He's up to 8th now. They'll see 2 to go when they hit the line. Can he get 10 spots? He needs to get 2 more, finishing in the 6th position, which is exactly what he did back in heat race number 2, was not able to leave the grid in heat race number 3. That's why he's starting this one from the back in heat number 4. Garrison closes right up on S-Step's back bumper under braking. They see the sticks here, 2 to go. Does Garrison pull out and try something in 1? No, he's not close enough. Yes, he is, and he does. He makes it stick. Garrison coming from 7th on the grid to P2 here with less than 2 to go. Great move there by the Ocala Grand Prix driver of Austin Garrison. Kuna's Trent Estep going to do everything he can to stick with him. Then it's Mazzafaro in 4th and Von Comptout in 5th. Crazy race going on right here for Austin Garrison. Crazy good race. Coming from 7th on that starting grid to pick up a few spots, and he's going to end this thing in that P2 unless Estep can mount a charge here. But last time by, Garrison ran a minute 6.658, Estep 0.2 slower, a minute 3.84. So really good laps out of Austin Garrison. Again, a minute 3.6, Estep a minute 3.8. So if you're Garrison, you're looking at a second place finish here. What flag flies here? Ask you, 1 lap away from being 1 race away from sweeping the opening round of the U.S. Open. Something tells me he's in a pretty good position to do just that. Askew comes out at turn number 3, unwinds the steering wheel, sets up for the cake. Turn number 4, then the right-hander, 5. Over the quick left-hander to late apex, turn number 6. Down the short chute into turn number 7. Nothing going on behind him. There's no one anywhere near close. Askew brings him out at 8, over the rumble strips, into 9. He'll set up for the right-hander. Turn number 10 that spills out right into those S's. The left-hander 11, the right-hander 12. Back over the left-handed curbs for 13. Now he'll aim to the farthest point on the track away from us here in the tower. He gets over 14, makes the 90-degree 15. Down the long back straightaway. He's not even going to duck here. He just wants to make sure he hits his marks and brings the kart home in one piece. Behind him, they've all split out. No racing. Out of the final corner. He's 4 for 4 and heat race wins. Oliver Askew gets it done. Garrison goes from 7th to 2nd, and then it's going to be Estep coming home 3rd, Mazzafaro 5th, and Von Comptout rounds out your top 5. 6th place goes to Lindgren with Walker Hess in 7th, Darren Keene 8th, Callan Ritter 9th, and Jake French your top 10. Good racing there in Senior Max. 11th will be Zach Holden, Brett Mitchell 12th, Pasesh 13th, McDonough and Craig your top 15. Good weekend of racing. They are done until we get to our main events tomorrow. Folks, that's only our first run in the rotation. We got a few more heat races still to go. Micro Max, the little guys, coming up next. We go from our Senior Max drivers now to some of our, well, they are our youngest drivers here. It's the AM Racing Engines Micro Max category out on track now for their last heat race of the day. Good run there in Senior Max for Oliver Askew. How about it, though? Austin Garrison, the big mover in that one, going from 7th to 2nd. That was a really good run for Garrison there. Hats off to him. We're getting ready now for Micro Max. Jacob Kittleson will start in the 17th position. Nikita Johnson on the number 7. Fernando Alonso kart rolls off 16th. And then it's Enzo Swan starting 15th. Danny Dashelski. Thank you, Morgan Healy. Danny Dashelski starts 14th with Jack Jeffers in 13th. Noah Baker rolls 12th with Miss Paige Crawford starting in position. Santiago Trisney will start 10th with Enzo Schianti in the 9th spot. Jeremy Fletcher will roll off 8th with Brandon Tyner in 7th. Aiden Rudolph rolls 6th with Diego LaRock in the 5th position. Ashton Torgerson will come from the outside of row number 2 and 4th, and Carson Morgan on the inside in 3rd. Josh Pearson starts off pole with the number 48 of James Agozi on the pole position. Green flag flies, and we're racing the outside line with Pearson. Does not get a great start. It's the couple of drivers, Pearson and Torgerson, trying to fall back into line. Torgerson's going to try just to end up not totally falling out of the top 5. It's going to be Agozi your leader. Morgan 2nd, LaRock 3rd, Pearson 4th, Tyner 5th, and Torgerson unfortunately does get shuffled out of the top 5 into 6th, 1 lap into it here. Drivers making their way out of the infield back up towards the back straightaway portion of the track now. 2nd and 3rd place, getting a little racy. That's going to be Diego LaRock making the move around Carson Morgan. The 3 Bennett karts occupying the top 3 spots here in this one. Josh Pearson on the Tony kart trying to crack the all Bennett top 3. There you see it, Agozi, the white helmet of LaRock, and the 88 of Carson Morgan running single file down the back straightaway as we come to near the end of lap number 1. Then it's Pearson in 4th. Torgerson's going to clear Tyner for 5th. Oh, but he gets a little sideways on the exit. Now we might have a battle for the lead. LaRock's trying to go to the outside there 2x2 like a pace lap. LaRock went to the outside of Agozi, and Pearson went to the inside of Morgan. So we got a bunch of jockeying for position here at the start of this one. Morgan trying to keep Pearson behind him, but also go after Diego LaRock and James Agozi out in front of him. Agozi doing a good job at trying to set the pace here and control Diego LaRock. LaRock's not going to have any of it, though. LaRock to the inside in 7. He's through. Diego LaRock, your leader. Carson Morgan tries to come along for the ride, but that opens up the door for Josh Pearson. Pearson to the inside in 8. No, Morgan shuts the door on him. So Pearson stays in 4th, Morgan 3rd. Agozi's going to go from the lead back to 2nd, and it's Diego LaRock, the young man from Arizona, inheriting the top spot here. He is your new leader as the drivers make their 2nd trip down the back straightaway. LaRock leads them. Agozi in 2nd. They're all single file. Carson Morgan in 3rd. Will he try to tempt anything on Agozi here at the end of the straightaway? No, not close enough. Then it's Pearson 4th, Torgerson 5th, and that should be Schianti. I'm not sure in the 6th position. It's either Schianti or Tyner. Probably Tyner. Let's see. It is Schianti in the number 29, and then it's Tyner a little bit farther back in 7th. So there you see our first 4 karts. It's going to be Diego LaRock, James Agozi, Carson Morgan, and Josh Pearson. Heck, you've got Carson Morgan, Diego LaRock, and James Agozi. They came up to me at the drivers' meeting on Friday afternoon and said, look, we're the 3 smallest drivers here. And I said, I think you're the 3 smallest people in all of Louisiana. I'm not sure. But, yeah, man, it's so cool. Micromax, our youngest drivers, and a lot of the kids are pretty average size. But, man, when you get, especially, I don't know Carson Morgan that well, but when you get Diego LaRock and James Agozi, man, it's hilarious. They are just two little dudes, but they are such good drivers, and it's a lot of fun to see them out here battling. Josh Pearson is going to clear Carson Morgan for the third position. Does Morgan try something back in turn one? He's plenty close enough, but he decides to stay in line. So it's the two smallest drivers out there, Diego LaRock and James Agozi, leading the way. Josh Pearson in third, Carson Morgan back to fifth, Torgerson fifth, Schianti in that sixth position. Tyner quite a ways back in that seventh spot. He's got to do some pretty serious work if he's going to reel those drivers in front of him back in. Junior Max drivers need to be on the grid. Junior Max coming up next. Now we got a battle for the lead as it's going to be Agozi pulling up alongside LaRock down the back straightaway. Not much of an out-braking contest as Agozi clears LaRock, and then this is good news for Josh Pearson as he's able to reel them in a little bit more. He's not quite there yet. I'd call it 4 kart lengths between second place LaRock and third place Pearson. But if they continue to just battle back and forth the way they have been, it's going to be good news for Pearson. He gets a good run out of turn number 3. LaRock out in front of him in second. The gap goes from 4 kart lengths to 2 kart lengths, down to 1 kart length as they enter the infield. The two Bennicks right now will not really benefit from running so close to each other in the tight infield section. Once they get to that straightaway, you're really going to see the lead open up once again over Josh Pearson. But right now, in that tight infield stuff, there's so much risk for something bad happening. There you see it right there. LaRock gets around Agozi, and this is all playing into Josh Pearson's hands. This was the story we talked about throughout the whole Florida Winter Tour. Run your race. Pearson does not need to get worked up right now. The race is going to fall into his hands. They're going to back right up to Josh Pearson. LaRock leads down the back straightaway. Does Agozi take a look? No. They stay in line, but Pearson has joined this battle for the lead. They come out of the final corner to see the sticks. 2 laps to go. LaRock leads, but Agozi wants to take a look in one. No. Thinks better of it. Junior Max drivers filling into the grid here as our leaders come of turn number 1 over the dogleg into Gonzalo Ponte, waving his drivers on out there. Boy, this could be a really good 1-2 finish for the Bennick drivers, or this could be an upset if Pearson can get in there and make something happen. LaRock shows the way as they come out of 7 into the first of the double right-handers. 8 now over the rumble strip slightly into the second right-hander. Turn number 9. LaRock in the white helmet. The number 56, Agozi. The number 48, mirrored visor helmet. And then you've got Pearson, the number 41 Tony Kart, running right there in third place, waiting for something to happen. Because when it does, if it does, he'll be ready to strike. Agozi and LaRock would be wise to just shove each other down the back straightaway here and then let the last lap be the lap they settle it on. You can't give it away before then, and they've done a good job teaming up. White flag in the air now. It's anybody's race. Josh Pearson way back in third place. Agozi in the middle, in second, and LaRock just trying to keep everything behind him. LaRock's like, hey, guys, this is going pretty good right now. What do you say we finish this way? But it's up to Agozi and Pearson to change that situation. They come into the infield, over the lefter, turn 6, down into the late braking. Turn number 7 that spills you right out into the double rights. 8 and 9. Agozi all over LaRock's back bumper. Turn number 10 could be a really good opportunity. They come out of 9. Down the short chute. Is Agozi going to try something in 10? Not close enough. But he runs right up on LaRock's back bumper. At this point, what's going to have to happen is they're going to run down the back straightaway. LaRock is going to have to defend well, because if Agozi does it right, he can set LaRock up in turn 16 and make a run at him in 17. But LaRock did not get a good run out of turn 15. They're 3-1 going down the back straightaway. LaRock tries to hold them both off. 2 abreast behind him. Pearson runs out of track. LaRock's going to run out of time. He scores the victory. Good run for Diego LaRock, as it was James Agozi who truly ran out of time. LaRock ran that last lap perfectly. Did not get out of 15 as well as he would have liked. But when Josh Pearson and Agozi got side by side, LaRock knew that if he got to turn 16 first, one of them would hit that curbing. It was Pearson, and Agozi just didn't have enough time. LaRock, your winner here in Micromax. Really good run to end the day for our youngest drivers. Let's give you the top 20. LaRock's your winner. Agozi comes home second. Pearson third. Morgan fourth. Schionti fifth. Torgerson comes home sixth. And it's Aiden Rudolph in seventh. Tyner, Trissini, and Crawford, your top 10. Noah Baker comes home 11th with Nikita Johnson in 12th. Fletcher 13th. Jeffers 14th. And Kittleson, your top 15. So that'll do it for our Micromax drivers. They will take it to the barn, and we'll see them back for their main event tomorrow afternoon. Coming up next, it will be the Kuna USA Junior Max category. So we get ready now for our Kuna USA Junior Max category. It's Nick Bruckner and Reese Cohen bringing them down. Looking for that green flag. Aiden Keel from Anderson Racing and Manuel Sullivan start third and fourth. Then it's going to be Max Waithman, Matt Latifi, Dylan Tavella, Riley Dickinson, Zoe Edom, and Hannah Greenemeyer. Your top 10 Junior Max drivers making their way into the tram lanes. Front row, Bruckner, Cohen, Cam Ager. What do you say? Let's go racing. Dickinson and Latifi jump out of the outside tram lanes. That inside line gets a good start. Reese Cohen's going to try and hang tough on the outside. Boy, he does that and more. He's going to get a shot at the title from Nick Bruckner. Not able to make it stick as they head into the left-hander. Turn number 3. Bruckner holds the lead, and everybody got through that amazingly well and cleanly. Again, my hat is off to Nick Bruckner for bringing that field down at a very good pace, and we all rolled through cleanly. That's the best start next to the one we saw earlier in Junior Max. Great start for all of those young drivers there to make that opening corner cleanly and live to fight another lap. Bruckner brings it out of 10 now. That's Reese Cohen right on his trail. In the second position, the 294, I do believe that's either Cohen or Sullivan in the 282. Let's take a look when they get a little bit closer to us. And I'm pretty sure that is Cohen running right there in the second position. You see him streak down the back straightaway. Aiden Keel in the third position. Bruckner leads him out of the exit through 17, over the strip and down to complete the first lap. And it is, in fact, Reese Cohen running in that second position. Dylan Tavella gets a spot away. That's going to put him up probably to the sixth position, Tavella. Bruckner goes purple last time by a minute, 7.179. There you see him right there. Beautiful shot. I love that camera right there as we follow him through the infield complex of 4 or 5 and then down into 6 and 7. That's another really good shot right there. Cohen in second. He's got Aiden Keel working hard to get on him. Keel gets a good run out of 9, down the back straightaway. Keel pulls alongside, and Keel pulls through. Aiden Keel now to the second position. I'm not going to tell you what Jake Motas said about Aiden Keel's driving in that last heat race earlier this afternoon, but let's just say he said it wasn't good, and Aiden Keel must have taken that advice to heart because he is up on the wheel right now. Keel goes to second, Bruckner out in front, and then it's going to be Cohen back to third. Fourth should be Solomon. Waithman rounds out your top 5. They all come spilling out of turn number 7 down the front straightaway, ducking a little bit. You know the 5 rules of dodgeball: duck, dip, dive, duck, and dodge. And that's exactly what they are trying to do to get out of the air and find a little bit more speed. Front straightaway here, pretty good length, but man, that back straightaway is a long one. So that's why you see the drivers pull up on the steering wheel, dip their helmets a little bit. They're just trying to get as much of their body out of the air as possible, cut down wind resistance, and roll as quickly as possible. That's a lesson in physics for you right there. Bruckner's got Aiden Keel all over his back bumper. This is where Keel made the move a lap ago for second position. Is he close enough to try anything here? No, not yet. Bruckner doing a really good job at getting out in front and staying there. We saw Nick score the Junior Max victory at the final round of the Winter Tour back in Palm Beach last month. He's trying to back that up with a round 1 victory here at the U.S. Open. Keel has other things to say about that, though. He gives Bruckner a pretty good shot down the back straightaway. Bruckner stays out in front, though. Our DD2 driver should be on the grid now as your 4th heat race is rolling out next. Hannah Greenemeyer goes purple that time by quickest driver on the track, a minute 4.216. She's come from 10th on the starting grid up to P6. She started in that row 5 alongside Zoe Edenholm. Edenholm runs 10th now. Jacob Gullick is 9th. McDermott rallying. Then it's Waithman in 5th, Sullivan, Cohen, Keel. They're all chasing leader Nick Bruckner. Now it looks like Cohen's going to give up a spot to Manuel Sullivan. Yep, check that. Sullivan is going to join his RPG teammate on the Cosmic, Reese Cohen. Now Cohen 3rd, Sullivan 4th. Good move right there. There's your top 2, Bruckner and Keel. Then it's going to be 3rd and 4th, Cohen and Sullivan. Did Sullivan get around Cohen? He may have. I think he did. So Manuel Sullivan should be up 1 spot here. Let's see if they flip, and they do. So it's the 282 of Sullivan into 3rd, Cohen back to 4th. Then it's the 292 Iron Rock Motorsports drive of Maxwell Waithman. Rounding out your top 5. Not sure if Waithman is from the state of Texas or not. Correction, Manuel Sullivan on the Cosmic running with Bennick, not Rollison Performance Group, so I do apologize. You got the 2 Cosmics right there. RPG, a dealer for the Cosmic chassis, but Manuel actually racing with Bennick, not Rollison Performance Group. So Manuel Sullivan getting around the RPG driver, Cohen, for 3rd. Reese Cohen, also important to point out, coming all the way from Sydney, Australia, making the flight to race with Rollison Performance Group. One driver coasts to a stop on the entry to turn number 8, gets out of the cart, going to try and find out who that was. As Aiden Keel continues to work on Nick Bruckner. Sullivan in 3rd. Cohen in fourth. Waithman fifth. Now Tavella on the inside. Those are Iron Rock teammates right there. Tavella makes a well-timed pass to get around Waithman. So Tavella up to P5. Waithman back a spot to sixth. As we've now reached the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go. What does Aiden Keel do here to get around Nick Bruckner? That is the question. The Anderson Racing Team driver doing a good job up till this point, and he's continuing to do a good job, but how does he improve his standing? He only needs one more spot, but it's the toughest spot to get. It's the lead. Nick Bruckner has held it all day, and Aiden Keel, he's just got to really push the issue into braking, I think, because they seem almost even on corner exit. I don't really see Bruckner pulling away by too much on the exit of these tight corners in the infield. He's got to do something under braking if he really wants to force the issue and contend for the lead here. They're coming down the end of the back straightaway. It would have been really cool if Keel would have passed him under braking right there. Would have made me look like a genius, but there's no way that's going to happen. 4 to go at the line. And they're still solid, really even with each other out of the corner exits. And Aiden Keel is just really make it happen all on his own. They're tuned up and running as fast as each other can go right now. Bruckner, here's the leader. Keel in second. And it should still be Solomon in third. Tavella up to fourth. Reese Cohen back a spot to fifth. Waithman runs sixth. Greenemeier seventh. McDermott, Ramirez, and Golick, your top 10. So as the lead pack makes their way through that turn 16 and 17 chicane, Ryan McDermott puts the moves on, that may have been not Hannah Greenemeier, I don't believe. It was actually McDermott getting around Jacob Golick and Ramirez getting around McDermott. So Ramirez up to 8th now, McDermott down to 9th. Golick rounds out your top 10. That kick is Zoe Edenholm and Riley out. They are working 3 to go right now. Who was that? It should have been Dylan Tavella making a move right there. And Tavella now up to the third position. He just got around Manuel Solomon. So Tavella continues to just pick up positions here. Let's see where he started this race from. Tavella coming from the 7th position on the grid. He's running 3rd right now. We just saw Austin Garrison and Senior Max come from 7th to run P2 at the end of their last heat race. So it's totally possible here for Tavella to do the same thing. Aiden Keel hasn't been overly aggressive when it comes to passing attempts on Nick Bruckner, but they're so evenly matched. You can't really ask Aiden Keel to do much more than what he already has. Out of the final corner, they'll see the sticks. 2 to go here. And Tavella is starting to close up. So quickly, this battle for the lead between Bruckner and Keel is now a 3-way battle with Dylan Tavella, and it's going to be a 4-way battle with Reese Cohen if Cohen can just close up another kart length or two on these guys in front of him. Tavella is there on Aiden Keel's back bumper. This is the race for 2nd place. You see him come into 8th. They'll go over the rumble strips, run 4 off, setting up for turn number 9. That's allowed here. Race director Chuck Yoder says it's all good. Tavella thinks this is all good as he gets around Aiden Keel for the 2nd position. Question is, when you run 4 off in a lot of tracks, it's not always allowed. Here at the NOLA Motorsports Park, the race directors have realized, hey, it's part of the way these guys are going to run this track, no matter what we tell them. So in pretty much every corner except turn 16, the corner they're coming up to right now, 4 off, as long as you're not in the grass, is pretty much in. Once you go 4 off and hit the cones in turn 16, then you are considered out of bounds. Aiden Keel trying to battle back on the inside of Reese Cohen. He's going to hold on to 3rd place. Tavella has caught up to Nick Bruckner, and that's the only time I think Bruckner's been nervous all day. He just took a look over his left shoulder after picking up the white flag, and he sees Tavella. And Bruckner should be nervous because last time by, Tavella was a minute 3.9, Bruckner a minute 4 flat. Tavella still has a lap to make something happen here. They head in to the last couple of corners, the double right-handers. Tavella hot on Bruckner's trail as they come up into turn number 10. Phil Tavella is not enjoying this final lap in the least. They come in to 11, 12, and 13. Bruckner still has the top spot, but Tavella's going to have a good shot at it down the back straightaway. There you see on your monitor, Aiden Keel right in third. Tavella in the middle of the sandwich in second. Bruckner goes low to defend. Tavella follows him all the way down to the inside of the straightaway. Tavella now to the outside. That may help him in 16. What about setting him up here in 17? The fence out of the final corner. Tavella's going to get it. Tavella, your winner. And where does Reese Cohen end up? Aiden Keel second, Sullivan third, Bruckner fourth, Cohen fifth, Phil Tavella. You feel better now? Yeah, you do. That was great. You can't see it on camera, folks, but Phil Tavella is completely behind the spectator stands in the VIP tent, pacing that entire time, and then when the white flag flew, he put his phone down, put his hands on top of his head, and probably was praying the entire time. Well, his kid drove great, scored a last corner, last lap pass, and Dylan Tavella brings home the fourth heat race of the day, fourth heat race of the weekend here at NOLA. Tavella, your winner. Aiden Keel ends up in a mad dash for second place, Sullivan third, Bruckner fourth, and Reese Cohen rounds out your top five. Waithman comes home sixth, Greenemeyer seventh, Gulick eighth, Edenholm ninth, and Matt Latifi rounds out your top 10. Ryan McDermott finishes 11th with Riley Dickinson in 12th, Brandon Vorwas 13th, Jaramillo 14th, and Ratton 15th. Peyton Durant finishes 16th, Stephen Malozzi 17th, Bruno Garcia and Boada your top 20. So a very exciting end to our junior max race as Dev Gore suits up down on the grid for our DD2 heat race number 4. It's Dylan Tavella scoring the last win of the day in junior max. So after a dramatic Junior Max race, we're getting ready now for DD2 and DD2 Masters as our drivers make their way around the track. Jeff Kingsley's been dominant here this weekend in DD2 Senior, and then in DD2 Masters has been all Nathan Mall. So a couple of the Burrells out of PSL karting running very well. Dev Gore rolls off second with DD2 Masters race winner Nathan Mall in third. Lawson Nagel will roll off fourth with Moises de Oliveira in fifth. Rhett Thomas sixth. Michael McCarthy seventh. Joseph Lacardi eighth. George Zaragita ninth. And McKenna Carey complete the top 10 here. Kingsley, like I said, has been solid all afternoon, driving away to impressive victories through the first two heat races. Our DD2 drivers get stacked up single file coming into turn 17 as they'll be coming out 2 by 2 looking for the green flag from our chief starter Cameron Egger. Kingsley down on the inside, your pole sitter, and Dev Gore on the outside. Gore trying to make something happen from that off-pole starting spot if he's going to have a shot at Kingsley. The revs come up, the green flag goes down, and we're racing. Gore not able to beat Kingsley into turn number 1, so he's going to try and stick right to his back bumper. As they come out of that opening corner, Nathan Mall's going to end up fourth, it looks like. Dev Gore down to the inside in 3, and Gore makes something happen. So he stuck right to Kingsley's back bumper, rolling through turn number 1, and then was able to force the issue down in 3. New leader for the first time today in DD2 Senior. Jeff Kingsley sees bumper, smells exhaust for the first time. Dev Gore, not a bad move down in turn number 3, where with his tuner, Jonathan Koitek, will talk to him in a moment about that brilliant pass. See if there was any communication with the driver to time the pass when he did, or if there was any pre-race strategy. But Koitek watches eagerly now atop the tuner stand as Jeff Kingsley's going to go to work on getting back around Dev Gore. Gore out of the Anderson Racing pit, leads him down the back straightaway. Kingsley pulls up along the outside, but that's not going to work as Dev Gore holds on to it. Whoa, and Kingsley gets a little crossed up on corner exit. Dev Gore is going to lead the opening lap here. Kingsley goes to work down on the inside, the PSL karting driver, chasing down the Anderson Racing driver. All right, it's been a full lap. I have to ask the question, did you guys plan that, Jonathan Koitek?
No, we've been making a lot of adjustments today to catch Kingsley, and I think we made the right call.
You've been making the adjustments to catch Kingsley. That means it was your goal. What exactly is it about Kingsley that's been making him so hard to beat so far today?
He's been really fast from the get-go, and that's definitely a hard thing to catch up to from the beginning, so yeah.
No true words have been spoken. When they're fast, they're hard to catch. I agree, Jonathan Koitek. Great summary of the action here. Dev Gore continues to lead the way here. Kingsley runs second, and it's the DKC driver of Lawson Nagel running third right now, who's the quickest driver on the track, a minute 6.401. Nathan Mall is the leader in DD2 Masters. He is fourth, with Rhett Thomas rounding out the top 5 aboard the comp cart as they exit the final corner. Another lap in the books. Gore out in front. Kingsley doing a good job, but he's not close enough to try and make an attempt on the lead here. What about in turn number 3? Oh, and he does the exact same thing Gore did to him, but Gore crossed him back over. Koitek, you got to be happy with that move.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
It was pretty impressive. Dev Gore doing a good job at just holding his line through turn number 3. Kingsley carried a bit too much speed into the corner there, slid wide on the exit. And Dev Gore was there to pick up the pieces. They roll out of turn 9 up to 10. They'll head back towards us here, coming to the start-finish line. And then the S's, 11, 12, and 13. Dev Gore showing some pretty serious speed we haven't seen yet this weekend out of the driver living in Florida for the time being. Says he's from Atlanta, says he's from the East Coast, the West Coast, but right now he's coming at you from the front. Kingsley trying to get back out to the lead. But Dev Gore doing a very good job at just staying smooth and consistent. A little bit of a bobble maybe there on the exit. Kingsley's going to take advantage of it. Down in 1, Kingsley is through. Oh, Gore trying to cross him up. And is he going to make it dig? Down into 3. Oh, that was a good drag race right there. Gore able to make the bottom end plant and drive away again. Jonathan Koitek, your boy is wheeling it.
Yeah, he's really on the wheel right now.
Yeah, he sure is on the wheel right now. They don't call you the best color commentary guy in karting for nothing. Dev Gore doing a good job right now as Kingsley is fast, but Gore is just solid on corner exit. You guys really have that thing planned on corner exit. I'm not going to ask you about it. You seem to be focused right now. Dev Gore doing a good job at keeping Kingsley behind him. They stack up behind, though. Couple drivers off in turn number 10. Not sure exactly who's involved. We'll get you some numbers here in a moment. Down the back straightaway, Kingsley's going to take a look down to the inside. No, not close enough. So Dev Gore's going to lead another lap. See 6 to go. McCarthy goes purple. Quickest driver on the track. Now Kingsley down to the inside once again. And is Gore going to cross him back up? He does. Oh, if you folks can see the smile on Jonathan Koitek's face, it is egregious. Oh, but it goes away as Kingsley finally makes the pass stick in turn number 3. Boy, Dev Gore was just serving up a bunch of crossover sandwiches right there. That was really impressive through turns 1 and 3. Every time Kingsley would get into the position on corner entry, Dev Gore could just stand on the gas on corner exit and take the lead back. But now Kingsley finally shows the way as they roll through the infield, turns 10 and now the S's. Kingsley out in front. Gore sees back bumper for the first time since the opening lap. That'll put Michael McCarthy up to third, Nagel fourth, and then your DD2 Masters race leader, Nathan Mull, rounds out your top 5 with Rhett Thomas right behind him in 6th. They come down to complete the 5th lap. They'll see the cross flags letting them know 5 down, 5 to go here in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Kingsley out in front, Dev Gore in 2nd. Jonathan, really good job the first half of the race. Any changes for the second half?
I think we're going to probably keep this cart the same for tomorrow, but might make a discussion tonight for new changes for the morning.
Jonathan Koitek, Dev Gore's tuner.
I'm not Dev Gore's tuner.
Oh, really? Whose tuner are you?
McCarthy.
Oh, wow. Well, so I was asking you about all the wrong stuff. McCarthy's fast, though. Kingsley goes purple, but McCarthy was a minute 3:863. He's fast.
Yep, he's fast.
All right. So now Michael McCarthy has reeled in Dev Gore. Michael McCarthy actually being tuned on by Jonathan Koitek. Not doing the tuning on Dev Gore. We'd go out and talk to him about how this race is going, but who cares, really. McCarthy reeling in Dev Gore. This would be the battle for second place on track. It's the Anderson Racing teammates. Oh, McCarthy makes a good move on Dev Gore right in turn 8. And again, I'd love to talk to Jonathan Koitek, but who cares what he has to say, really. So he is now up to the second position. McCarthy looking solid. Dev Gore back to third after leading the opening laps of this race. They're going to come down to see 2 to go as Kingsley is just trying to drive away. Don't forget Nathan Mall leading the way here in DD2 Masters with Luis Zervagon in second. white flag flies here in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Not much has changed. Michael McCarthy got back around Dev Gore with 3 to go, and he has been able to hold the position. Don't call Michael McCarthy Mike McCarthy. His mom hates that. Dev Gore runs 3rd. Lawson Nagel is in the 4th position. And then running 5th is DD2 Masters leader Nathan Mall. Zervagon is 2nd. Pellerin 3rd. Zaragoza 4th. McCarty and Park round out the field. Our leaders make their way out of the infield. Jeff Kingsley has been solid all day here in DD2 Senior. The big question is, will he be able to carry it into tomorrow's main event and score the victory in the opening round of the 2016 U.S. Open? Well, we're going to have to wait till tomorrow to find out. But right now, he's going to come down the back straightaway through 16 and 17 to sweep the heat races here in DD2 at NOLA. Kingsley, your winner in DD2 Senior. Coming home in 2nd, Michael McCarthy for Anderson Racing, and Dev Gore in 3rd. Lawson Angle ends up 4th with Rhett Thomas in 5th. And then scoring the victory in DD2 Masters, Nathan Mall with Luis Zervagon in 2nd, and Pellerin in 3rd. So that'll do it for our DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers for the day. They are done. And we'll take it back to the trailer and work on them for tomorrow's 20-lap main event. Good drag race there at the line with the last couple of DD2 Masters and senior drivers. But coming up next will be our Mini-Max drivers. Their 4th and final heat race of the weekend down on the grid, getting ready to roll out next. Mini-Max coming to you. So now we get ready for our third to last heat race of the day. It is going to be the Mini-Max category, brought to you by the fine folks at PSL Karting. Peyton McDonough starts 15th, Elio Giovanni 14th, Aiden Fox 13th. You see Cole Killian rolling 12th with Ethan Arndt in 11th. Ethan Hose starts 10th with Jesse Mitchell in the 9th position. Yusuf Mula will start 8th with Jade Hubert in 7th. Thomas Nepview from the 124 starts 6th. And Austin Torgerson from BBR Karting starts 5th. Jeremy Fairbairn will roll 4th. Jack Crawford 3rd. Tyler Gonzalez 2nd. And Arias Duke Medgen will start our last Mini-Max heat race of the weekend on the pole position. These kids a great show every time they've been out on track. Chuck Yoder points them into the tram lanes. Cam Egger, our chief starter, green flag in hand. Cam, what do you say? Let's go racing. Green flag flies, and Gonzalez gets a great shove from the outside of row number 1 from his OGP teammate, Fairbairn. Fairbairn shoots Gonzalez out of a cannon and picks up the lead and the whole shot. Again, impressive from that outside row 1 starting spot. Pole sitter Duke Medgen slots into 2nd, and it's Crawford in 3rd, and Fairbairn left to fall into line in 5th place after he goes wheel to wheel with either I believe that was Thomas Nepview that he was battling with right there. It might have been the Iron Rock Motorsports entry of Yusuf Mula. I'm not sure. We'll see when they come back around to complete the opening lap here. It's a quick 10-lapper here for our Mini-Max. No, it's a 7-lapper for our Mini-Max drivers. Minis and micros running 7, juniors running 10, seniors and up. So we're looking here at our first Mini-Max race of the day. The last Mini-Max race of the day, rather. It's the 4th round here, second after lunch, as Gonzalez brings them down to complete the opening lap. Bring them down the front straightaway here to complete that opening lap. Tyler Gonzalez is your leader. Let's take a look at lap times here. Minute 8.324 for Gonzalez. Quickest one out of the gate. Minute 8.495 for Duke Medgen. About a 0.2 of a second gap between P1 and P2. Crawford in 3rd. Fairbairn up to 4th now. And then Torgerson goes to work on Yusuf Mula. Torgerson's going to get around for the 4th position. I believe that should drop Mula. No, that's going to be Mula in 5th, dropping to 6th after Torgerson gets around him there. Fairbairn is actually up to 4th. Crawford 3rd. Duke Medgen 2nd. And Gonzalez, your leader. So as the leaders come down the back straightaway, Gonzalez looks to make a quick adjustment on the right side of his radiator, possibly removing a piece of tape. I can't believe anybody would head out with tape in this weather. I don't think that's what he was doing. It looked like it for a moment, though. Duke Medgen goes purple. Crawford went purple, but it's Fairbairn who goes purpler. Minute 7.516, meaning he was the quickest driver on the track lap. It was Duke Medgen with a minute 7.61. Then it was Crawford with a minute 7.55. It was ultimately Fairbairn with a minute 7.51, going 4/100ths of a second quicker than Jack Crawford, the driver right in front of him. So pretty fast laps here as we work the 3rd trip around the track. Torgerson up to 5th, Nepview 6th, Mula 7th, Hubert 8th, Killian and Mitchell. The top 10 as they ran last time across the stripe. Duke Medgen starting this race on the pole position, but it was Fairbairn giving his teammate Tyler Gonzalez a big shove off the green flag down into turn number 1. Gonzalez was able to work his way from the outside down in front of Duke Medgen to score not only the whole shot, but the win. This track, a lot of other places we go to, I talk about the importance of having a 3rd place starting spot because it's inside. It's inside row number 2. It's better than finishing 2nd, because then you get to line up on the inside of the next race. Well, here, you know what? I don't think that's as big of a deal. We've seen it all day today. If you start on the outside, you can still make a lot of stuff happen off the green flag. We've seen drivers get the whole shots from the outside of row 1 all day today, and that inside row clearly not as big of an advantage as we've seen at other tracks. So it's not like Homestead Karting with the land of 90-degree right-handers and left-handers. Here you have a little bit of room. You can make something happen, as we've seen throughout the day here in Mini-Max. Gonzalez starting to get a little bit of pressure, though, Mariah's Duke Medjin, Crawford right there in third, and Fairbairn in fourth. It's great when you can have all four of your front pack in the same camera shot right there, and they are nose to tail coming down onto the back straightaway. About a 2-car gap between each one of them here, but Duke Medjin is coming on strong. Last time by Arias, a minute 7.48. Gonzalez, a minute 7.49. All that means is Duke Medjin is about 100th of a second quicker. The quicker is quicker. Let's see if Duke Medjin pulls out a line here in turn one. No, not yet, as we see 3 to go. 7 laps, obviously not an even number. They don't really see a halfway flag necessarily. So they'll see the green flag, and they don't see anything until 2 to go, which is what will be coming up next. And Duke Medjin doing a good job right now at putting the pressure on top of Tyler Gonzalez. He's going to make Gonzalez make a mistake. It's a lot easier to pass them when they make a mistake. But I'll tell you this, even if Gonzalez doesn't make a mistake, which is a pretty safe bet, he won't make a mistake. The kid is pretty solid. Duke Medjin has the ability and has the brakes, I can tell you this much, to get underneath Gonzalez and make something happen when it gets down to it. So now as the drivers come down to see 2 laps to go, the sticks, Tyler Gonzalez picks a good time to go purple. Minute 7.267, the lead between Gonzalez and Duke Medjin, 1/10 of a second, and Duke Medjin is not letting off at all here. As they roll into the infield, Gonzalez all over the curbing, making sure that Duke Medjin has no inside line in those corners. He's not going to let any track be between he and Duke Medjin. He's going to get all up on those curbs and make sure that Duke Medjin cannot pass him to the inside in the middle of a corner. Gonzalez taking the passing lane right away from Duke Medjin. White flag now in the air here as the final lap is among us. Tyler Gonzalez goes way down to defend, and that might hurt him more than it's going to help him as Duke Medjin closes right up on the exit of turn number 1. Now in 3, Gonzalez once again defends, and that's where it's going to hurt him. Duke Medjin pulls right up alongside on exit. Gonzalez got crossed up. Duke Medjin goes wheel to wheel through the middle section of the track, and now he shows the rear bumper to Gonzalez. Tyler trying to get back on the inside through 6 and 7. Can't make it happen. Duke Medjin, run your own race. That's been the key to these things all season. Duke Medjin out at 9. Can he keep Gonzalez behind him in 10? Gonzalez has a good run out at 9, down to the inside in 10. Gonzalez takes the lead back, but the race is not over yet. They run through the S's. 11, 12, now 13. They'll head to the elbow. Turn number 14 for the final time, and then out of 15 for the last trip down the back. Duke Medjin's race is not over yet. Gonzalez needs to defend, not just in 16, but out of 17. This is where we've seen a lot of drivers get set up in that S combination right there, and it's no, Crawford runs right into the back of Duke Medjin, and they all fan out. It's a 3-wide finish at the line. Duke Medjin gets it. Torgerson comes home 3rd, Fairbairn 4th, Nepaview 5th, and Crawford comes home 6th. We talked about watching out not getting set up for a pass. For Gonzalez, that's what Duke Medjin could have done. Well, Duke Medjin had that happen to him, except it didn't really work. Crawford was the one who tried to set up the pass, and he just flat ran into the back of Duke Medjin. It could have hurt Duke Medjin a lot more than it did. Thankfully, Arias comes home in 2nd place, which is right where he was running. Torgerson and Fairbairn are the beneficiaries. Nepview 5th, Crawford 6th, Hewitt 7th, Mula, Killian, and Arndt are your top 10. So a pretty wild finish to the end of it here in Minimax. So now we're getting ready for our penultimate heat race of the weekend here. Masters Max out on the track, ready to roll for their final race of the day. This will go to work and set the grid for our starting order in tomorrow's main event for our Masters Max driver. Falcon GP bringing you this class this weekend here at the opening weekend of the 2016 Sophia Foods U.S. Open presented by Fixie Wheels. Speaking of Fixie Wheels, don't forget, an hour after the last heat race is completed, so it should roughly be in about an hour and a half from now, we will be having the Fixie Wheels Tire Changing Championship, a gold Unipro stopwatch up for grabs later this afternoon. Derek Wang and Scott Roberts, they know what's up for grabs here in our last heat race of the day for Masters Max. Billy Cleveland and Mike Rollison, the all-RPG Row 2. And then it's Zach Rouse and John Robichaux. Derek Wang on the inside. Scott Roberts on the outside. Let's go Masters Max Racing one more time here in New Orleans. Green flag is up, and it's a beautifully slow start. They all get away cleanly. Rouse is going to try to dive down the inside. Pergande right up there in the 4th position. Run at the start of this one for the full throttle karting driver. FTK out of Southern California, Pergande. Running for them right now. He's up to the 4th position. Right off the start, he rolled off for this race in the 7th position. So he made the flag work for him pretty well. Garrick Wang leads him into the infield with Billy Cleveland up to 2nd, Rouse 3rd. It was Raleigh who got snookered on the start. He's back to 5th with Pergande right in front of them in 4th. Raleigh's going to go to work on Pergande for the 4th position. Rouse in 3rd, Cleveland 2nd, Wang your leader as they make their way towards the back straightaway. There you see him, out of 14, around the right-hander, 15. They'll make the trip down the back straightaway. Derek Wang with, let's call it, about a 3-kart length lead over Cleveland. We'll see what Cleveland can do here under braking. Closes right up on Wang's bumper and gets some air. Cleveland, let it all hang out. What do you know about that? Oh, and 2 or 3 karts get together at the back of the pack. One of them, Pergande, they get collected into the barriers hard. One driver that is that Robichaux? That may be Robichaux. He gets up and hops over the fence as Pergande is on the track side of the fence. Robichaux leaped over the wall like the karts were on fire or something. Both drivers do seem to be up and okay. Race director Chuck Yoder jogging down to check on everything. Possibly the 2 drivers not happy at each other. That may be the case. I'm not really sure. We're going to check back in on our leaders here. Derek Wang showing the way to Billy Cleveland. Cleveland got some mad hops through turn 16. Homeboy got up in the air, hitting the chicane, coming to complete the opening lap. Derek Wang doing a good job of just staying calm and keeping all 4 wheels on the ground through that section of the track. Behind them, Zach Rouse trying to hold off Mike Rollison. Rollison alongside down in turn 16. He's through. Boy, turn 16 jumping out to bite a few drivers early on in this one. Oh boy, then we got another incident down here in turn 1. Looks like Jim Carey, possibly the 600. Of Abaddon and maybe the 601 at Crease. 3 drivers get spun around here in 1, yellow flag waving. 1 driver still getting back in his Cosmic car trying to refire as our stock moto drivers enter the grid. So attrition high in this one as Pergande gets his kart lifted over the fence and he's going to roll it back. No idea what's kept him from being able to rejoin the race. It looks to be rolling straight and there's not a bend in the axle, at least I can't tell from here. So Pergande, that's really too bad. He had such a good start to that one, up as high as 4th after starting 7th, and he will not see the checkered flag as he will be the first driver to the scale line. His tuner, Josh Huff, pushing the kart stand over to pick him up. Drivers working now on 7 to go as Wang leads the way here. Cleveland in 2nd, and it's his boss and team owner, Mike Rollison, up to the 3rd position. We saw Raleigh have a little bit of trouble down on the grid. Oh, and we have got a fantastic screenshot here of Billy Cleveland absolutely launching over the turn 16 curbing. We're going to try and post that because, I mean, you could have put a Micromax driver standing straight up and down between Billy Cleveland and the turn 16 curbing. That was a big launch over the curbs in that last corner there. Cleveland's still somehow rolling. The cart is still rolling straight, which is a testament to the Cosmic and OTK chassis line, if you ask me. He was up in the air. You seriously could have put Diego LaRocque underneath him. And then we also see a replay here of the incident. It looked like Robichaux and Pregande just went into 17 side by side and didn't really work out as well as they both would have liked. Derek Wang leading them through the infield now. Raleigh now down on the inside of Cleveland. You bet Cleveland's going to try him back, though. Oh, a little side-by-side racing. Oh, but Cleveland gets out of it early and lets Raleigh take over the top spot in second. Raleigh doesn't really go to work tapping the back of his helmet, but that is the idea. Cleveland needs to just stay sucked right up to the back bumper of Raleigh, as Raleigh's going to do what he can to go run down Derek Wang. They'll be coming to see 5 to go next time by. The first 5 laps of these races sometimes feel like they take a little bit longer, but boy, those second 5, the back half of this race will fly by pretty quickly now, especially since Mike Rollison is going to be gunning down Derek Wang here. We'll bring you the lap times. Last time by Wang was a minute 4.828. Raleigh was a minute 4.6, and that was when he was back in 3rd place. Raleigh has the speed to go up and catch Derek. That is for sure, and he's got the lap count. They'll see the cross flags here. 5 down, 5 to go at the We'll bring you the lap times. Last time, Rouse in 3rd, Cleveland 2nd, Wang your leader as they make their. So now with Raleigh promoted up to the 2nd position, his last lap time was a minute 4.823. Wang a minute 5 flat. Raleigh is chopping wood out there right now. Wang aboard the Fernando Alonso car, the all blue suit showing the way. Raleigh in the all-gray suit, the black helmet, running 2nd. What you got to remember is Raleigh is not new to this game. He's been racing his whole life. 06 U.S. Grand National Champion in Senior Max. He's been to the Grand Finals. He's raced all over the world, and he has won all over the country. He's worked and raced with and against Derek Wang throughout their time. Derek from Seattle, Washington. Raleigh from Wilsonville, Oregon. The two have known each other for quite a long time, living in the Pacific Northwest, and Derek Wang, a frequent competitor at Raleigh's Can-Am Karting Challenge. Now they're racing heads up for the win in heat race number 4 and to find out who will start on pole in tomorrow's main event. Wang goes a minute 4.982, Raleigh a minute 4.856, but it's actually 4th place driver Scott Roberts who goes quicker with a minute 4.465. He's the quickest driver out on the track that last time by. Raleigh nearly has completely caught Derek Wang here. There's still about 4 car lengths between the two of them as they enter the back straightaway. We'll see what Raleigh can do. The top end on that thing is humming. We'll see what he can do under braking here in terms of catching up to Derek Wang. I'll come out of the final corners here to see 3 laps remaining. The gap from Wang back to Rollison, 0.2 with 4 to go. Now with 3 to go, it's 1/10 of a second. It's safe to say now that Raleigh has caught Derek Wang. So we're going to show you a quick photo of what it looked like when Billy Cleveland caught all that sick air down in turn 16. It's not the cleanest image in the world, but that is what Cleveland did. Take a photo of that screenshot. We're going to leave it up on camera for just a few more seconds. But that was coming to the end of lap number 1. Cleveland got what the kids call sick air. So that's Billy Cleveland back when he was trying to chase down Derek Wang. It's a pretty cool screen grab. And you know what's funny is back in 2013, they had to grind down a lot of the curbing here to keep that exact same thing from happening. But somehow Billy Cleveland still found a way to make it happen. Derek Wang doing his best job at running away from Mike Rollison in the 2nd position. Wang lays down a minute 4.691. They're coming down to see 2 laps to go. This could be the race that Derek Wang really needs. If he can beat Raleigh in a heads-up drag race here, this could really give Wang the push he needs going into tomorrow's final. Last time by a minute 4.8 for Wang, a minute 5 flat for Raleigh. Those are the laps that Wang not only sharp laps out of himself, but slow laps out of Rollison. They come out at turn 5. They'll head for the right-hander, turn number 6. They set up for turn 7, the left-hander. And now into the right-handers, 8 and 9. This is an old-fashioned knockout, blow-by-blow street fight we've got here between Derek Wang and Mike Rollison. Lap and a half to go. Derek a little slow out of turn 10. Raleigh's up on the wheel here. These guys matched very evenly. They make the right-hander. Turn 15, down the back straightaway. Last time by the gap, 0.3 of a second. Wang was able to pull it out a little bit over Raleigh. Then you saw Scott Roberts running in third. Billy Cleveland, you can't even see him in the picture. He was scored in fourth last time by. White flag in the air this time by. Let's see what the lead is. 0.3 drops to 0.2. Roberts goes quicker than everybody thanks to a minute 4.206. I'll tell you this much right now. With a gap of 0.2 second, Raleigh's really going to have to do some major work here. Derek Wang leads them into the infield out of 3, over 4, 5, and now the left-hander 6. Wang looks solid, but don't count Raleigh out. Not till they get to the scale line. They come out of 7 through the right-handers. 8, 9. Raleigh closes right up on Wang's back bumper. They'll head for the short chute into turn number 10 for the final time. Raleigh's not close enough, or is he? He dive bombs Wang and he's through, but he's going to run wide. Wang is right there. Scott Roberts puts a bumper into the fight. Raleigh was just biding his time, folks. He was just playing with Derek Wang as he dive bombs him down in turn number 10, and they make the run down the back straightaway for the final time. Derek's going to try something here, I guarantee it. He goes all the way to the inside. He and Raleigh lock bumpers. Wang runs wide. Rollison runs. Roberts picks up the pieces. Rollison is going to end up in second, and Wang in third. What just happened? Wang and Rollison locked side pods going down the back straightaway, and that Wes Boswell. That was pretty good racing, you have to admit. Oh, man, I want to go down to the scale line. It might be the worst idea ever, but we're going to go see what these guys have to say. So we're down here in the scale line as our Masters Max drivers off track. Not exactly the reaction I was expecting. Scott Roberts, let's talk to you first. After picking up the pieces there, what do you see going on between Derek Wang and Raleigh? You were running third coming down to it.
Oh, I should just saw Raleigh go to the inside to kind of block his line, and then Derek kind of went inside farther than that, and the two got together. I kind of slowed up, thinking there was going to be some carnage that did happen, and we just drove by them.
Good.
Thank both of you guys.
So Scott Roberts picks up the pieces. Raleigh, that was a wild ride, man. I didn't know if I'd come in here and see you throwing punches or something. Tell me about that last lap.
That was just some good old-fashioned Masters racing.
That was some good old-fashioned Masters racing. Are we going to see more of that tomorrow?
Well, I hope so, if I can keep up with these guys.
I hope so, too. Good run.
Thanks, man.
Mike Rawls giving him second. Derek Wang, that was a pretty wild last lap. What do you have to say about it?
Well, I didn't want my thumbs broken or anything else broken like what he's been doing to other guys, so I just kind of backed off there so I can race tomorrow. But a lot of times when you haven't raced for a long time, you make really aggressive moves and you try to crash other guys, I guess.
All right, Derek Wang coming home in third place, Raleigh in second, and Scott Roberts, your winner, as it is a interesting scale line down here in Masters Max. So, Masters Max, if you think that was a smoke show, wait until we get ready to send this next one up. It is our final heat race of the day. It's our final heat race of the weekend, and it is the Energy Kart USA Shifter Senior and Shifter Masters race. So we're getting ready now for our last heat race of the day. Boy, that was an exciting Masters Max race. I personally just have to say that Scott Roberts, Mike Rawlson, and Derek Wayne put on a great show, and that was really good racing. As Raleigh said, that was just old-fashioned Masters racing. But now it's time to go old-fashioned stock moto racing. For the final time today, one driver is going to wave it off. He's not able to get away from the lights. Everybody else takes off, and Wilkins gets a great start. Nary's going to beat him through, or is he? Wilkins is going to get the whole shot. Nary goes wheel to wheel over the dogleg into Nary. Wilkins had a really good run. Then it's his DKC teammate Sky Finley trying to get alongside and do the dance for second place. Sabre Cook rolling off in the 4th position where she sits right now. And then behind them, it is just a gaggle of Shifter Senior and Shifter Master drivers. Boy, that's a tough race to beat. These Shifter drivers are really going to have a tough time living up to the race that Derek, Mike Rawlson, and Scott Roberts just put on in our GP Falcone Masters Max 4th heat race of the day. There you see Nick Nary. He's out in front aboard the Champion Racing Intrepid. Again, Nick says he's just totally enjoyed his time with Rodney and the team over there at Champion aboard the Intrepid. And then in second, we're going to see Austin Wilkins, who had an awesome start off the flag. Third is going to be young Sky Finley. And then fourth will be Sabra. Fifth will be another Colorado and Ben Schermerhorn. Can't miss that black and green Tron-inspired helmet anywhere. And then Ryan Kinnear runs right behind Cook and Schermerhorn. Kinnear leading the way in stock Honda Masters. And then that should be Chris Jennings right behind him. Jennings, the Jimmy John's franchise owner. That's why the card is all painted up with Jimmy John's graphics. Don't worry, there's going to be a lot of freaky fast puns coming your way as Ryan Kinnear tries to keep Chris Jennings right behind him. And then 8th place is going to be Casey Ross, 9th place Brady Ross, and 10th place Carson Mueller as they run 2 laps into this one. Here's Stock Honda Senior and Stock Honda Masters. They come down the back straightaway. It's going to be Nary showing the way. Boy, Austin Wilkins got a monster start. All he wants to do is keep Nary in his sights. Again, that is a pretty difficult task. It looks like Sabre Cook trying to go to work on Sky Finley. Finley just clicked off a minute 1.639. Cook was a minute 1.592, so she's a little bit quicker that last time by than Sky Finley. We'll see what Cook can do here as they come into the infield off of 6 on into the left-hander. Turn number 7. Sabre's very good under braking. She's able to close right up on Finley. Finley seems to get a little bit drive off the corner a touch better, though, than Cook. Those Sodi carts are dialed in right now. DKC, Mike Jones, and Kevin Adams bringing quite a few stock motos down. Something like 10 carts out of that 10. 9 of them are stock motos, and they're all running very well here in this Shifter Master, Shifter Senior race. Again, this class brought to you by Energy USA. You see one of the Energy carts right there, Miss Sabre Cook out of Grand Junction, Colorado, doing a very good job. She's all over the back bumper of Sky Finley, 3rd place back away. Every position matters as you're earning points in all these heat races, and those points will determine where you start in tomorrow's main event, the opening round of the U.S. Open. Jennings has gotten around Ryan Kinnear for the lead. We're coming down to see 6 laps to go. And Cook and Finley are starting to reel in. Austin Wilkins, I think. Wilkins was a minute 1.6, Finley a minute 1.4, Cook a minute 1.4. So both of the 3rd and 4th place drivers were about a 1/10 of a second quicker that last time by over 2nd place driver Austin Wilkins, but none of them really have anything for Nary, a minute 1.50. Actually, heck, Finley and Cook were both quicker than Nick Nary that last time by. So Nary out in front, maybe taking a little easy, trying to save the tires, get home on the set he's got. And Cook really good again on the Exodus 16 all over Sky Finley. Let's see what she can do here. Wilkins gets up on the wheel. Heard me talking about him, I think. He goes purple. Minute 1.1 for Wilkins. Minute 1.3 for Finley. Minute 1.2 for Sabra. So Sabra is quicker right now than Finley. Let's check in on our Shifter Masters drivers. Jennings of Ryan Kinnear. Jennings shows about a 1/10 of a second lead across the line last time by over Ryan Kinnear, and that's exactly what he's got. And then behind Ryan Kinnear is the Rosses, 377 of Casey, and the 305 of Brady. Carson Mueller rounds out your top 10. As we stick with that back place, Cook still trying to find her way around Sky Finley. Finley's up on the wheel, ducking his whole way down that back straightaway. Cook just kind of sitting up, trying to find the opportunity to get around. And trouble possibly for Ben Jordan. We saw a lot of smoke for a moment there coming out of that cart, especially when he's going through 17, a possible tire rub. I'm not sure. We'll wait for he makes the left-hander in turn 3 right here. Oh, now Cook, right as we're watching, Shermore pulls up alongside Finley into 5, and she's through. So Cook gets around Sky Finley for the 3rd position. Finley, though, not out of it. We still have 4 to go when they get to the line, just past the halfway point now. So there you see Nick Neri, Austin Wilkins, Sabra Cook, and Sky Finley, your top 4. Right behind them in 5th will be Ben Shermore. So it's an all-senior field in the top 5 right now. Chris Jennings runs 6th, Ryan Kinnear 7th. Again, those are your 2 Shifter Masters leaders. Jennings showing the way. And Ryan's been able to sneak him out here at the very end and score the victory, driving away with the top spot. We're looking for him now. The 4 and 5 senior drivers are running down the back straightaway. Now here comes Kinnear. Kinnear back out now in front of Jennings. So we missed the pass there, but Kinnear shows the way. Ryan Kinnear shows the way to Chris Jennings as they've seen 3 to go. 7 complete at this point. Working lap number 8. Oh, one driver with issues, and Schermerhorn, the smoke finally did become an issue. I knew I saw something coming out of the back end of Ben's cart. Oh, and he leans his head back in disbelief. He was running so well in the 5th position aboard that 355 Burrell Art entry, and he gets up and walks away from the cart. I saw smoke coming out of that cart. His dad, Mark, walking down the pit lane. They're going to go to work. Ben, the water hose, the radiator hose came undone. They were leaking water. It started to burn up. Oh, I hope terribly that didn't stick the engine. Oh, the water hose on the back of Schermerhorn's radiator had come undone for a few laps. What's really amazing is that no water came out of the back end of that thing and fell over the left rear tire, causing him to spin out. That is just the worst. Ben walks down towards turn 1, helmet still on. You hope terribly that engine did not suffer a seizure due to the lack of water coming out of the radiator. That's going to be terrible if they're not able to continue, or if they're going to have to go through a rebuild tonight on that engine. Ben just takes a seat on pit lane wall. That's a bummer. We're going to find out exactly how bad the damage is before we get into tomorrow's main events. But now with less than 2 laps to go, everything up front has pretty much calmed down. Nick Neri holds a 1.015 second lead over Cook is 3rd, Sky Finley 4th, and then Ryan Kinnear has once again found his way out in front of Chris Jennings here in the late stages of our Shifter Masters race. Remember, they're out on track with our Shifter seniors, and Neri leads the way. So Rodney Berryhill and Champion Racing, we're going to be looking at a pretty solid day here in New Orleans, if you ask me. Back-to-back race wins every time they go out on track, because Neri has scored all the heat race wins today, and so has Ryan Kinnear in Shifter Masters. So Rodney Berryhill puts go-karts on the track for one race, and he gets 2 wins out of it. That's a good deal. Intrepid, they're looking solid out here. White flag in the air now. Ryan Kinnear and Neri each a lap away from victory. Sabra Cook has done a good job at reeling in Austin Wilkins, and she just went purple last time by. A minute 1.119 for Cook. The gap from second to third back to 4/10 of a second last lap. That's a pretty big margin. I don't know if Cook's going to have enough time here. She looks solid, though, as we see him come out at 10 through the S's, 11, 12, and 13. Cook's done a good job. You give her maybe a lap or 2 more, and it could be a totally different story. She could be finishing this race in the second position, but Wilkins has been too solid all race. Cook's not going to have enough time. Coming down the back straightaway, he missed out in heat race number yesterday, but he's gone 3 for 3 today. Nick Neri scores the victory in Shifter Senior. Not a bad day for that driver from Florida with the team out of Oklahoma. Austin Wilkins ends up second. Sabra Cook has a solid day in third place. Remember, she did score that Heat Race 1 victory yesterday afternoon. So Cook comes home third, and then fourth will be Skylar Finley and your Shifter Masters winner, Ryan Kinnear, in P5. Chris Jennings comes home second in class, 6th overall. Then it's Brady Ross, Casey Ross, Carson Mueller, and Jerry Rhodes, a Shifter Masters driver, coming home 10th. There you see the checkered flag waving at the hands of Cameron Egger. He ends the day for us with the final checkered flag falling. It's Ryan Kinnear in Shifter Masters and Nick Neri getting the job done in Shifter Senior. So that'll do it, folks, from NOLA Motorsports Park, day 2 of the U.S. Open, Sofina Foods U.S. Open, presented by Fixie Wheels. What an incredible day of racing. We thank everybody here at the track this afternoon for racing and supporting the event, and we thank all of you back home for tuning into the live broadcast. We sure do appreciate your support of the broadcast. We'll be back tomorrow with more live coverage of the main events, deciding how the U.S. Open will kick off here in New Orleans. We're going to have morning warm-ups at 8:10. That'll start. Of course, there will not be a broadcast of that. We'll be beginning at 8:10, and then morning main events will begin at 9:25. It looks like tentatively Senior Max will be the first out at 9:25. We will run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we should run 2 after lunch. But again, finals will start at 9:25. That is approximately what time our broadcast will begin, 9:25 Central Standard Time. So again, thank you so much to everybody here in the pits this weekend. We hope you have a great, fun, and safe Saturday night. We do want to remind everybody, coming up in about 1 hour will be the Fixie Wheels Tire Changing Championship. So we'll tell you a little bit more about that after we go off air. There will be rental kart racing, some food provided tonight by Max Speed, and all of you watching live on our broadcast, thank you so much. Have a great Saturday night, folks. For all of us here at Max Speed, I'm Tony Laporta. We will see you back here tomorrow afternoon.
I get home from work on Saturday morning at 4 to 5 a.m. On a good week, I did some prep early, and on a bad week, I'm doing it when I get to the track. Sleep is not an option. I unload, reg, driver's meeting, nap, qualify, race. It's not every weekend, but it's as many races as I could make. I used to race when I was younger, before New York and before getting married. I've always worn Bell. From bicycles to race cars, it's given me the best in safety when I've needed it the most.
Mazda Road to Indy has been training and promoting the best, most ambitious open-wheel drivers and teams in North America. Now, Max Speed Group and Anderson Promotions brings to the Rotax karting world a unique opportunity to experience the next level in racing.
A lot of these karters have a dream of becoming an IndyCar racer, and that transition going from Rotax to the Mazda Road to Indy is finally there for them to be able to get a feel of that car.
The Mazda Road to Indy, where drivers and teams from around the world come to succeed. This is where it all starts. This is where you want to be.